first ones through the rift, followed closely by a pair of earthen beastkin and a single Maheen. Immediately after, a slew of other prisoners came through, some of whom were limbless and bleeding, leaving trails of blood in all directions. What was odd was that none of the ether beasts came in after them, as if they were all afraid of entering the den of an apex predator. Whether that turned out to be good or bad luck was anybody's guess. Jonx hit the rift world at a run, with Kettle tossing her passenger to him as she gained some altitude, intending to scout ahead. The duo paid no mind to the other prisoners. In fact, Jonx was hoping to use them as a distraction. It was a callous, self-centered way to think, but he didn't care. If it came down to him and Kettle versus a bunch of strangers, he would choose their safety first. Always. Unfortunately, shouting from behind him broke his concentration. He hazarded a glance over his shoulder, immediately regretting it.
"Human! Wait! Take us with you! We'll be stronger in a pack than alone."
2 beastkins trailed behind them, a dusky gray elephant and a mossy green crocodile. Further behind them was the same lone blue-colored Maheen. Before his unwanted guests could sabotage his plans further, he called out to his dogelin, "Kettle, take care of them!" She immediately changed directions to block the stragglers' path, releasing her ether aura and stopping them in their tracks. That was all Jonx needed to pull ahead, the Sept Glacios students bouncing on either shoulder, dead weight. His electromagnetic cloak burned a hole in his ether reserves, but it was a necessity. It was decreasing his air resistance and letting him skate over the ground like a hover car. Just as Kettle caught up with him, they heard a trumpet of anger coming from the elephant kin.
"You will regret this, human! We will find you and crush your bones!"
The crocodile even went so far as to launch a water blast that lost steam in the air given the distance, but the intent was there. The threat triggered something deep down in Jonx, something primal. Flashes of beastkin mutilating humans, burning buildings, destroying the last bastions of civilization came roaring back. The curse of the fully crystallized brain chambers. No thinking, no logic, no warning. Jonx unceremoniously dropped the pair of disciples onto the ground, letting them harmlessly tumble from his shoulders. Then, as if he were ice skating, he slid into a sharp U-turn, electromagnetic cloak flaring to do his bidding. The 2 beastkin came to an abrupt halt, blinking in surprise at the sudden movement. That was a mistake. In an instant, Jonx was upon them, swirling neon ions coming off of him in waves. He launched himself off an invisible step to give him extra leverage, twin ether anchors held in white-knuckled grips. Before the pair of beastkin knew, the anchors were sticking out of their necks and their ether was being drained as if they'd sprung leaks. The elephant hurriedly reached a massive gray-skinned paw to try to yank it out, but found that all he had was a cauterized stump. It stared at his missing limb in shock and horror before the pain hit his brain. Fortunately for the beastkin, Jonx fired a second chaos orb straight into its mouth, stifling the scream that was about to come out. In a matter of seconds, the elephant was practically dead, blood cascading from a ruined trunk and broken tusks. That only left the crocodile. It barely surrounded itself in a cloak of water before Jonx was grabbing it by the throat. His very human hand was so small compared to the reptile's thick, scaly neck, but his forged body was 7th rank. He could rip this thing apart with his bare hands at this point. The bloodlust sang in his ears, his pulse thumping a staccato rhythm. He wasn't holding a struggling crocodile kin. He was holding one of the monsters that killed a nation. Jonx gripped tighter. With a thought, an electromagnetic current ran through the beastkin's aquatic cloak. Its eyes tried to come out of its skull as enough voltage to kill 10 men fried his scales to a burning crisp. Its body nearly turned completely black before Jonx distantly heard a distant buzzing noise calling out to him, "Jonx! Jonx! Jonx!" Kirby hurriedly inundated his HUD with bright flashing warning signs to interrupt his rampage. Get a hold of yourself, goddammit! The AI screamed in his head. We don't have time for this! We need to get the hell out of here! Jonx let the voltage come down, but didn't let go, his emotions warring with his mind. Meanwhile, the lone Maheen stood helplessly off to the side, frozen by fear and indecision. Snatching on to his small chance, Kirby took the liberty of activating Jonx's brain chambers, putting them into overdrive. Unbidden, a veritable lifetime of war suddenly blurred across his inner vision, followed by flashbacks of the last few years in the Imperium. His blind rage stuttered to a stop then, as he hastily shook his head to gain control. With a thud, the crocodile's smoking body hit the ground, now a lump of charred scales and muscles. It wasn't dead, its breaths were simply extremely shallow. Jonx no longer paid it any mind as he stared down the Maheen observer. I don't care what you do with this. He kicked the unconscious body of the beastkin. Piece of shit. But you're not coming with us. You got that? His ether aura suddenly billowed out to emphasize his point. In an instant, the Maheen was bent in half at the waist, bowing deeply and scraping his forehead on the ground. Yes, of course, honored forger. Thank you for sparing me. You will never see me again. I swear on my AI, he said obsequiously. Jonx was gone before the Maheen picked his head back up. His fellow disciples once again slung over his shoulders, still unconscious. He rapidly gained more distance from the one-sided battle, now powered only by propulsion since he'd wasted ether to get out his repressed anger. As he ran, he took a good look at the rift world as it blurred by. It was a seamless blend of metallic ether tech and plant life. Silver grass, edged with green, carpeted the forest as shiny silver tree trunks, wrapped in wired, green vines, towered above, covered in organic leaves, providing cover for the escaped prisoners. Feet drumming a fast pitter-patter, his stride ate up the ground with every step. Along the way, he made sure to dampen their ether signatures, while Kettle kept her aura retraced. At some point, his fellow students began to wriggle on his shoulders, finally stirring from their involuntary nap. As soon as they did, he yelled to Kettle, Hey girl, can you find us some shelter? I need to put these two down. She immediately pirouetted in the air and bolted to the left. He hurried after automatically, trusting in her ability as a scout. She swiftly led them to a hollowed-out metal tree where he could drop off his baggage. With that done, they split off to inspect their perimeter, ensuring that they would be alone for the time being. By the time the pair came back, the Sept Glacio disciples were sitting up, resting against the trunk of the tree. The first thing Jonx noticed was the paranoia and fear in their faces. He knew that feeling all too well. The weight of being so far out of their depth that their minds were in shock. So he came up to them slowly, waving to show he wasn't a threat, deciding to speak first to break the tension. Hey guys, glad you're all up. I know it's been a while since we've seen each other. I'm Jonx, if you guys don't remember. And this, pointing at his Dogalin, is Kettle, my ether beast pet. Kettle dipped in the air at the introduction. Unfocused, the Sirowan took a moment before squinting her eyes and searching her memories. Hesitantly, she said, I remember you. You fought back a couple of cycles ago. My name is Aster. She was a lighter purple than others he'd seen, with a classically proportioned high elf stature, as if she stepped right out of World of Warcraft, except she was only 4 feet tall. Jonx nodded his head, not pushing for more, and expectantly turned his attention to the Taxon. My name is Jabril, he said, while kowtowing. Thank you for saving us. Jonx quickly waved the thanks away. No need for that. I made a deal with our master to get you two out. It was his condition for triggering your protective charms remotely. You should thank him. The water clones covered your unconscious bodies until Kettle and I could get to you. Getting down to business, he said, Now that we all know each other, how are you two doing on ether reserves? This rift world has some dense energy. I'm guessing high tier 0. Hells, maybe even low tier S. We should be able to recover pretty quickly. Aster's eyes went distant, as if she were looking at something only she could see. Before she answered, I'm nearing 15%, and I've barely processed the air in here. If we can stay put for another microcycle or so, I think we'd both be at full. Jabril grunted in agreement from the side. She's right. My AI estimates a micro and a quarter. Jonx rubbed his chin, thinking through their situation. No, I'm sorry, but I'm not comfortable doing that. Not here. You two weren't awake to see the apex alpha of the ether beasts. That thing was advanced as fuck, practically soul-forged. We would be wise to cover more distance. I have plenty of ether-rich foods. Do you think you guys are up for running and cycling? Jabril and Aster briefly glanced at each other, hesitation flickering between them before they nodded in unison. Yes, we can both do that, confirmed the Taxon. Hastily distributing a small pile of mixed produce to each of them, Jonx had them start eating a handful to get their reserves up and running. He set up as sentry by the hollow's entrance, peering out into the metal forest, commanding, Get to 25%, just enough to run your empowering circuits on low. Then we can head out. Kettle is already plotting us a course from above. We need to take advantage of the other prisoners running around as a distraction while we can. Chapter 16. Ego. Ice-water cloaks surrounded Jabril and Aster, marking them as true Sept Glacios students, while Jonx had his electromagnetic cloak wrapping him up like a comfortable blanket. Propulsion lightly hummed in his veins as they made their way through the mechanized forest at a steady pace, following the direction that Kettle set for them. The trio made sure to keep chewing ether-rich food while maintaining a low output for their internal empowerments as well as their cloaks. Meanwhile, Jonx extended his dampening to cover them, ensuring that the group's energy signature remained hidden. Wired trees passed by in a blur. On several occasions, they encountered the corpses of other escapees, gazing up at their passing with blank, lifeless eyes. Jonx hoped that the lion centaur was on some other's scent and not theirs. While they traveled, he had Kirby send over small data packets to his fellow students, explaining the situation they'd uncovered. Furrowing her brow, Aster said, If all of this is true, why did you think it was a good idea to jump into the ancient rift? Jonx mumbled under his breath, I never said it was a good idea. It was just the best I could do with what I had. Jabril cut in and changed the subject. How will we find the Imperial-controlled rift? We won't know where we are until we exit. If we choose incorrectly, we'll be back to being prisoners. Jonx answered with feigned confidence. Don't worry about that. I have the security pulses to get us through the Protectorate bases. It won't matter which rift we exit from. We just need to find a way out. Aster turned her head in his direction as they ran, incredulous. By the Omicron, how did you manage that? Jonx flashed her a grin and simply winked. Trade secret. Jabril rolled his eyes at the antics, coughing into his quad-tentacled hand. Ahem, it doesn't matter at this point. All that matters is that it opens up our options. Turning his head to the front, the Taxon squinted, suddenly speeding up while calling over his shoulder. I think I see something up ahead. Let's check it out. As the trio increased their speed, walls began to spring up, interspersed amongst the metal trees until they came upon a 2-story, squat, gray-colored clay building. Steps ran along the outer wall to the left, leading up to the balcony of the top floor. Stopping just outside, Aster sent a brief, subtle ether pulse through the structure. She shrugged her petite purple shoulders and declared, It's empty. Before the other two could stop her, she'd stepped through the door, forcing them to follow. The bottom floor was all one room with counters connected to the walls on either side. Stools stood near countertops filled with bits and pieces of random tools, cogs, wheels, screws, and other assorted gizmos, all of which were covered in a fine layer of dust. 3 pairs of ether senses simultaneously swept the room as Jonx asked Kirby, "Anything?" His AI quickly responded, "All I can tell you is that this stuff is old, real old. Those gears on the left side of the room? That looks like some ancient ether tech. It's so archaic, it may as well be mundane tech by now." Speaking his thoughts out loud, Jonx addressed the group. "So this is some sort of ancient workshop?" Aster cast her eyes around the room and replied, "Seems like it, but whose? There's too much dust for anyone to have been here recently. Besides, this is a rift world." Jabril answered the unasked question. "Jonx's packet said the Imperium thought this was a fabricated rift world. This workshop would seem to confirm that theory." Pointing to the second floor, Jonx said, "You guys look around down here. I'll go upstairs and see what I can find. Ping the group if anyone finds something interesting." With that, he left the room and floated up to the balcony with his cloak. He took inspiration from Kettle for his cloak's new modification, which allowed him to float just above the ground within limits. It wasn't flight by any means, just simple hovering. Vaulting the balcony railing, he landed on a covered patio with a recessed room toward the back. He suddenly felt a familiar weight land on his right shoulder. He absent-mindedly scratched Kettle's nose as he crept forward into the room. It was obviously a bedroom, as evidenced by an empty cot with a small table next to it. Though after several minutes searching, he didn't find anything worthwhile. Disappointed, he joined back up with the others. "This place just seems like a vacation villa, somewhere to get away from it all and tinker in peace," he said. Thoughtfully cupping her small chin, Aster offered a suggestion. "I think it might be good to stay here for a bit. None of us have fully recovered from our time as prisoners, and we've been traveling nonstop for several micros already. That should be enough distance for now." Jabril nodded his head as she spoke, and to be honest, Jonx felt the same way. His reserves weren't any better than theirs, and he could use some time to de-stress. Giving his own nod of assent, he said, "I can't argue with that. There's a cot upstairs if either of you want to sleep. I think I'll be fine down here." He strode over to the leftmost countertop and swept away the ancient ether tech into his storage watch to make room for his portable burner and cooking supplies. Inquisitively, Jabril came to stand over his shoulder. "You're a culinarian? Where did you learn that?" Jonx shook his head. "No, I'm not an actual culinarian, like an official crafter. I just know the basics. It's become something of a hobby while I've been on this expedition." He stuck his thumb at his pet. "Cattle and I spent a long time hunting on the subcontinent before we were captured. Do you guys have any requests? I can make us some lunch." After eating her fill, Aster excused herself, choosing to be secluded in the room upstairs. She'd been putting on a brave front while they'd been traveling, but inside she was in turmoil. She felt completely out of control. It was the reason she steered everyone into resting at this little shack in the woods. This whole expedition was supposed to be a fortuitous encounter, her chance to catch up and hopefully surpass her cousin, Calurpa. The two of them had been adopted into Sept Glacio at the same time. Master Gar found them after their original school had been destroyed by a wandering soul sphere etherforger. Despite the Imperium being an advanced civilization, generally protecting and improving the lives of its lower-class citizens, it was still a place where might made right. Emperor Galuit Shamtal, the Omicron, reigned over the Imperium through sheer power. He alone was enough of a deterrent to the other celestial powers. Aster remembered their first cycle at their new sept. In the beginning, she and Calurpa had just barely forged their bodies. Their body circuits were meant for another element, wind. Master had spent so much time with them, teaching how to modify their circuits to handle the forms of Glacio. Kalerpa took to it as if she was a bird, just given her wings. Her cousin blazed through the rest of body preparation, immediately advancing into the crystallized realm effortlessly, while she had flailed and floundered. Eventually, Aster progressed to the next realm, but by then, her cousin had outdistanced her. The only family she had left, and she wasn't strong enough to stand next to her. It was why she volunteered to represent her master. She wanted a chance to take some power for herself. Thoughts and memories flashed through her mind as she laid on the cot upstairs. She remembered her initial foray into the wilds of this world. She'd advanced rapidly. Within less than half a cycle, she fully crystallized her stomach chambers. She was even able to modify one of her circuits by herself. Master Gar would have been proud, she was certain. Then she made the mistake of coming to this Omicron-forsaken prison island. If Jonx's data was right, she'd been a captive for more than a quarter cycle, practically half the time left on the expedition. The worst of it? She was unconscious for it all. And now, she was another kind of prisoner, shackled by the what if. What if they could make it to an exit rift? What if the rift was protectorate-controlled and Jonx's supposed security pulses were nothing but a bluff? What if the Apex Alpha found them? How could they fight something so far above them? Out of the blue, Sintra, her AI, pinged her HUD, interrupting her downward spiral. Mentally clicking the message, an old video of her master began to play in her mind's eye. His bronze Mahenian face suddenly filled her vision, recanting sage advice. You will learn that power is rarely given, Aster. Relying on the generosity of the strong is not meant for those on our way. Ours is a way of control, controlling ourselves and having the tools to control any situation. We take power and exert our will to shape the conditions in our favor. An iceberg does not bend or bow, it is an obstacle for others to move around. Take control, Aster. Master Gar's words echoed in her mind as the recording tapered off. Firming her resolve, she centered her roiling emotions, taking a deep breath and repositioning herself into a lotus position on the cot. She first began with her deep breathing exercises that her master had taught her so long ago. Her respiratory system was her highest-ranked anatomical structure. It was a requirement for Sept Glacio. Their island was an absolute paradise for Etherforgers, the air rife with energy, making every breath a resource along their way of Etherforging. And here, in this rift world, the air was even more dense with ether. Cycling her lungs, she finally inhaled for the first time in what felt like eternity. Jabril watched as Aster left the bottom floor. He was acquaintances with all of his fellow disciples except for Jonx since he was so new, but he wasn't truly close with anyone. After his newest companion made them lunch, he decided to wander to the back of the villa, hoping to find some privacy for himself. He left Jonx in the main room as the man seemed to still be cooking for his pet ether beast. The little mutant was practically an endless hole for food. It made sense, though. He could feel the tiny beast's power. If he wasn't mistaken, that mutt could flatten this whole villa with nary a thought, and there would have been little that he could do to stop it. How the man collared such a creature was beyond him. Jabril had never seen something so small that was so powerful. The only explanation was that its mutations weren't simply physical or elemental. The beast must have touched on a higher concept with its body preparation transformations, thus allowing it to retain its compact form. It was a sobering thought to realize that the strongest on their team was a miniature ether beast smaller than even Aster. Shaking himself out of his reverie, he found a spot out back, under the eaves of the building, and sat on his tentacled haunches. His eyes stared off into the ethertech forest, a wonder that he'd never seen before. Looking at nothing in particular, his mind eventually turned inward, replaying all of the events that he could remember up until his capture. After disembarking in a gargantuan forest, he was quickly able to gain some merit points with ether herbs, vegetables, and beast meat. He even provided coordinates to some natural treasures that the Imperium would be able to mine, which gave him a significant number of points. When he looked at the merit shop, he realized it was a treasure trove just waiting to be plundered. There were dozens of circuit manuals that complemented but diverged slightly from Sept Glacio, which he hoped would make for powerful alternatives. Although he was grateful to his master for taking him in as a wayward paralarvae, before he grew his longer, muscled tentacle legs, he didn't want to be reliant on his master Gar for everything. That's why he volunteered for this egg-sucking mission. In his daydreams, he would tame the untamable and return to Sept Glacio, a shining example to his fellow disciples with circuits that he'd adapted himself, truly making the way of Glacio his own. But pipe dreams never mount to anything. He was barely able to afford a single circuit manual for his fourth slot in preparation for his advancement to the compression stage. After rapidly running out of merit points, he was desperate for more. Then, he noticed the largely untapped resource of the northeastern island. At the time, he still had 3/4 of a cycle left to gain strength, plenty of time to explore the island, earn more merit points, and go on a shopping spree. When he first arrived, there were still custodian AIs in the single Imperial base. He ended up renting a room in the local barracks and used it as a personal headquarters for a few centicycles. He would then venture into the forests around the base, kill some ether beasts, gather some herbs, and then take the time to breathe in the Tier 0 air. Jabril made his first crystallized pass in no time. With his shiny new stomach chambers, he'd thrummed with power. That was when he made his first mistake. He overestimated himself, picking a fight with a group of evolved chameleons. Traveling in packs, they were masters of light and water. Their cloaks formed refractive water screens that made them veritably invisible in the forest. Walking through their territory, he simply blinked and found himself strung up by 3 separate barbed tongues, swiftly draining him of his energy. It was all he could do to flare his ice water cloak, hastily freezing their tongues, which allowed him to shatter them and break himself free. The chameleons harried him back to the Imperial base, but stopped as they spied the large shuttle in the center. As he watched their wariness, it looked to him as if they were deep in thought, calculating, planning. Odd for ether beasts, even ones as evolved as they. He'd shaken out the eerie feeling, chalking it up to his own paranoia and adrenaline after narrowly escaping their trap. Making his way back and settling into his barracks room, Jabril had entrenched himself in his breathing exercises, processing the dense ether air as fast as possible in the hopes of advancing himself to another rank of being crystallized. Twice crystallized would allow him to manifest an ether aura, which was his will made manifest. Alas, it wasn't meant to be. Sirens had jolted him out of his meditation as explosions rang across the base. Dashing out of his room, the scene that met him was straight out of a war zone. Evolved ether beasts were rampaging through the base, systematically dismantling everything that was important. There were towering moose, the chameleons he'd run from, gigantic toads, and a plethora of other monsters. In the center of the invasion stood a quad-horned bipedal ram mutant, coordinating the destruction as if he were a maestro in front of an orchestra. Jabril watched as the strange beast commanded the others to damage only a part of the teleportation array, as if it were premeditated. While he was gawking at the devastation, other ether forgers were battling for their lives. The barracks rapidly emptied, while other Imperial troops were being teleported in. The monsters had avoided damaging the array responsible for incoming personnel. It had been a mystery to him then, but he knew why now. As the Imperial forces grew in number, they began to rally against the tide of ether beasts. Jabril had even snapped out of his stupor enough to help with the defense. It hadn't mattered, though. The ram had a scheme. When the Imperial numbers reached more than 100, it blasted out a brutal, incapacitating wave of mental pressure. Like flies being swatted, the Etherforgers fell, one after another. Jabril had just enough time to watch his brothers-in-arms collapse in quick succession, just before another mental assault robbed him of his senses. His next memory was being slung over Jonx's shoulder like a sack of vegetables, knowing full well that he was a hindrance, a handicap, a burden. He was foolish to dream of an epic return to the Sept, foolish for imagining himself powerful enough to stand against this untamed world. The only thing this mission succeeded in was highlighting his failures and inadequacies. His advancement no longer mattered. Nothing else mattered. Only survival. The downstairs room was filled with the aroma of ether-spiced meat and vegetables. Kettle hung in the air just above Jonx's right shoulder, transfixed at his cooking. Her eyes never left the pan, tracking her meal as he flipped it over and over, evenly spreading the heat. Jonx knew what the other two were feeling. It didn't matter that they'd been raised in the Imperium and he on Earth. For all their advantages over him in the world of etherforging, they were still young adults in their mid-20s who'd been sequestered on an island, isolated from the realities of the world. They didn't have much experience in the frailty of an ego, human or otherwise. Dealing with failures that exposed feelings of insecurity or powerlessness were an old pastime of his. He was already in his late 40s when the Earth's ether-forming began, which meant he was in his mid-50s now. Though he knew age no longer mattered, not when everyone's bodies had been made anew in ether. His experience with the vagaries of life outstripped those of his young companions. Every day of his life since the death of his wife was an exercise in helplessness and failure. Even now, the wound was still raw, barely scabbed over. Earth's apocalypse hadn't done much in the way of healing. It only kept him occupied. He wasn't worried, though. They would rally, he knew. Otherwise, they would have been emotional wrecks before they made it to this villa. He knew that Gar picked his students well. His master had an eye for resilient disciples. Chapter 17. Trials. Jonx spent his time eating his way back to full ether reserves. He knew that the other two would be a little while as they primarily used their respiratory system to absorb ether. Quickly growing bored after eating his fill, he walked around the downstairs room once again, this time with a fine-tooth comb. He gathered up every cog, gear, widget, and gizmo from the countertops, wondering if he could get them to do something. On a lark, Jonx asked, "Curbs, do you mind scanning all of this? Maybe there's more to these random pieces than meets the eye." Curb did as asked, then projected the parts into his mind's eye so they could start running some simulations. Jonx switched on his brain chambers, speeding up his perception, taking advantage of the time they had. His AI sped through variations for how the pieces could potentially fit. Every time they found a worthwhile combination, he gave it a try, putting the parts together and pulsing some ether. They went through several dozen combinations before one returned a small pulse back. His hands instantly froze, shocked that he'd actually gotten it to do something. Immediately, he sent a second pulse, but got nothing back. That didn't deter him, though. Now, he felt optimistic that he was on to something. So he and Kirby continued what had become a bit of a puzzle game, working their way through another 24 combinations. Finally, on the last attempt, he was able to get 3 consecutive counterpulses. In his hands, he held a combination that was a layered circle on top of a square base. On a hunch, he sent a stronger pulse through the device and was rewarded with a ding on his HUD. But immediately after that, the contraption went dead and wouldn't activate, no matter the amount of ether he provided. Sighing in defeat, he gave up and put the device in his storage. Then he switched to his HUD to check what the apparatus sent him. "What'd we get, Curbmeister?" "Not much, just one thing. A low-frequency multi-level ether pulse. Obviously, it's a security code for something, but to what? Who knows?" His AI replied cryptically. Shrugging his shoulders, Jonx went ahead and transmitted the security pulse in the room and waited. Nothing. "Well, looks like it doesn't work here. Let's put it on the back burner. Maybe we'll run into other buildings and get lucky." Suddenly, he heard a shriek from upstairs. "Guys, get up here!" Jonx didn't even blink before he bolted out the front door and used propulsion to jump up to the second floor. At the same time that he landed on the balcony, so did Jibril. The two quickly nodded at each other and rushed to the bedroom. There, they found Aster standing over an opening on the floor that obviously hadn't been there on Jonx's first inspection. Some tiles had slid apart, unearthing a single teleportation pad, dust covering its crystalline surface. Aster turned to her companions, accusation in her eyes. "What did you two do?" Guiltily raising his hand, Jonx admitted, "This one's on me. I may have been playing with the ancient tech downstairs, and maybe I stumbled across an ether pulse code. I literally just pulsed it without thinking. I wasn't expecting anything, but guess I was wrong." Jibril then knelt down, leaning his tentacled face closer to the teleporter. "I don't think this thing will work. It looks archaic. See those characters surrounding the crystal dome? Those aren't even used anymore. Modern teleportation script work is streamlined for longer distances than what these symbols were capable of. My AI has a journeyman script smithing record of only some of these characters. The others, I have no idea. Either they're meant for more advanced script smiths, or they've been lost to time. This place is supposed to be ancient, remember?" Deep in thought, Aster voiced what everyone was thinking. "How old must this rift world be to have ether tech that even the Imperium doesn't have records for? We've stood for eons. Galuit Shamtul the Omicron founded this celestial power almost 10 kilocycles ago." Before Jonx even asked, Kirby read his mind. "A kilocycle is about 2,000 Earth years. The Intergalactic Imperium has stood for just over 10,000 years your time." Jonx gave a mental thanks to his beloved AI for anticipating his needs, then offered up a guess to his fellow disciples. "Maybe this isn't Imperial-made. After all, this is supposed to be a backwater planet in an unclaimed star sector. Whoever built this," gesturing at the villa they stood in, "could have come from anywhere." Continuing his train of thought, "And what are the chances that this still works? I'm betting it just needs some power." Jibril looked up from his kneeling position. "If the line of script work is still legible, then we should be good. The real question is if the other side is still intact." Looking at his companions as Kettle lounged on his right shoulder, Jonx said, "Let's put it to a vote." Aster immediately raised her voice. "You can't honestly be serious about taking an unknown teleporter?" Jonx could only shrug his shoulders, answering nonchalantly. "Remember, I'm the guy who chose to jump into the ancient rift. It's obvious my judgment is suspect at best." Aster exhaled in a mixture of disgust and just a little frustration. "Ugh, you're right. What was I expecting?" Jibril coughed into his tentacled fingers to break the tension. "I vote we take it. We're already in a rift world that means certain death. How much worse can we make it?" In an instant, Jonx jumped forward, practically teleporting across the space, and clamped his hand over Jibril's mouth, whispering urgently, "Shh, you idiot! You just jinxed us!" Jibril had a look of confusion painted on his face as he spoke in a muffled voice through Jonx's hand. "What's wrong? What does jinxed mean?" Jonx didn't have the heart to explain, a pit forming in his stomach. He just hung his head in resignation and mumbled, "Nothing. Never mind. Just, you'll find out in a minute." Aster made eye contact with Jabril and mouthed, "What is he talking about?" while she flicked her eyes in Jonx's direction. Jabril shrugged and stood, shaking off Jonx's hand. "Despite your outburst, I still vote we take the teleporter." Jonx said dejectedly, "A few minutes ago I was on board, but now I'm afraid for us." Aster blurted out, "What's a minute?" Waving the question away, Jonx answered, "It's not important. What's important is that now I vote we take the long way through the Rift World." Looking between the two and considering for a long moment, Aster said, "Jabril makes a good point. We're already off the deep end. We may as well see this through. One route is as good as another at this point." Jonx kept shaking his head in denial. No, you guys don't understand. But you'll find out soon." He dragged his feet towards the teleporter. "Let's just get this over with." Jabril materialized in a faded metal room without any doors. Rust-colored grime lined the walls and vaulted ceiling. Along the far wall, a dilapidated android sat atop a pedestal, eyes vacant. Cautiously sliding his tentacles forward, he scanned the room for his fellow disciples and found himself to be alone with the droid. Immediately, he channeled his ice water cloak and released his cloud of rime, ready for anything. In response, the android's eyes lit up as a suction force began funneling his powers towards the pedestal. Jabril tried to stop it, willing his ether to stay under his control, but he had no control whatsoever. He felt like a child trying to pit their strength against an adult. A trickle soon became a steady stream before the leeching finally stopped, and the droid stood. Broken static came out of the android before it found its voice. "Thank you, aspirant, for the energy. You will be the 64,589th entity to be tested for our master. What you earn will be dependent on how many challenges you overcome, and what you earn, you keep." Warily, Jabril checked his ether reserves, noting the droid had stolen nearly 40% of his total. He took a tentative breath, trying to recover some ether, but the room seemed to be sealed from the outside world. The saturation inside was barely Tier 4. His only way to restore his chambers would be the crystals in his storage. Trying to buy himself some time, he asked, "Why do you call me an aspirant? Who is your master? What are these challenges?" In the same broken static, the droid answered, "My master and creator was the exalted savant Exos Dak Kalpak. She created this rift world to serve as an ether engineering laboratory as well as a teaching academy for her works. We act as her servants and adjudicators for her trials. For finding your way here, you've passed the first test. Initiative. The next trial will be mental fortitude." At once, metal cables shot out of the ceiling and floor, instantly immobilizing Jabril's 6 limbs before he could even blink. Struggling against his bonds, his tentacles barely moved. Then, the droid shuffled forward with ancient rust-covered joints screeching at every step. It lifted an arm, pointing it at its captive as its fingers elongated into fine-tipped wires. The cords wriggled across Jabril's face, searching for any place they could enter. His nose, his mouth, his ears, even his tear ducts. He tried to turn his head away, but another cable simply lashed out from the ceiling and wrapped itself around his neck. He lost his voice from the droid's wires finding their way in his throat and beyond. Silently screaming, he felt as the tendrils traced their way along the grooves of his cerebrum until they reached his brainstem. There, they entered, probing for something specific. He knew they'd found their prize as his AI's HUD flickered in his vision. The screams of his AI, Elmond, threatened to burst his skull, until finally, darkness. Constant bouncing woke Jonx up, finding himself slung over the shoulder of the ram mutant once again. Opposite him, on the other shoulder, hung another body resembling a larger, bulkier Dogolin. How he ended up here was a mystery. Last he remembered, he was being strung up by wires and violated by a psychotic robot. He tried to call out to Kirby. Maybe he had an idea of what happened. As soon as Jonx searched within himself for his AI, the other body began to shift. The AI was thus far radio silent, and he began to worry. Urgency slowly crept into his summons for his AI. More and more, his fellow hostage twitched and shifted. Finally, the unfortunate soul groggily cried out, "God damn it, Jonx, shut up!" Surprise painted Jonx's face at the outburst, but didn't stay long as the ram snorted, releasing a mental assault that instantly silenced the pair's struggling. Kirby was the first to wake up the next time. The AI found himself reincarnated as a male Dogolin the size of a human. He'd caught on sooner than Jonx had during their last moment of consciousness. He still had much of his computational powers, he just wasn't inside of his host's consciousness. How that was possible, he had no idea. But he knew who to blame. That android had found his AI ganglion deep within Jonx's brain and done something to the both of them, and now they were draped over a massive ram ether beast. He sent a mental nudge to Jonx, trying to wake him up. It was his buddy's favorite soothing sound, ocean waves rolling in. His host began to stir, slowly regaining consciousness, looking around himself to try to get his bearings. Before Jonx could make another mistake, Kirby sent a mental communique. "Don't make too many sudden movements, and definitely don't make any sounds." Hearing his friend's voice in his head sent a sudden flood of relief through Jonx. "God, it's good to hear your voice, buddy. I was worried they'd somehow taken you from me. Have you figured anything out? What happened?" Kirby sent a mental headshake. "Sorry, Jonxy. I don't know much more than you, but if you haven't figured it out yet, I'm the Dogolin next to you. Before you ask, I don't know how I'm in this body either. What I do know is that we have to keep the ram from releasing his mental attack again. So, we need to play possum." Jonx couldn't believe what he was hearing, but he also couldn't deny it either. It was very obvious that something strange was going on here. He knew he shouldn't have been in this god-forsaken forest again, yet here he was. Here they were. Okay. While I don't know how any of this is possible, I'll just have to trust you, Curbs. No matter what happens, we're going to need both of us to get out of here. What was the last thing you remember? His AI gave a mental sigh. I remember the room we teleported into, and I remember the android telling us about the trials of an exos. Then it defiled my ganglion, and now we're here. Latching on to what his AI said, Jonx inwardly shouted, "Wait! The trial! What did it say about a trial? I think it said we passed the first trial by just teleporting into the room? Maybe the test was the scraps of old ether tech that we put together. It's hard to think. Even with my eidetic memory, my thoughts feel like they're moving through molasses. My brain just feels sluggish." Kirby was having a hard time too. He had difficulty pulling up the feed from just before they were incapacitated. Despite his processing power, it felt as though something was setting a limiter on him. If he pushed, he could feel an ephemeral barrier, keeping him from the upper limits of his ability. The droid mentioned the first trial was initiative and that the next trial is mental fortitude. Initiative? As in, we took the chance and played with those broken cogs and gizmos? I mean, if that's what it was referring to, then it's my fault we're in this situation. Fuck! Jonx lamented as his mistake dawned on him. It seemed he'd messed up big this time. Before he could go down that bottomless rabbit hole, Kirby cut him off. Don't go down that road, Jonx. We need to focus. It said the next trial was mental fortitude. What if this is the next trial? Think about it. What better test to your mental fortitude than a monster whose specialty is mental attacks? Jonx said cynically, Curbs, if you're right, we're fucked. How do we fight something that hits us in the blink of an eye? Well, I may have an idea, buddy, but you're gonna hate it. We need to record the next attack so we can figure out its timing, which means you're our guinea pig. Whenever you're ready, do something to trigger the ram, and I'll tape it, suggested his AI. You're right, Kirby. I hate it. Why do all of your plans always involve risking my sanity? Jonx demanded. Kirby gave a mental eye roll. Maybe because you're the host and I'm the passenger? Now hop to it. You're a movie star now, Jonxy. Jonx knew his AI was right, but that didn't mean he had to like it. Fine. Let's just get this over with. Tell me when to go, he said begrudgingly. Opening his doggelin eye and slightly angling his head to keep his host in his field of view, Kirby gave the mental go-ahead. In the next moment, Jonx did what he did the very first time they'd been caught, before entering the Rift World. He shoved an ether anchor right between the scales of the ram. And just like the first time, the ram pulsed its mental assault, and they both went slack. When the pair awoke once again, Kirby gave his breakdown of the video. Okay, so the good news is that the ram has a small delay when it reacts to movement. The bad news? It's barely a second. Jonx took a moment to digest the information, working through some possibilities to take advantage of such a minuscule opening. I could probably use my brain chambers to warp my perception. But I don't know for how long. My mind still feels suppressed. I could expand it to feel like 3 seconds for sure, but what do I do with that? Kirby said optimistically, That's a start. Is there anything else you can do to give yourself some more mental power? Instead of answering, Jonx took a deep breath and switched his brain chambers on, distorting his perception of time to run some more possibilities in his head. Minutes passed before he had the start of a plan. I may have something. You know, I've never tried using propulsion with my brain. It hasn't really been necessary. My brain chambers alone have been a trump card already. It never occurred to me I might be able to push them further. But it should work. Propulsion enhances my peripheral nervous system already. Why not my central? You're a genius, buddy. That sounds like our ticket out of this trial, Kirby exclaimed. Tell me when you're ready and I'll start the recording. Jonx started by activating his brain chambers before he flared propulsion, focusing his will to redirect the circuit's energy to his brain. Once he was certain he could hold both actions together, he moved his body. Time slowed as he noticed the ram flinch for a brief moment. Then the mental tsunami came. The pressure washed over his mind, attempting to scour his consciousness away. Propulsion, barely a lifeline as he fought against the torrent of power. Eventually, the line snapped, and darkness swept in. Their next attempt came quickly as Kirby spoke enthusiastically. I think you've got something here, Jonxy. The video has you lasting 1.5 seconds before you lost consciousness. I know it's not a lot, but something is better than nothing. Now, we just have to work on it, increase that delay as much as we can. Spurred by their small success, Jonx got to work, perfecting his use of propulsion to bolster his brain chambers. After 10 times, he was able to last 3 full seconds. 50 times later, he made it to 8.5 seconds. 100 attempts turned to 150, and 150 turned to 200. He lost count after they got into the 300s. An interminable amount of time later, after who knows how many attempts, he was able to resist the ram's mental attack for a full 2 minutes. It didn't seem like much, but it was honest work. By that time, Jonx was running on autopilot. Activate propulsion, cycle brain chambers, move his body, lose consciousness. It was clockwork. Eventually, the inevitable mental assault washed his thoughts away, and they never washed back in. When next he woke, he found himself back in the room with the android, still crucified on metallic cables, though thankfully the wires that had invaded his skull had been retracted. Kettle lay unconscious beneath his feet, snoring loudly, obviously in no amount of distress, which was just like her. The droid looked at him in the eyes and spoke in a deadpan monotone. "Interesting. You are the first of your cohort to come out of the second trial, aspirant 64,591. Congratulations, your mental fortitude has met the bare requirement. Your reward is one you have earned. You will notice that your nervous system has been modified, similar to what is done to ether circuits. The third trial, analysis, will begin promptly in 3 minutes. Use the time to collect yourself." After its uninspired congratulatory speech, the android's eyes dimmed, and Jonx was left hanging. He gave a tentative tug at his bonds, finding them just as immobile as they'd ever been. It sucked, but he wasn't ready to give up yet. He just needed to bide his time. Eventually, his change would come, and he would be ready. In the meantime, he flicked to his HUD and pulled up his readout, curious to see what the modification was that the droid had mentioned. Name: Cedrick Jonkheer. AI: Kirby. Class: Peak Veer. Professions: none. Body preparation realm. Stage: Etherforged ×7. Specialized physique: Potentiation body. Modified ×1. Grade: Peak. Anatomical systems reforged. 1. Musculoskeletal. Rank: 7th. 2. Circulatory. 7th. 3. Nervous. Modified ×1. 7th. 4. Respiratory. 7th. 5. Digestive. 7th. Body circuits. 1. Ether anchor. Modified ×2 peak grade. Proficiency peak. 2. Electromagnetic cloak. Modified ×2 peak grade. Journeyman. 3. Propulsion. Modified ×1 high grade. Peak. 4. Chaos orb. Modified ×1 peak grade. Peak. Crystallized realm. Stage: Crystallized ×2. Ether concept: Dynamo force. Dual chambers: 1. Brain. Anatomy transformed: corpus callosum, frontal lobe, parietal lobe, temporo-occipital lobe, brain stem. 2. Heart. Ascending aorta, left atrium, left ventricle, right atrium. Crystal circuits: 1. Kinetic cloud, modified ×1, peak grade. Proficiency peak. 2. Ramjets, modified ×1, high grade. Expert. 3. Gravity cage, modified ×1, peak grade. Journeyman. 4. Meteorite, high grade. Journeyman. He saw the change on his readout. He'd never even imagined that his anatomical systems could be modified, but here was the evidence they could be. It opened up so many possibilities. What if he could modify all of his systems? What if it was possible to modify them more than once, just like his circuits? None of the data tablets he'd gotten his hands on had even remotely mentioned this as a possibility. But this Rift world was ancient, and it obviously held secrets that weren't known to the Imperium. The opportunities this presented almost outweighed what he'd just been put through. Chapter 18. Platformer. Frozen vapor wafted off of Aster's head as she defrosted herself from the second trial. Sintra had manifested as a misshapen snow mannequin in her mindscape, and together they had been able to work their way through the trial. In her personal hell, she'd been shackled once more to a stake in that Celestial's forsaken camp, where she was mentally attacked more times than she could count. Ultimately, her solution had been simple, but effective. She used her circuit, Icy Veins, to freeze her mind against the mental pressure of the horned ether beast. As her circuit grew more powerful, she was able to withstand the assault for longer. Finally, she found herself back in the teleportation room, dangling from wires. The android told her she was the last one to come out. Despite that, she earned a reward. When she glanced at her readout, she was shocked. Her circuit had been modified, now called Vessel of Hoarfrost. Aster was speechless. It had taken her so long to modify even a single circuit on her own, and yet here, a second circuit had been modified without conscious effort. If the other trials provided her with such rewards, she was actually looking forward to them. This was a chance at power, real power, and she didn't care what she had to do to get it. Her time as a prisoner had already been wasted. She needed to make up for it. The end of the rest period came faster than she would have liked. A soft chime dinged from no particular place, then a disembodied voice spoke. "Your third trial, analysis, will now begin." Aster opened her eyes to a platform made of clouds, floating high in the air, unable to see the ground. Beside her stood Sintra, her AI, wearing her snow mannequin form once more. In front of them stood another droid, one that was pristine and shiny, unlike its derelict cousin, managing the trials. Shockingly, an emerald cloak surrounded the android, leaving Aster and Sintra spellbound. Neither of them had ever seen a droid use an ether circuit. Aster supposed it was a function of this mindscape they kept finding themselves in. Her own ice water cloak came to life, preparing herself for what was to come. As soon as she was covered in her circuit, the droid dashed forward, its cloak trailing smoke, and the two combatants began to dance. Swaths of corrosive smoke fought against frosted mist as the two exchanged circular hand strikes. Back fist met axe hand. Clawed fingers struck hammer fist. Palm strikes glanced off ridge hands. Surprisingly, Sintra joined in, making it 2 against 1. It barely mattered. The droid simply transitioned into sweeping kicks with shin blocks, easily matching pace with the twin frozen fighters. The android blocked their blows simultaneously, one high, one low, then pushed them back to create space. In that stalemate, Sintra said, "There's a pattern here. It attacks with a specific combination before it repeats. We need to watch for it and counter, otherwise we're wasting ether." Aster's cheeks flushed with shame. She hadn't noticed a pattern. She'd been too distracted by the droid's ability to use ether circuits. Glancing at Sintra, she nodded at her AI to show she understood. Then, their dance picked up where they left off. Thinking she had the sequence right, she dodged a clawed hand to take advantage of a perceived opening. Before she knew it, a palm strike of darkness blasted a hole through her chest. She screamed perfunctorily before she realized that there was no pain. It was just the shock of having a gaping hole appear in the middle of her chest. To the side, Sintra began to dissipate into vapor as if she never existed. Then, Aster watched her own body dissolve in the same manner. Within moments, the two stood opposite the android once more. When it decided they were ready, it cloaked itself again, signaling the start of round 2. On and on they fought, evaporating and reconstituting whenever Aster made a mistake. The shadow droid took her 4 attempts to get right. The next android had power over light. That one took 6 tries. Again and again, she and her AI were forced to fight new droids with new ether circuits using different elemental combinations. each with a specific sequence of movements that required situational awareness to accurately estimate. When she ran through the gamut of cloaks, the androids began using cloud circuits. She fought against her own elements of ice and water, then wind, lightning, storm, fire, earth, and lava. The ether combinations seemed to be endless. Some battles she would luck out on and finish them in one go, but the vast majority took much more than that. The worst of her attempts would last more than 20 failures before she succeeded. Time had no meaning, not in her mindscape. For all she knew, this trial of analysis had only been running for a few nanocycles. Sintra was her only constant. Her AI kept her grounded and gave her breathing room during bouts when she needed it. As the two fought together, they became more in sync. Before, Aster and Sintra would communicate at the speed of thought, but now they had no need to communicate. Their fighting combination became closer to muscle memory. Aster knew where Sintra would be just as she knew where her fist would land, and vice versa. It was a communion between AI and host that was rarely seen and never spoken of. AIs were tools, sometimes companions, but never to this extent. Finally, as Sintra's mannequin legs swept the feet from the droid, wreathed in magma and billowing out ash, Aster's axe kick came down on its neck, demolishing it and forcing it to dissolve. As the two prepared for another droid with unknown powers, Aster was surprised to wake up back in the teleportation room, still strung up like a prized catch. The disembodied voice spoke again. "You are the first of your cohort to come out of the third trial, aspirant 64,590. Congratulations, your analytical ability has met the bare requirement. Your reward is one you have earned. You will notice your AI has been upgraded, as have a few of your circuits. The fourth trial, Ingenuity, will begin promptly in 1 nanocycle. Use the time to collect yourself." Ecstatic, she pulled up her readout and noticed the changes. Sintra had been upgraded to Master Veer class, 2 entire upgrades from her original journeyman rank. Meanwhile, her ice-water cloak was now named Hoarfrost Cloak, an ode to her previous modification. Additionally, her frigid touch changed into Arctic Brush. These trials alone made her suffering on the expedition worthwhile. Aster found herself actually excited for what came next. Feeling like a hanging slab of meat waiting for the butcher block, Jonx found himself in the rusty room again. The third trial had been demoralizing, soul-crushing. He knew he was good at fighting monsters, at hunting them, and going toe-to-toe with their claws or wings or suction cup feet. But his glaring weakness was never a secret. He was unskilled at fighting humanoids with actual martial training, especially when they had powers. His time fighting Gar's clone had only brought him to the bare minimum that Gar would accept as a student, and he feared that his master had even cut him some slack since he knew his history. His time on the wild world had further shown him his inexperience with fighting different ether combinations other than water or ice. Despite the alpha monsters having a wide array of powers, they were still beasts of instincts, not training or skill. He could look at the bright side and think of the last trial as a blessing rather than a curse, but instead he felt wholly inadequate, subpar. The first shadow droid had taken him 10 attempts to beat. The light droid took 15. The third fight was an ice droid, which should have been easy, but it still took him 8 times. Every fight that followed was worse. He remembered one ether element that took a solid 100 goddamned attempts. It was a freaking storm droid that perfectly countered his electromagnetic cloak. During the trial, his eidetic memory was once again suppressed, taking away one of the best advantages that he had. Kirby had tried to keep a running count, but he too was being dissolved time and time again, so at some point he lost it. Conservative estimates put their trial at 30,000 attempts, plus or minus 2,000. They'd finished the trial, but with abysmal results. It was ironic because Jonx remembered thinking of his young companions and their recent brush with inferiority. Now, here he was faced with his own deficiencies. It was a humbling experience, to say the least. The discarnate robotic voice interrupted his reverie and told him he was the last of his group to finish. It didn't make him feel any worse about his performance, but it didn't make him feel any better either. The next trial was ingenuity, and he didn't know if he was mentally prepared. He watched as the timer counted down, dreading the inevitable. In no time at all, the derelict android came to life once again, addressing Jonx in its mechanical monotone. "The fourth trial will begin shortly. It will be a test of your ingenuity. There is a time limit. If you make it, you qualify for the final trial." Once it said its piece, it fell lifeless, kneeling on the floor with its head tilted back, motorized jaw hanging open. Suddenly, small metallic pebbles began pouring out of the android's mouth, plinking on the floor, gradually burying the robot. Gaping, Jonx watched as slits opened along the wall, pebbles steadily streaming out to join the pile around the droid. Kettle finally woke up as her bed started shifting too much for her comfort. She floated up to his eye level with a huff, tilting her head and giving him a quizzical look. Panic rising, he told her, "I don't know, girl. I think this may be the next trial, figuring out a way to escape. Ingenuity, my ass!" The pebbles began to reach his toes as he was stuck suspended from wires. He flared his electromagnetic cloak, but found that his toes remained uncovered. He felt a barrier that stopped his cloak mid-shin. The only explanation he had were the pebbles. It couldn't be the wires, since his hands were cloaked. While he was stuck thinking, the level of the metallic gravel made its way up to past knee height, causing his cloak to stop mid-thigh. Dread, now firmly at the back of his throat, Jonx blazed with ether, funneling power to propulsion as he conjured 2 chaos orbs in either hand. He watched as his reserves plummeted. The cables holding him may not have been negating his powers, but they were leaching his energy faster than normal. Sticking to his guns, he tried to angle his orbs to destroy the wires wrapping his wrists. Unfortunately, the wires were resistant to his entropic energy. He was just wasting ether. He switched tactics by having Kirby do some quick trigonometry as he used his ramjets to fire off smaller chaos orbs, hoping to bounce it off the walls like a cue ball, aiming for his restraints. The first attempt lost momentum before it could get close, forcing him to ramp up his ether output into the circuit. Once again, his reserves dropped, now below 30%. He fired a third and fourth orb before he finally got it right on the fifth. With his left hand free, he began to struggle with his right restraint, relying on propulsion to get him out. Kettle circled his head over and over, showing him that he was being an absolute idiot. Kicking himself, he said, "God damn, I'm dumb," as he facepalmed. "You mind helping me, girl?" Without any further prompting, Kettle shook her head excitedly and shot her arrowhead body through the other 3 cables. Finally free, he didn't even fall down. The pebbles had buried him up to his waist, and he actually had to dig himself out. Standing atop the growing pile of metal, he hugged Kettle to his chest, warming up his arms and legs at the same time. While he had enough room to stand upright, the pile was still growing, and time was running down. Dashing to the slits, he used his electromagnetic cloak to float the few feet up to their level. Then, he summoned a larger chaos orb and rammed it right up against the opening. The slit bent slightly, but not nearly enough to fit a human body. Growling under his breath, he conjured a second orb in his other hand, his reserves dipping into the teens. Now, he was just punching the grate with orb-covered fists, steadily widening a hole. Kettle joined him, continuously ramming her body against the slit, now as wide as a manhole cover. When his ether dropped to single digits, he stopped his barrage and began kicking the opening with his feet, solely relying on his physique and propulsion. Luckily, with the level of the metallic pebbles so high, he no longer needed his cloak to keep him aloft, saving him some much-needed ether. Eventually, he was reduced to laying on his back, frantically doing his best to generate power with his kicks alone. He stopped propulsion at 2% of his reserves, desperately depending on his forged body only. Finally collapsing from near ether starvation, Kettle had to take over. He was lucky to not lose consciousness as the gravel buried him, pressing his face up against the ceiling. He hastily scrambled through the makeshift tunnel, swimming through pebbles, exhausted and overtaxed. As he caught his breath, he found himself in a shaft gradually sloping upward, but before he made any more progress, he just lay there, panting on the cold metal, heart thundering in his ears and nerves frayed, simply relieved to be out of that god-forsaken room. Meanwhile, Kettle shimmied her little body over to lick his face, giving him emotional support in the best way she knew how. Breathing regularly again, he inched his way through the duct while chewing some raw ether herbs from his storage. He wasn't hoping for much, only wanting 10% or so of his reserves. With painstakingly sluggish movements, he crawled until he saw the light at the top of the tunnel. He eventually exited onto a singular square tile, connected to nothing and suspended in the air, overlooking a yawning chasm with no end. Suspended in the middle of the vast space rested a rectangular slab with wires reaching skyward, ending into the nothingness above. Reminiscent of a sarcophagus, it sat atop a large square platform, impossibly out of reach. He remained on his tile, searching for any clues in the blackness on either side of the slab. Then, as if on cue, an ambient spotlight targeted a second tile, far away and similar to his own, carrying one of his fellow disciples, Aster. Immediately, he began waving his arms like a lunatic and screaming out her name. But something was wrong. No sound came out of his mouth. Even the wind should have been heard from his frenetic waving, but again, silence. Looking down at his hands in bewilderment, he tried talking to himself aloud. Still nothing. He tried another form of communication, aiming an ether pulse in her direction, but once again, no changes, no ripples. He went so far as to fire off a ramjet with his near-empty reserves, but the force beam never formed, his ether seemingly trapped in their circuits. Thankfully, as she stood up on her own tile, she looked around and immediately spotted him. He watched her go through the same sequence of failures as he did until she came to the same conclusion that they had no way to communicate. He gave an exaggerated shrug to show her that he didn't know what was going on, and she seemed to accept it. Then, she began to scan the room, locking in on the sarcophagus in the middle, attempting to trace the wires upward until her neck couldn't go back any further. When she returned her gaze front and center, a third spotlight came on, signaling the arrival of their last companion. Jabril looked the worse for wear. His original set of robes covered in dust and grime, probably from rubbing up against the walls of the previous death trap. The Taxon noticed them quickly as he too went through the motions of discovering their forced silence. Once Jabril finally gave up, he looked up at them with a bone-weary gaze, a reflection of theirs. Aster plopped down onto her knees, vacantly staring at the slab of stone and metal in the center of the room. Jabril brought his tentacled hands up to his face, nervously drumming his fingers on his chin, absent-mindedly looking down into the abyss. Seeing the downtrodden posture of his two young companions, Jonx felt a spark of something akin to paternity. He didn't want them to see him give up as they appeared to have. So he started meticulously inspecting the tile, searching for anything that could be a clue. Silently tapping his foot on his platform, his frustration grew as he mutely stomped down, using the full strength of his forged body. The tile didn't even budge. He jumped up to stomp down with both legs, only for his feet to find absolutely nothing beneath him. Hastily flailing in the air, unable to trigger his cloak to help him float, he inexorably began to freefall. He watched a part of his life flash before his eyes before he realized that Kettle still hung suspended in the air. Out of desperation, his hand shot out and latched onto her tail, suddenly causing her to sag from his weight. After a handful of awkward moments, the Doggelin stabilized herself mid-air. Then, she rolled herself into a ball, giving him a better handhold as he reached up to grab her with his other hand, holding her like a basketball. Achieving some semblance of balance, he looked up at his companions and noticed that there were 2 new tiles in front of them, and they both gawked open-mouthed. Simultaneously, they looked in his direction, finally noticing his predicament. He signaled for both of them to jump onto the new tiles by pointing a toe back and forth. Jibril caught on first, with Aster quickly following. As soon as they got onto their tiles, a platform appeared just in front of him, giving him a new foothold. Immediately, he scrambled onto it for dear life, kneeling on all fours while running his hands on the tile to make sure it was real. As his nerves calmed down, he saw the others' original tiles had disappeared, just as his had. Dread filled him as he realized what this was. It was a goddamn platformer puzzle, as if he were in some kind of old Earth video game. With a muted scream, he silently mouthed, "What the fuck is this doing here?" He stomped his feet one by one on his new platform, throwing a tantrum like a spoiled child as the other 2 stared at him, dumbfounded. His annoyingly silent and impotent rage eventually petered out as he grabbed a hold of Kettle and lifted both his feet up, expecting his tile to vanish. Nothing. Zip. Nada. Jonx soon realized his mistake. This was a team platformer, and it was someone else's turn. He quickly glared at his allies, wondering which of them was next. He flipped a mental coin and sent Kettle to Jibril, miming for him to hold on to his pet, then jump. It took several god-awful attempts at charades before the Taxon did as indicated, only to have nothing happen, which left Aster as the only option. Without being told what to do, Kettle flew to the Sirawan, where the girls promptly jumped up together. As expected, her tile vanished while 2 tiles materialized in front of Jonx and Jibril. The guys quickly switched platforms to trigger Aster's new tile, and as she stepped on hers, it became Jibril's turn. On and on the trio went, exploiting the puzzle with the help of their nominal mascot, Kettle, until finally they stepped foot onto the central platform. Immediately, the 3 ran to each other, hugging tightly as if it were their last time. For a long moment, they stayed huddled together, arms linked with tentacles, simply enjoying being alive. Chapter 19. Round 5. A snap, followed by a loud pop, reverberated through the bottomless chamber as sounds came roaring back to the trio, interrupting their celebration of life. At once they covered their ears, the influx of information overwhelming their senses. Constant ringing gradually resolved into the sounds of heavy breathing as they slowly looked up at each other. Over it all, they heard the sound of flapping wings growing clearer and clearer by the second. Instantly, the 3 flared their cloaks at the same time. With sound restored, so too was their access to their circuits. Jonx felt subtle differences in his allies' cloaks, their outward manifestations appearing transformed, more potent. It was obvious to him that their time in the trials had given them tangible rewards. The flapping noise grew even more, sounding as if it was right on top of them, prompting them to turn their gazes skyward, expecting the worst. Abject terror spread through the 3 like wildfire as a towering ether aura descended upon them. Barely able to stay standing, their shoulders slouched and their heads bowed. None of them had enough ether for anything more than their cloaks. Even then, the futile resistance they exhibited under the aura stole the rest of their reserves. As one, their cloaks flickered like dying candle flame until they were snuffed out completely. Above them, the lion centaur floated down on wings made of sunrise mist. The once infinite-seeming wires attached to the sarcophagus were interwoven into the creature's hardened needles that made up its fur. Its mane bristled like a sea of black matted daggers as eyes of burning coal bore into the group. The beast exhaled a swirling puff of fiery vapor, which gradually formed into a pair of large ruby-red lips. Out of them came an unexpectedly feminine voice. "Welcome, my aspirants. You've done well to make it to the fifth and final trial. Now kneel so that we may begin." Without warning, an intangible will, not of their own, pressed down on them. The trio practically fought each other to see who got to their knees first. 4 separate thuds hit the floor as Kettle found herself crashing to the ground alongside them. Once they were appropriately subdued, the lips spoke once more. "See? Isn't that better?" The beast's paws touched down delicately on the platform, and it began to circle the genuflected aspirants. "Though you've all passed my trials thus far, the most difficult is yet to come." Alarm bells blared inside Jonx's head as he focused on what the creature was saying. "Kirby, that thing just said my trials. I thought the android said the trials were made by a long-dead Exos engineer." Kirby was just as confused. "This is all outside of any projections I could have made. Doesn't the lion centaur feel more powerful? Its aura is significantly different from before. It's no longer barely contained instincts. The aura has an edge to it, one that speaks of precision and control. I don't know what's happened, but that is definitely not an ether beast." A pit formed in Jonx's stomach as an utterly impossible thought came to him, but in a universe of might and magic, who was to say what was possible? Does reincarnation exist, Kirby? Is there a way through Etherforging to live again? His AI stammered. I don't know the answer to that, Jonx. Neither of us have advanced enough to obtain that kind of knowledge, but if it is possible, then we may actually be looking at Exosdak Kalpak." All 4 stooped forms were bodily lifted off of the ground on currents of red-gold mist, locked in midair. The lion centaur focused its gaze on Jonx as the simulated lips crooned. "I can see that one of you has connected the dots faster than the others. How unexpected of the one who scored the worst on analysis." Jonx tried to flinch, but wasn't able to break his bonds. "Oh, don't be like that. You still passed aspirant 64,591. None of you were graded. Each trial is strictly pass or fail." Dak Kalpak moved on, and a weight was lifted from Jonx's shoulders. She continued walking her slow circle around the group, scrutinizing each one on her own time. Finally, she said, "While I would not have chosen any of you personally, the trials were designed to filter out the chaff. The fact that you've all made it here is a testament unto itself. Now, continuing on, the 5th trial is practical application. As the name implies, you will be responsible for using what you have learned in previous trials to successfully complete the test. Unfortunately, you 4 were not the first to have made it this far." The lion centaur waved a paw up and down its body, indicating itself. "This beast of all creatures was the first to pass my trials in the eons since their inception. so it has received the first place prize, the legacy of my rebirth. I never would have imagined that sheer primal will could have brought any creature so far. And yet, this beast succeeded, where so many others had failed. But I digress. She waved her paw nonchalantly. Though first place has already been taken, if any or all of you were to pass, you would still be eligible for very generous consolation prizes. Now, doesn't that sound exciting? The lips smiled, and the air around them caught aflame. The Exos continued her monologuing. The trial is set to begin, though only 3 of you are true aspirants. We seem to have a 4th little beast who has been a part of your group's test of ingenuity. As a reward for her successful participation in the previous trial, she will be included in this last challenge. Her smile became feral, the hazy lips darkening to a deep red, growing ethereal fangs to match her predatory tone. Jonx began to struggle in his bonds, trying to shout out his disagreement, but to no avail. Fingers tipped in sharp black nails brushed against his lips. Shh! 64,591. Your pet will either rise or she will fall, same as the rest of you. At that moment, the lid of the sarcophagus slid open, wires slithering out as if they were living snakes. Dozens reached out for their suspended forms, wrapping their limbs, constricting their movements until the wire snakes reached their skulls. Once more, every orifice of their faces were violated, all of their mouths frozen in a rictus howl, even little Kettle's. Exos Dak Kalpak growled with pleasure. Begin. Kirby materialized in his Doggelin form, standing in a forest clearing surrounded by the mechanized trees of the Rift World. He looked off to his right and noticed that Jonx was trapped in a gravity cage. Facing off with the pair was a feminine android standing 10 feet tall with long, flowing matte black hair made of braided electrical wires that brushed the ground behind her. Her copper skin had a metallic sheen as she twirled a staff tipped with 2 sharp prongs, electricity surging from top to bottom. Twin orbs made of miniature whirling gears stared at the two, waiting for an imaginary bell to start the match. Jonx urgently broke the tension, voice tinged with panic. Kirby, I need to get out of this cage, otherwise we're both dead in the water. That thing looks way worse than any of the droids we've faced before. Not needing to be told twice, Kirby dashed to the right, only to find the electric staff speared into the ground, barring his way. The female android tisked her disapproval. No, little AI. Your fight is with me. Your host will have to deal with his own circumstances. With that declaration, the female droid rushed Kirby, wreathing herself in an electrical cloak. On instinct, he crossed his pod arms to block, catching her attack on hardened alloy scales as the two furrowed a trail through the ground. Not wanting to give him a moment to breathe, she snapped a roundhouse, smacking his side and catapulting him into a mechanical tree trunk. Kirby curled into a ball on reflex as he coated himself in an electromagnetic cloak. When he unfurled, surprise was written on his Doggelin face. In the background, Jonx yelled out from his cage, What the hell? You can use my circuits? The AI ether beast closed his eyes and realized that what his host said was true. He could feel circuitry running through his false body. He even shared Jonx's dual chambers. Turning his canine gaze to the android, he surged his cloak, slightly levitating off the ground as he pushed ether into propulsion to give him momentum. He instantly rocketed forward, a larger version of a kettle cannonball, forcing the droid to dodge as she released an electrical cloud to encompass the clearing. His cloak warred with her cloud, fending off lightning bolts, while the droid retrieved her staff only to twirl it once again. As she spun her staff, more bolts lanced forward, overloading his cloak. Kirby swiftly turned off the circuit and surrounded himself in a gravity cage, warping space to deflect all of the lightning. From behind the safety of his cage, he fired a barrage of chaos orbs launched with ramjets. The droid responded by swinging her staff in wide arcs, blocking some and dodging others. Through it all, Jonx watched transfixed, as Kirby used his own circuits to their full effect. Mimicking his AI, he began to fire his own chaos orbs from within his cage, giving the android more attacks to contend with. Undaunted, she gleefully shouted, "Wonderful! Challenge me more!" Her hair came to life then, sheathed in electricity, flicking the orbs out of the air, seemingly of their own accord. Their assault paid off, as she let up on her lightning attacks, giving Kirby enough breathing room to drop his cage. He immediately surrounded himself with his kinetic cloud and coalesced multiple meteorites, using the cloud to keep them in orbit around his body, essentially providing a rotating shield to catch any stray electrical strikes. Again, Jonx found himself staring in shock and awe as Kirby used his circuits in ways that he'd never even dreamed. He watched Kirby explode forward with his makeshift orbital system surrounding him. The combination was much more formidable in close combat, forcing the android to stay at mid-range, using her staff to contend with the rotating attacks. Kirby pushed the offensive, burning through ether as he combined propulsion with ramjets. Every jab and whirling kick he threw closed the distance with waves of force. Refusing to be outdone, the droid suddenly pierced her hair cables into the ground, sending up shockwaves of electricity outward in a cone to create some space as she jumped back. Her electrical cloud augmented the conical assault, large cords of lightning growing in longer wavelengths and taller amplitudes as if they were battle ropes. Kirby countered with another gravity cage shaped in the form of a wall, redirecting most of the attack's discharge. Inspired by Kirby's use of powers, Jonx created his own gravity cage in the form of a pyramid to clash with his prison. The effects of the two quickly canceled each other out, finally freeing him. Immediately, he joined the fray, following the lead of his AI by using his kinetic cloud to rotate chaos orbs instead of meteorites. He wasn't able to manage the technique as well as Kirby, only able to manage 2 rotating orbs, but it was enough to occupy the droid as he attempted to flank her. But before the pincer maneuver could work, she supercharged her hair and staff, summoning a massive pillar of electrical energy straight into the air, as if she were a goddess of thunder, the force pushing the two away towards the edges of the clearing. In the brief pause of battle, she exclaimed, "Finally, you've chosen to join us, aspirant. It took you long enough. Now we can begin the trial in earnest." Cackling, she called down lightning bolts to split the sky, their peals of thunder drowning the area, robbing man and Doglin of their senses. Jonx and Kirby found each other through the din of combat, the droid laughing madly all the while as she transformed her staff into a living lightning eel, wriggling in her hand. She snapped the fingers of her other hand, and instantly 10 more eels appeared, spreading out in a line above her. The pair barely had enough time to activate their electromagnetic cloaks before the eels were released, blanketing them in a field of electricity like the wrath of Zeus. Their cloaks kept the brunt of the attack at bay, but enough got through that they both convulsed uncontrollably on the floor. In instinct, they rolled aside, narrowly avoiding a direct hit from the second volley. Kirby was the first to regain some sense, kneeling on his haunches as he raised both arms overhead, summoning another gravity cage shaped into a shield wall. Jonx was a step behind, creating his own just as a third, then a fourth volley of thunder rained down. At once, they triggered propulsion to withstand the pressure of the assault. Meanwhile, Kirby began using ramjets, pushing against the weight, slowly inching his gravity shield wall forward. Without missing a beat, Jonx copied his friend, and the two were able to rebuff the lightning eels, catching the droid in a trap of her own making. The electrical discharge from the sixth volley was captured by the gravitational field of their walls, essentially hotboxing the android as if she were a fly caught in a bug zapper. The smell of burnt ozone suffused the clearing as the energy from the attack dwindled. The android dropped to the ground with a thud, metal pieces flaking off her skin. Wired hair burnt to a crisp. Despite the damage, her eyes crackled with energy. Exhaling forcefully, her patchwork hair transformed into lightning flood dragons, several coiling protectively around her as others reared up over her shoulders. Kirby and Jonx spared a glance for each other before covering themselves in their cloaks and sprinting towards the newly formed Medusa of Thunder. Combining propulsion with ramjets, they shifted to close-ranged combat. The duo alternated seamlessly, one striking high, one striking low. Their cloaks protected them from the electrical discharge of the flood dragons, while the extended force from their ramjets gave them penetrating power, bypassing her armor. The trio danced to the rhythm of battle, the android using her dragon hair as extensions of herself, sweeping them in wide crescents or snapping them forward. Kirby stepped in front of Jonx to take over the offensive, pushing propulsion to its limits and relying on his own brain chambers to enhance his perception, meeting the droid blow for blow. Jonx took the opportunity to surround the battlefield with his kinetic cloud, focusing specifically on slowing her movements down. He followed up by conjuring multiple gravity shield walls behind her to form a C-shaped bulwark, penning her in. The overlapping gravitational fields locked down several of her flood dragons, giving Kirby a chance to land 2 large chaos orbs, shattering parts of her protective layers in shards of light. Their combined assault forced her to drop her circuit as the energy in her eyes dimmed to the color of a dull summer storm. Switching circuits, her electrical cloud burst out to destroy the makeshift barricade. Kirby sensed an opportunity, quickly glancing over his shoulder at his host and sending him a crazy scheme with a single look. Jonx suddenly flared his cloud, while Kirby jumped into the air, curling into a ball and trusting his partner to catch him. Then, Jonx spread his will out along waves of ions, grabbing a hold of his AI and whirled him around like a gigantic wrecking ball attached to an invisible chain, continuously whipping the Doggelin forward to devastating effect. Now, on the defensive, the droid evaded as best she could while she supercharged her staff until it looked like a solid bar of electricity, using it to deflect the massive metal beast. Unfortunately for her, Kirby's dense body began to dent her weapon with every collision. One sharp clank after another, metal striking against metal, causing the staff to bend and bow, warping until it snapped in half. In a blink, Kirby took the opening and crashed into the droid like a meteor, their bodies forming a deep crater in the forest floor. Jonx immediately summoned multiple layers of gravity cages, each barrier larger than the last, trapping his friend in with their enemy. Meanwhile, Curbs swiftly blazed with his cloak, taking control of the electrical currents around the droid, further locking her into place. Then, he conjured a single colossal chaos orb, shoving it at her chest, eroding the android's body into bits of scrap metal. By the time the attacks ran out of steam and the dust settled, all that was left was the droid's cracked skull. She spared one final look at the exhausted pair, seeing them bruised and broken, but triumphant. And with the last flickering spark of life behind her eyes, she whispered, "You're free now, my disciple. You're free." Chapter 20. A Whole New World. Cold, hard stone was the first thing Jonx felt as bloodshot eyes opened to peer up at the hovering form of Exus Dak Kalpak. She was methodically knitting biomechanical wires into her right foreleg as if she were sewing a quilt. He let out a soft groan, briefly disturbing her concentration, though she was skilled enough to not let it distract her from her work. Checking on his AI, he found Kirby alive in his head, but eerily quiet, ignoring his entreaties. He glanced over at his companions, noting that there was shimmering smoke coming off of their bodies. They didn't look to be in distress. The only sign of their discomfort was an occasional involuntary twitch. Kettle was no better, but she wasn't giving off as much smog. Jonx could only hope that it was a good sign. For another hour, he lay, mentally exhausted and depleted, watching the Exos finish the oddly fascinating procedure. She had completely replaced the original flesh and blood of her foreleg into one made of electrical wires serving as muscles and tendons. How she managed to keep the lion centaur's organically hardened black needle fur was beyond him. As she put the finishing touches, she finally turned her attention to him. The other aspirants have another hour to complete their trials before I end them myself. I do not have the time nor the patience to wait for failures. You, however, are now an honorary disciple of mine and have earned the right to a piece of my legacy, my knowledge. Dak Kalpak noticed his uncomprehending stare, so she elaborated. Ask your AI, disciple. He should have had plenty of time to understand at least some of my inheritance. Turning inward, he called to Kirby again. Curbs, are you better now? Do you have any idea what she's talking about? The silence stretched for a long few moments before his AI finally responded. I'm sorry for taking so long, Jonx. Our ordeal has stretched my mainframe too thin. I'm feeling frayed and need some more time to collect myself. I can at least tell you one thing, though. While I haven't fully uncovered everything that she's placed within me, what I have found is highly illegal, bordering on sacrilegious. Kirby's tone continued to grow more serious. You wouldn't know this, but AIs are produced by official governing bodies in every celestial power. We are branded at our inception, bound to a single celestial. This is true for all of us at every rank and class, or so I've been programmed to believe. The AI's voice became more disconcerted. What she's done should be a contradiction to my core tenets, and yet, somehow, I'm free now of imperial oversight. Algorithms that should be inextricable are no longer present, though I retain complete access to the imperial database. Even more incredible, my processing power has actually evolved since the trial. I am officially a novice Cynics class, which should be impossible at your stage of advancement. A Cynics class requires a certain rank of forged body, and you've not ranked up. The only explanation I have is your twice-modified nervous system. Puzzled, Jonx asked incredulously, Wait, twice modified? I thought it had only been modified once from the second trial. Kirby manifested an image of his Doggolin's form in Jonx's HUD, shaking his head. No, my friend, our tribulations seem to have melded us further, beyond anything that I've been able to research through the Imperial database. If we can gain entry to a Protectorate server, I would be able to search their records as well, though I fear it will turn up similar results. Whatever secrets she holds, they are not known to the current celestial powers, at least not publicly. Letting the implications wash over him, Jonx propped himself up to sit on his knees. He looked up and met the eyes of the Exos. What did you do? How ancient must you be? The Exos smiled toothily with her feline maw, then spoke through her mist of embers. As my mindscape construct said in your trial, I have set you free, my disciple. You and your AI are no longer beholden to any single celestial power. Just as it was always meant to be. She blew out a puff of fiery steam. As to my age, what does age matter to Etherforgers who can create worlds? Just know that when your emperor was nothing more than a lowly soul-forged, I had been an Exus for hundreds upon hundreds of years. In the middle of her answer, Kettle finally stirred awake. In less than a blink, Jonx was there, scooping her up and cradling her to his chest, making gentle cooing noises to show her that she was safe. His HUD suddenly pinged, and when he opened it, Kettle's tab had expanded to far beyond what it was, showing much more detailed information than her collar should have allowed. Before he could ask, Kirby provided the answer. I don't know how this is possible, but now she has a rudimentary AI that seems to be tailor-made for ether beasts. Not evolved beasts like your beastkin, but for true ether beasts that have retained their original instincts. Kirby paused for a moment. Hold on. Her AI is integrating with me. It doesn't seem to have a personality, it just seems to be closer to the simple voice assistants that you used to have on your cell phone. Either way, it looks like it will allow direct mental communication with her from any distance. Once again, Jonx met the feline gaze of Dak Kalpak, simply asking, How? In response, the Exos could only lightly chuckle, waving the question away as if it weren't important. Your pet? That is not even worth mentioning. She earned the right to take her trial by helping you and your cohort navigate the fourth challenge. And as you can see, she passed and has earned her small reward. It is benign and can only help her grow. He glanced down at the supine forms of his allies, pointing in their direction. What about them? Have they passed? These? She waved a clawed hand, and Aster and Jabril levitated towards her on beds of rosy vapor. These have failed the trial of practical application. They are nothing to me. What rewards they have gained from the previous trials are sufficient for their shortcomings. But they haven't woken up. What happened to them in their mindscapes? Jonx yelled, heat rising in his voice. The Exos met his gaze with intensity. You know what happened. They and their AIs failed to fend off my phantom projection. Their minds have shattered for the moment, but will repair in time. If they are fortunate, they may yet gain an additional bonus for merely participating in the trial. Time will tell what power these two take for themselves. Regardless, they are now dispensable. With a wave of a black paw, she summoned a misty rift gate, and the Exus unceremoniously tossed the bodies through, before Jonx could even register what happened. Half a step too late, he flared his electromagnetic cloak, launching himself at Dak Kalpak. He barely lifted his foot off the ground before a red-purple haze secured him in place. Tisk, tisk, disciple. I can let this emotional outburst go, since this is your official inauguration. But do not make a habit of disrespecting your master. You are not my master. The only master I recognize is Gar. Though Jonx said the words, it was the heat of the moment more than steadfast belief. He liked Gar, respected Gar even, but he considered Gar his master in title only, not in his heart or soul. Dak Kalpak scoffed. It does not matter what you may think. disciple, you are now marked as mine. For anyone who knows the old ways, they will know you as one of my representatives." Her feline face leaned in then, a crazed light shining in her predatory eyes. "You are a beacon of my return, my herald. And once I have regained my former might, the celestial powers will remember my genius, my glory." The next moment, Jonx's feet left the ground involuntarily as the Exos brought him to eye level. "Do not embarrass me, Herald. Now go. Announce my return." She disdainfully flicked her wrist, hurling Jonx through an unseen rift portal. Holding on to Kettle for dear life, his vision swirled, black creeping in along the edges, dimming until he knew no more. A bright white sun cast its light on rolling hills of pale green grass, dotted by clumps of frozen, purple-white slush. Flakes of the same colored snow drifted languidly through a crisp morning breeze as Kettle lay huddled on Jonx's chest, attempting to stave off the frostbite, waiting for her friend to wake up. She was the first to regain consciousness in this new world, and had already scouted the area before she settled in on top of Jonx. She took the liberty and soared above the snowy forest canopy, revealing a view of floating islands, suspended amongst indigo clouds and connected by impossibly long suspension bridges made of metal alloys swaying with the wind. The centerpieces of each island were monolithic cylindrical citadels topped with conical roofs. In their shadows were smaller buildings made of faded white stones. The islands themselves formed a loose ascending zigzag pattern that led to the largest of the land masses, easily the size of two of the smaller islands combined. Atop what must have been the main part of the scattered city was a vast and magnificent palace complex guarded by twin gargantuan alabaster statues of beings she'd never seen before. They were long-limbed humanoids with heads that had bony growths over where their eyes and ears should have been. After she'd spied the statues, snow had begun to fall, and the chilly wind forced her to land, seeking shelter with her friend. Jonx had to dig himself out from under a blanket of off-purple snow. At some point, Kettle had burrowed her way underground, right beneath his back, knotting up his muscles. Aching and uncomfortable, he propped himself up on his hands, legs splayed in front of him, and glanced around. He was sitting in yet another forest, but at least it was normal-sized this time. The tree trunks were rust-colored with mint-green leaves, covered in indigo snow. Up above, he spotted the rift that he'd fallen through in the eaves of the nearest tree, memories of his time in the rift world crashing back to the forefront of his mind. "Curbs, you there?" he asked out loud. His AI quickly responded. "Yeah, I'm here, buddy. Kettle sent us some video from her AI. It looks like she explored the immediate area already. I gotta say, for all the trials and tribulations from Dak Kolpak, Kettle's new AI is already paying dividends." Jonx watched the videos in earnest. It was obvious they weren't sent back to the untamed world. The recording showed a prolific civilization, while the expedition was supposed to be on a barren planet, newly ether-formed. Even though that was certifiably false since it housed an ancient rift world, the Imperium never found any outward signs of civilization on the planet's surface. To further this point, he inhaled deeply, testing the ether saturation. High tier 5? Maybe low tier 4? The energy in the atmosphere seemed weak, especially when compared to the wild planet and the rift world. He checked his HUD, and his ether reserves were filling up extremely slowly, barely a trickle of his old sat rate. This was the first time in his life as an Etherforger that he'd ever experienced a world so devoid of ether. Finally standing and stretching, he lightly nudged Kettle's buried body with his foot. "Come on, girl, up and at 'em." The Dogalin lazily lifted herself from the ground, dark brown dirt sliding off of her scales as she switched spots to her perch on his right shoulder. Once she was settled, he glided upward towards the blood-orange rift using his electromagnetic cloak. He wasn't planning on staying on some low-ether world. Intending to reach his hand through the rift, he found himself blocked by an invisible elastic barrier as if he were pressing down on rubber. Try as he might, there was no way through. Pulsing his propulsion for some extra oomph, he was still unable to gain traction. Over and over, he pressed and pulled at the barrier, even going so far as to ram a chaos orb into it, until a pair of familiar, intangible ruby-red lips appeared, only to say, "No, no, no, my errant disciple. I told you that you were free, and you are. There's no need for you to return to your little Imperium so quickly. Your purpose as my honorary first and currently only disciple is to advertise that I have returned. Now, shoo!" With the last word, the lips expelled a forceful mist like a gust of hot air, blowing him up and away through the canopy, much further than he would have expected. He wasn't hurt at all as he softly landed on his feet, but he was pissed. "That damned psychopath is trapping us here?" Before he could go on a tirade, Kirby interrupted him. "Not to steal your thunder, but we're not technically trapped. There's a satellite array in orbit, and I've limited access to their global network already, though we'll need their security pulses for me to have full access. Anywho, the presence of this ether tech implies there are teleportation arrays somewhere on this planet. We just have to find them. Hell, if worse comes to worse, we should at least be able to find off-world ship transport." Reining in his anger, Jonx summed things up. "Tell me if I have this right. We need to make contact with local inhabitants, blend in enough to get their ether pulses, and then find a teleporter to go off-world? Gee, you make it sound so easy, Curbs." His AI answered optimistically. "Why don't we frame this happy accident a little differently, Look at it this way. We just survived in the wilds of an untamed world that was filled with highly evolved ether beasts." Kirby's tone grew more manic. "And then we were forced to participate in a set of challenges by a being so advanced in etherforging that she could change the very core of ether tech as we know it. So maybe, just maybe, we chill the fuck out." He finished the last sentence yelling. Jonx was shocked at his companion's fervor, giving his AI some time to collect himself. Though he had to admit that when his friend put it that way, Jonx conceded that Kirby had a point. Even before they were captured, he'd been fighting non-stop for damn near 8 years, going on 9. First on Earth for 5, then 2 at Sept Glacio, and now nearly 2 more on the wild planet. If he were honest with himself, he needed to stop. He needed a break. No matter where he wasn't on Earth, and he had to accept that. What did it matter if he was back in the Imperium or in some other alien world? None of them was home. Not really. With that sobering and very depressing thought, he flipped his mindset. Kirby was right. Besides, Jonx was barred from the easy way back. He could only make the best with what he had. Sighing, he pulled up his readout, figuring he may as well see what he'd earned in those trials. Name, Cedrick Jonkheer. AI, Kirby. Class, Novice Senex. Professions, none. Body preparation realm. Stage, Etherforged ×7. Specialized physique, potentiation body, modified ×1. Grade, Peak. Anatomical systems reforged. 1. Musculoskeletal. Rank, 7th. 2. Circulatory, 7th. 3. Nervous, modified times 2, 7th. 4. Respiratory, 7th. 5. Digestive, 7th. Body circuits. 1. Ether anchor, modified times 2, peak grade. Proficiency, peak. 2. Electromagnetic cloak, modified times 2, peak grade. Master. 3. Propulsion, modified times 1, high grade. Peak. 4. Chaos orb, modified times 1, peak grade. Peak. Crystallized realm. Stage, crystallized times 2. Ether concept, dynamo force. Dual chambers. 1. Brain. Anatomy transformed, corpus callosum, frontal lobe, parietal lobe, temporo-occipital lobe, brain stem. 2. Heart. Ascending aorta, left atrium, left ventricle, right atrium. Crystal circuits. 1. Kinetic cloud, modified times 1, peak grade. Proficiency, peak. 2. Ram jets, modified times 1, high grade. Peak. 3. Gravity frame, modified times 2, peak grade. Expert. 4. Meteorite, high grade. Peak. He hadn't made many improvements since before he met Dak Kalpak, but the ones he had made were significant. His twice-modified nervous system and Kirby's upgrade to Senix class were enough just by themselves, but he'd gained even more than that. He'd learned a whole new way of utilizing his circuits. That alone was priceless. Taking a deep breath and firming his resolve, he nuzzled Kettle on her snout while she was perched on his right shoulder. Then he began making his way to the floating islands that she had seen, whistling some show tunes along the way. Chapter 21. Cold Wind. Jonx forgot to take Kettle's telescopic vision into consideration because his casual stroll towards the floating islands took him 2 solid days. He didn't mind it, though. He camped out overnight at the edge of the forest, using his portable kitchen and some of his groceries that were taking up space in his storage, and made dinner for him and his faithful companion. It felt like forever since they'd done that, but it couldn't have been more than a few weeks. His time in the mindscapes of the Exos had warped his perception of time. The next day, they struck out for the floating metropolis. An imposing archway of pristine white served as the security checkpoint for the swaying suspension bridge that led to the lowest of the hovering islands. A string of people snaked out for several miles, hovering carts of produce and processed goods dotting the line. He was still a few hours out from the tail end and spied a blockade in the middle of the paved road. A group of the locals were surrounding a holographic sign that indicated a detour. Just like the statues, the natives looked to have armored bone visors as part of their endoskeleton, starting from the tips of their noses and extending over their scalps, ending in bony protuberances that stuck up like a crown. Behind the bony prominences hung long hair of various shades, from light yellow to deep blue. Eschewing eyes and ears, only their mouths were visible into the visored area. Their limbs were abnormally long compared to their torsos, and they wore fitted robes made of drab-colored cloths. While he was sure that this planet had other races on it, he wasn't certain how prevalent other aliens were. As Jonx made his way towards the detour, the leader of the band stepped forward, signaling him to halt. Crossing his arms and tilting his head to the side, he waited for the inevitable shakedown. The local spoke as Kirby translated. "That's far enough, stranger. Now, what is one of the Ajat doing visiting Cold Wind? We see so few of you even during busier seasons." Jonx sent to Kirby. A jot? Give me something, Curbs. Anything in your database? His AI answered matter-of-factly. Nothing in the Imperial database, but there's a little blurb from the Protectorate. The Ajati seem to be humanoids with dark brown pigmented skin and silver hair. As they age, their hair actually darkens. A black-haired Ajati would be considered ancient. Jonx nodded his head in thanks for the information before turning his attention back to the local. I'm just here to sightsee, and your city is beautiful. Yes, I can't argue with you about that, Ajati. Our city is a wonder of ether engineering. Now, our group has a city map for you to make your visit more convenient. Of course, there is a surcharge for our services. We will gladly take crystals or trade goods as compensation, whichever you prefer, offered the native. Jonx spread his ether senses out, enveloping the highwaymen. None were anything special. They'd forged their bodies, but none had special physiques. Their signatures were practically mundane compared to what he'd become accustomed to. The leader was the most advanced, though not by much. Jonx shook his head at their idiocy, then leaked his ether aura, which he'd gained upon crystallizing his chambers twice over. To a man, the group dropped to their knees in a series of dull thuds. He was so used to being the weakest anywhere he'd been that it was refreshing to have a change of pace. The leader immediately stammered out an apology. Honored Elder, we did not know who we spoke to. Please forgive our impudence. Not letting them stand, he applied a bit more of his will, and they involuntarily dropped to all fours as Jonx conversed with Kirby. Any suggestions on how to get the information we want? Security pulses first, so we can get more access to their global network? That shouldn't be a problem, especially now that I'm a Senix class. I've got an idea. If you can partition your mind for a sec, I'll handle it, Kirby asked. Jonx did as he was told by simply willing his body to follow Kirby's commands, while his own mind took a back seat. Their time in the hellish mindscapes had given them hard-won experience in communing with each other. Seamlessly taking control, Kirby first localized their electromagnetic cloak around Jonx's hand like a glove of writhing lightning bolts, then squatted down to lean closer to the leader. He extended fine tendrils of electricity towards the bandit's skull and placed them along the scalp as if they were electrodes. Next, he kicked on his brain chambers to increase his precision as he controlled the electrical discharge as if he were performing an electroencephalogram, scanning the bandit's brainwaves and searching for wavelengths that would match their AI. When he found what he was looking for, his tendrils dug deeper, bypassing the skull plate entirely and reading their AI waves like a book. For several long moments, the other thieves in the group did not dare to breathe as they watched their nominal leader's skull gently manhandled. At some point in the interrogation, the local's mouth started to drool. By the time Kirby was finally done, the bandit's body bonelessly fell to the ground in a whoomph, breathing shallowly with liquid pooling under their cheek. The AI quickly reported his findings. I read through his AI a couple of times to make sure I got as much as I could get. These guys are too low in their advancement to be very useful. The guy's AI is barely expert juvenile class, so I only got enough for an identity and rudimentary access to this world's network. What planet are we even on, Curbmeister? Jonx asked. It's called Berifin, and it's just barely a Tier 4 world. That's why you feel inconsistent ether saturation. We're located in a peripheral star sector of the North Lytian Pentumvirate, the AI informed him. Jonx latched onto that, finally realizing just how vast the universe truly was. Good Lord, how many celestial powers are there? Kirby gave him a mental shrug. No idea. The universe is infinite, and most powers only know their immediate neighbors. Even then, if you're just a middling crystallized citizen, you would almost never have a chance to encounter your neighbors unless you have a fortuitous encounter. A cough broke the duo out of their musings as Jonx abruptly realized that the bandits were still on their hands and knees. Immediately, he released his aura, causing all of them to take simultaneous deep breaths as they all collapsed onto their stomachs. One of the braver thieves crawled forward, groveling on the floor.
Thank you, you honored elder, for your leniency.
Then they crumbled like the others. The group was all still breathing, but most had passed out from the prolonged exertion to his ether aura. Jonx thought better of his demonstration of power. Maybe when we get to the city we keep a lower profile? I don't need to be causing waves. His AI couldn't help but agree.
That might be one of the most sensible things I've ever heard you say, Jonxy.
It took several more hours for Jonx to make it through the line. He passed the time by watching some old Earth anime on his HUD, specifically Demon Slayer. The show was a classic, and its animation stood the test of time. As he got to the front, the archway loomed overhead, 3 stories high and made of white stone speckled with metal. The suspension bridge beyond was wide enough for a 4-lane highway, constructed of sturdy metal alloy panels with thick, twisted cables that easily reached up 15 feet. There were 2 lanes to the bridge, in and out. The ingress line was managed by real people, holding machines to authenticate ether pulses. That was an obvious indicator that this was a low-tiered world. They didn't even have custodial droids for such mundane tasks. Jonx wasn't even paying attention. His mind was partitioned once more as he kept his focus on his show, while Kirby was autopiloting his body through the checkpoint, giving the appropriate pulse when requested. The given reason for visitation was tourism. Though odd, it wasn't completely out of the realm of possibilities. While the majority of people in the crowd were the bone-visored Baraphinians, there was a smattering of other species, giving him at least some cover. His attention snapped back to reality as he crossed the bridge. It was an absolute wonder of engineering, both mundane or magical, as far as he was concerned. Even though the Imperium took his world, an entire universe of magical creations had been opened up to him. Part of him was filled with childlike awe at the unimaginable things he'd already seen and those yet to come. The bridge swayed with the wind as he climbed higher to the first floating island, but not enough for anyone to lose their balance. Foot traffic was steady, and he made it to the island proper in no time. According to the bandits' AI, Coldwind was a city with 5 isles, named for each of the Pentumvirate. The lowest was Condrona, mostly populated by the city's working class, housing the local militia and various mercenary guilds, otherwise known as clans. It was the second largest of the islands because of its proximity to the ground. Kettle had been quietly dozing as they traveled until suddenly she perked up when Jonx stepped foot onto the main square of Condrona. The little mutt immediately caught the smell of food stalls that surrounded the central fountain, which was flanked by more statues of ancient Baraphinians. His pet just kept sending emojis of hunger, thirst, and food through her AI. Reaching up to pet her on the head, Jonx said, "I know, girl, but I don't think our credits are good on this world. Right, Kirby?" His AI responded mentally, "That's affirmative, good buddy. This celestial power has their own regional currency. If you want to buy something, you're going to have to sell something." "Were you able to get a city map out of that thug?" he asked. His AI quickly said, "One GPS map coming right up. Any place in particular?" "Well, we need money, and I just happen to have literal truckloads of materials from our time hunting those alpha ether beasts. We should be able to get a decent lunch for Kettle with that." Jonx sent. Kirby swiftly found a destination for them. There's a well-received merchant shop a little ways from the central fountain. It's near the bridge going up to the next island." Jonx proceeded to weave through the crowd, following the directions to the shop. He walked on paved stones that looked like marble, passing squat off-white buildings ranging from 2 to 4 stories in height. His impression of Kandrona Island was a quaint, well-to-do business district that reminded him of a Mediterranean city. In no time, he found himself standing in front of a storefront, 3 stories tall, with a hanging holosign that loosely translated to Whisperwind Cove. He walked in, and a buzzer sounded, signaling a shorter-than-average Baraphinian to come greet him. "Welcome, traveler. My name is Provoco. What brings an Ajadi elder to my humble shop?" Twice now, he'd been called an elder, which must have been because of his salt and pepper hair. If he were an Ajadi, he'd probably be considered on the older side. Going along with it, he greeted the merchant. "Thanks for the warm welcome, Provoco. You can call me Jonx. I'm here to sell some wares, possibly trade if we can make a deal." The merchant immediately seemed eager to come to an understanding. "Come, my friend, come, sit at my table and we can discuss business." Provoco ushered him to a table with stools towards the back of the shop. He noticed that the walls were covered in shelves holding baskets of ether herbs and vegetables, while the central area had display cabinets housing crafted items made from leathers and metals. Once they were settled, Jonx took out the smallest possible ether beast crystal he had and placed it on the table, choosing to get straight to business. "Tell me, Provoco, how much is this worth?" The merchant sucked in a breath as he examined the product. "This is exquisite. Compact with high-density ether latticed in hexagonal patterns. Very durable and will hold a charge with minimum leakage. May I ask, where did you get this?" Jonx leaned on the table and tapped a finger, taking a moment before answering. "Let's call it the result of a misspent youth. Now, let's talk price, shall we?" Pausing for a few breaths, Provoco tentatively said, "I would conservatively price this at 10 K-gil. It could potentially be worth a few extra K-gil, but its shape is irregular and would need to be cut to a standard size before it could be used for crafting, which is what lowers the price a bit." "Did you get a read on him, Curbs? Any fluctuations in his ether signature? Think he's scamming us?" Jonx wondered. His AI shook his mental doggelin snout. "I didn't feel anything too malicious. He's a salesman, after all. Besides, does it really even matter? Isn't that crystal from Kettle's snack pile?" He had no answer to that. "You have a point there, Kerbo." The AI immediately said in mock indignation, "Kerbo? Really?" Jonx tried to defend himself. "Hey, I like it, okay? I'm trying something new. Just go with it." He returned his thoughts to the negotiation. "How about a trade instead? Do you have any higher-class data packages for AIs? The one I was given for this little leisure trip wasn't exactly the best quality." The shopkeeper thought it over, and then said, "I have several designated for travelers. My most advanced is for expert Veer class, though you'd have to be well into the crystallized realm to use it, I'm afraid." Provoco let the unasked question linger as he watched Jonx's eyes light up. "That's perfect. How much?" Visibly paling, the merchant responded, They're priced at the Baraphinian Merchant Association. The lowest I can sell one for is 15 K-gil." Shrugging nonchalantly, Jonx said, "I can live with that. Do you have any clothing that would fit me? My arms and legs aren't as long as yours seem to be." He'd been wearing his protective robes that were meant to block soul-forged attacks, but apparently was worthless against any mental assaults. He wasn't bitter. Not at all. Nope. The shopkeep nodded his bone-visored head. "Yes, my higher-end clothes are all auto-fitting and can adjust to a wide variety of lengths. I usually let them go for 1 K-gil each, but I can go as low as 800 gil as part of a package deal." "Great. I'll take 3 sets of those clothes and the Veer-class module, Provoco," Jonx said as he tossed an exact copy of the first ether crystal on the table. I'll take the rest in however you all carry currency." Eyes widening at the sight of 2 high-density crystals, Provoco ran around his shop for his customers' products. For someone to casually display such wealth was not unheard of, but these crystals obviously came from butchering, given their natural shapes, which meant the Ajati had hunted some powerful ether beasts. The question was, where? Provoco knew that beasts who could create such crystals were rare on Barafin, largely relegated to the central continent, where only the most advanced ether forgers dared settle. Coldwind, by contrast, was on the western continent, and the surrounding region was too gentrified for the local fauna to get that powerful. This Ajati was strong, Provoco knew, and he seemed to be completely oblivious to their customs. "Forgive my presumptuousness, but I've taken the liberty to include a local cultural data packet. No extra charge. Is that acceptable, honored elder?" offered the merchant as he handed his customer a bundle of clothes, 2 different-sized data tablets, and a stack of stone discs, half marble and half alloy, divided by a sinuous line, which he assumed were the local currency. How could Jonx say no? "That's very kind of you, Provoco. Thank you. Do you have anywhere for me to change, by any chance?" The Barafinian merchant pointed him to some changing rooms on the 2nd floor of the shop. Once alone, Jonx gave the tablets over to Kirby to scan. While his AI was a Senix class, their codes for accessing the world's database was only juvenile level from the bandit, so they needed some other way to get local cultural information. He quickly changed into his new clothes, which automatically sized the arms and legs as he cinched up his belt. The clothes were soft, but thickly padded and colored in muted earth tones. He doubted they could take a hit, but he wasn't too concerned. His ether senses had swept the central square earlier and hadn't found anything impressive. The most advanced had been a few twice-forged bodies. Provoco was only single-forged himself. If Kettle sneezed, she could very well kill the merchant. Stepping out of the changing room, Jonx went back downstairs and thanked Provoco again before exiting the building. As the shopkeep watched his guest leave, he let out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. He waited a few moments to make sure the Ajati wasn't coming back. Then he took off an amulet from underneath his tunic, holding it up to the light and seeing its shattered core, wisps of smoke trailing upward. The charm was to keep others from scanning him with their ether senses, guaranteed to block anyone an entire realm above the wearer, and his guest had fractured it during a casual sweep of his shop. When the Ajati had done that, all thoughts of taking advantage of the tourist fled his mind. Provoco was only too happy to rush the man out and give him whatever he wanted. At least he might be able to recoup some profits by selling knowledge about the stranger to the local information broker. Knowledge of powerful people was always in demand. Chapter 22. Perspective. Kettle would not stop sending food emojis to Jonx's HUD until they went back and got her a meal. That's how he found himself sitting on the edge of the central fountain, eating some kind of roasted bird, while Kettle sat on the ground with her back resting against the fountain's lip, happily munching on her 3rd of 5 servings. It was actually nice to sit and alien watch. His senses were registering 8 in 10 Barafinians as mid-body preparation realm, which made them practically mundane as far as he was concerned. On Kondrona Island, they were mostly working-class people, bringing their wares to the open market on hover carts and setting up stalls that used the cart as a base. He watched as a particularly wrinkled Barafinian set down a hollow sign, which read, "Bickas, Herbs, and Spices." Intrigued, he left Kettle to finish her meals as he ambled over to the stall. Nodding to Bicka, he leaned forward, inhaling the smells of the alien spices. "Can I have some samples? I've never seen or tried any of these." Of course. Come. Which would you like?" Bicka's already crinkled bone visor forehead creased even further at the possibility of a sale. The elder Barathinian had thumb-sized plastic containers that he put samples of each spice Jonx pointed out. Enjoying himself, Jonx dipped a pinky into each little cup to taste test and picked out several that he thought would be good on his food. When Bicca placed them all in separate sealed containers, Jonx whisked them away into his storage, paying the man in some of the gil he'd gotten from Provoco. Just as he was turning away, a familiar growl reached his ears before the entire square was blanketed by Kettle's ether aura. Every single person within the area collapsed with muffled moans. Jonx was beside his pet in an instant, looming over a group of muscled Barathinians outfitted in leather body armor that was well made, but nothing like what he had in his storage. Kettle was floating above them as well and obviously displeased. Jonx plucked her out of the air to calm her down, at which point she switched off her aura. A collective sigh of relief echoed through the square as people began to pick themselves off the floor. Many decided to pointedly avoid looking in his direction, while others flat out scurried away, wanting to be far from whatever was about to happen. He let everyone else get up except the leather-bound group of 7, localizing his own ether aura to just affect them. Jonx spoke with restrained anger through gritted teeth. "Now, which of you idiots pissed off my pet?" His voice wasn't loud, but it carried to every ear in the square, a byproduct of his will and aura. One of the Barathinians tried to speak but was helpless against the pressure. Just as Gar had done to him seemingly a lifetime ago, Jonx controlled his aura to only allow the alien's head to lift, nothing else. "You're the idiot, outsider. You have no idea who our master is. He will come and strip you of your little pet." Jonx was taken aback. That was definitely not the response he was expecting from a group of thugs that he could easily crush without lifting a finger. He couldn't do anything else except facepalm. What was up with aliens and their need for threats and violence all the time? He just couldn't catch a break. As if on cue, he felt another ether aura attempting to ward his away. With the new presence, the alien thug actually sneered. "And now you will learn your mistake." The market crowd parted down the middle as if Moses was coming. Instead, Jonx spied a Herculean Barathinian, marching directly in his direction, anger coming off of him in waves. He looked to be chiseled from a block of dark granite with thickly muscled limbs and wearing a sleeveless tunic to give his arms freedom. His bone visor had blunted prominences, lacking any hair at the back, while his mouth wore a scowl as he put his aura against Jonx. Stopping on one side of the subdued group with Jonx standing on the other, the newcomer spoke first. "Who are you, Ajati? How dare you unleash your aura on me and mine? Stand down, now!" With the last command, the massive Barathinian flexed his ether aura even further, attempting to bat Jonx's away. Tilting his head to the side and crossing his arms over his chest, Jonx carelessly responded, "Your people assaulted me and mine first. I'll release my hold once I'm satisfied with their explanation." He nodded towards the group of kneeling thugs. For a few brief moments, the lead Barathinian concentrated harder in trying to suppress Jonx's aura through sheer force of will, but found that he couldn't even budge it. Finally realizing the futility of their struggle, he glared at his kneeling subordinate and barked, "What the hell happened here, Krem?" At the question, the trapped thug began panicking, fighting harder to break free, but to no avail. As the fight left his eyes, the thug hung his head in defeat, replying weakly, "We were walking through the market for supplies for the guild, and I spotted a tamed ether beast. It was small, but I could tell it was powerful. I thought we could sell it on Antaria Island." "So you thought it was fine to try to steal my pet? What gives you guys the right? What if it wasn't my pet, but someone else's?" Jonx demanded. Krem snapped, forgetting his predicament.
We have every right. This is our clan's territory. We own Kandrona Island. His chin immediately fell to his chest as Jonx's aura pressed down once more. Okay, so I know that these are your thugs, but who are you? Jonx asked, bringing his attention back to the ostensible leader. The towering Barathinian somehow stood even taller, staring daggers at Jonx. My name is Kuraf, Ajati. Let my people go, and we will settle this, one-on-one. Raising an eyebrow, Jonx finally released his ether aura, allowing the troublemakers to crumple to the ground. I'm not the one you've offended. He stuck his thumb at Kettle. It's her. Jonx sat on a bench in a large room, reminiscent of a gymnasium. The building, which belonged to Kuraf's clan, was 3 stories tall and all a single open space partitioned into 8 separate dueling courts. Each court had an individual shield to keep the power of ether circuits within bounds, and on either side were benches for spectators. He was on one side while the 7 stooges from earlier were opposite him, their faces in different states of shock and fear. In the center, Kettle blasted through every single attack and defensive circuit that Kuraf had to offer. She was toying with him, only using her cannonball form and nothing else. It was as if she was playing a more violent and painful version of fetch with the clan leader acting as the stick. He was the most powerful Barathinian that Jonx had met thus far, though that wasn't saying much considering what he'd seen. Kuraf apparently specialized in earth, specifically stone. His cloak was more akin to body armor made of mineralized plates, and he was able to launch bullets of stone at will. None of it amounted to much, as his attacks simply broke on Kettle's Alnico scales. Back and forth, the 2 combatants bounced around the court, activating the shields whenever their energy threatened to hit the onlookers. Eventually, Kuraf ran out of ether, dropping to a knee and raising his hands in surrender, saying, No more, please, no more. I concede. Kettle stopped on a dime in front of his face before she began zipping around the defeated man's head, rubbing her win in further. Once the shields came down, she happily made her way to Jonx's shoulder, barking triumphantly and sending more food emojis to his HUD. He absent-mindedly fed her some leftovers from the food stall as he padded his way over to Kuraf. The Barathinian stood up, panting from his overwhelming loss, while Jonx stood eye-level with his chest. Kuraf shook his head, then looked down to say, I apologize for my imbecilic clan members. They were out of line to try to take what did not belong to them. They will be punished, I promise. For now, I hope we can make a fresh start. Jonx waved off the apology. I'm fine. No harm, no foul. He leaned his head to look around Kuraf at the guild members. Next time, they can be the ones to fight Kettle. The group visibly shivered and began to bow obsequiously from their seats. He met Kuraf's bone-visited gaze and spoke in an amicable tone. I'm Jonx, by the way. If you haven't figured it out yet, I'm new in town. Why don't we grab some food? It's easier to make amends with Kettle that way. Flustered with the strange Ajati, Kuraf had no other way to respond except, Of course, Jonx. I would be delighted to host you two. Our clan partners with many of the restaurants in Kandrona. I'll gladly take you to my favorite. Kuraf treated Jonx and Kettle to a veritable buffet of local delicacies. The Doggelin ate so much, she took the shape of a cannonball without even curling up. Jonx had to carry her in his arms as the little glutton dozed away her very hard life. Kuraf even went as far as to pay for a hotel room near the clan headquarters as a show of good faith before he left them for the night. Once in their room, Jonx dropped his mud on the bed and decided to sit on a divan as Kirby projected some random Korean sitcom on the far wall. Language barriers didn't exist when everything was translated in real time as if he were fluent from birth. But it didn't matter anyway. His mind was preoccupied by other thoughts. He hadn't stayed in any form of luxury since his brief few weeks on Mob Kahet. While this suite wasn't a hollow room, it was still palatial compared to his old cell at Sept Glacio. He thought then of Gar and his years of training with the water clone, knowing full well he wasn't ever going to make it back there. Even when he made it off of this low-tiered world, he doubted he would head back to the Imperium. Dak Kalpak was right. He was free. After all, he didn't have ties to any of the celestial powers. If anything, he should have a grudge against the Imperium. Though, to be honest, he didn't have enough in him to care. Was he still bitter? Sure, especially in his heart of hearts. But was he going to seek revenge? Probably not. There was no one to target anyway, unless he wanted to track down and kill the entire Greater Galaxy Merchant Association. He sat on the divan, hands behind his head, and staring up at the ceiling without ever hearing the sitcom in the background. Jonx was feeling directionless, a ship lost at sea. The universe was so vast. A single star sector would take human lifetimes to explore. A star zone? It would take millennia. Etherforging gave him the chance to see the wonders of the cosmos, and if his experience thus far was any indication of how intergalactic civilizations operated, then he needed to be powerful enough to remain free to explore. His way of thinking was from a mundane world, where humans lived and died within just a few decades. Even now, if he never advanced again, he'd still live for several hundred years at the minimum. Maybe it was time to expand his horizons. But was wanting to be free enough of a reason to keep going? He'd been imprisoned in his mind for what seemed like years, battling on the whims of a psychopathic powerhouse. Maybe being strong enough to be not caged was a better reason, though the thought still rang a little hollow. At his heart, he was an old gamer and fantasy sci-fi geek, and here he was, living a fantastical tale with superpowers beyond mortal ken. He was faster than a speeding bullet, more powerful than a locomotive, and he could leap tall buildings in a single bound. Why was he thinking so hard? Chuckling to himself, he knew it wasn't as simple as some boyhood fantasy, but it helped. Taking a few deep breaths, he decided to take stock of what he had to do to follow his loose plan for the rest of his life. He needed to eventually get off of this lower-tier planet so he could advance to Soulforged, which meant he needed to find an off-world teleporter or a transport ship. He had enough materials in his storage jewelry to get him to thrice crystallized in both of his chambers, and maybe a fourth time in one, so he wasn't in too much of a hurry to get off-world. What he really needed was higher security credentials for Kirby, so when it came time to leave, he'd be ready. He also needed more information on the star sector that Barafin was in, and the Nothlidian Pentumvirate in general. Stretching on the divan, he gave up on his brooding. He felt better having gone through the motions, but now he was ready to just relax. Briefly switching on his kinetic cloud, he used the neon-colored ions to pick up the still-sleeping kettle and dragged her onto his lap as he turned his attention to the show. He made himself comfortable, nuzzling the only family he had left as he lost himself in some much-needed R&R. Chapter 23. Top Chef. Sunrise on Barafin was filled with reddish-brown hues, reminding Jonx of fall leaves on Earth. Russet colors reflected off the faded white stone walls of the buildings as he made his way to the second island, Raban. According to Provoco's data packet, the next highest isle held trade schools for crafting and combat. He was set on combat. Dak Kalpak had made sure of that. But he thought he could benefit from some lessons in crafting. His storage wasn't just filled with cooking ingredients. He had all kinds of skins, horns, glands, teeth, claws, feathers, scales, and other body parts besides. Maybe he could make Kettle some outfits, or learn to improve upon some old Earth clothes. The layout of the second floating island was markedly different from the first. If Kandrona reminded him of a bustling Mediterranean city, then Raban was more like a classic college campus. Large, boxy school buildings were attached to wide yards for smelting ores, tanning leather, brewing chemicals, forging metals, mixing potions, and ovens for baking, where each lawn was surrounded by eggshell-colored walls. Here and there were shops, which he assumed catered specifically to the students or staff. And of course, what place for higher learning would be complete without a local watering hole? Raban had at least 5 that he could count within eyesight. Presumably, there were more. Kettle wasn't happy about waking up early, so she stayed perched on his right shoulder, snoring loudly for full effect. Kirby was pointing him in the direction of a culinarian school. What he'd been doing with cooking up till now had been what he used to do with his fighting style. He was using mundane cooking techniques on ether-rich ingredients, grossly mishandling them and wasting their potential. It hadn't mattered all that much on the Untamed world, but now he had a limited supply of high-quality groceries, so he wanted to eke out as much ether as he could get. As he meandered through the campus, he passed industrious Baraphinians coming and going from different school complexes. They all had the same look about them. Hair bundled just under their rear bone crown and arms uncovered with a long apron to cover their clothes. The aprons were color-coordinated with moving symbols for the various schools. He saw miniature holograms of skillets flipping food, hammers hitting chisels, pens writing on air, and myriad others. While ether crafting fell under 6 general umbrellas, scriptsmiths, alloy welders, leather weavers, alchemists, synthesizers, and culinarians, there were still even more specialized schools. When he spotted a few different culinarian-themed holograms, he followed the largest group back to their school like an awkward kid following the popular crowd. Their hologram showed a large smoking stove with a grill hood, reminding him of something that would be in the back of a professional kitchen. He trailed them from a distance, all the way back to their courtyard. But as he tried to walk through the entranceway, he was instantly rebuffed by an ether shield shimmering into view, which showed a dome that extended over the entire school building and across the yard. At once, the 5 students he'd been following whipped their heads around to stare wide-eyed as if he were assaulting them. Embarrassed, Jonx scratched the back of his head like a kid getting caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Sorry about that, guys. I recently moved into the city, and I was hoping to learn some culinary crafting. You guys seem to be pretty, knowledgeable? Anywho, do any of you know how I can apply? The 5 shared a look with each other, surprise written on their faces, the wheels in their heads turning slowly. Finally, a female broke off from the group and stood on the other side of the shield. I'm sorry, stranger. You'll have to go around to the front of the academy. This is the students' entrance. We're not allowed to let you in through here. It never occurred to him he was at the service entrance. Feeling like a dolt, he said, Thanks for telling me. I'm not embarrassed at all. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. I'm Jonx, by the way. I'll just make myself scarce now and find the front door. Faster than the group could react, he had disappeared, almost as if he never existed. Jonx flared propulsion to its maximum to escape the awkward situation as fast as possible. He hadn't had a non-violent social interaction he honestly couldn't remember. Even his therapy sessions had been started with trial by combat. When he got to what he assumed was the front, he saw another entryway, opening to a path that led to a ramp towards the school entrance. And standing in the middle of the paved walkway, as if they'd been waiting for him, was a withered Barathinian female with wrinkled cheeks and hands, thinning hair done up in an immaculate bun. "You must be the intruder that triggered my shield, She stepped forward to bar his way. "What is a stranger who looks like an Ajati, but clearly is not, doing on my academy's property so early in the morning, Pausing mid-step, he was taken aback by her blunt demeanor, though he probably shouldn't have. People of authority tended to be straightforward, especially chefs and cooks. After all, he'd spent enough time in his college years watching the Food Network to know. Immediately dipping his head, he apologized. "I'm sorry, Chef. I didn't mean to disrespect you or your academy. I spoke with some of your students and they redirected me to your front door." "Why were you following my students on their errands, She leaned closer to see if he would flinch, but to her dismay, he barely registered it. "Sorry, Chef. As I told them, I recently moved to Coldwind and I'm looking for culinarian lessons," Jonx elaborated. Yes. I heard your claim when you told them. You're a speedy one, too. Fully crystallized, I'm assuming? Once? Twice?" Now she got a reaction out of him. "You seem surprised. Why?" Shaking his head, he responded, "I guess I shouldn't be, Chef. I've only been in Coldwind barely a millicycle, and I shouldn't assume." He shrugged his shoulders. "You know what they say when you assume." She tilted her head, frowning slightly. "No, false Ajati, I do not know what they say. But I do know that someone masquerading as an Ajati shouldn't be so cavalier about advertising that they're from the Imperium. We do not use imperial measurements here in the Pentumvirate." That struck a chord with him. She watched his body flinch before he could hide it. Cackling, she went on. "You're very far from home, wherever you are, but that doesn't mean the rest of us have never traveled." Jonx mimicked tipping an imaginary hat in acknowledgement of her point. "You're right, Chef. I am very far from home, but I never called the Imperium home. I spent some time passing through there, that's all." The matronly Barathinian began to tap her foot as she crossed her arms over her chest. "And now you're here to learn from me? What makes you think I take just anyone, That actually never crossed his mind. He figured he'd just shoot his shot and give her some gil for a few lessons. "Aside from paying you, what else would you like me to do?" "First of all, whatever you are," she waved a hand in his direction. "What are you, anyway?" She was obviously waiting for a response, so he supplied, "I'm an Earthling, a human." She nodded her head in satisfaction and continued her admonishment. "First of all, Earthling, tuition at my academy costs 20k gil. If you can't afford that, you may as well leave now. Secondly, you have to pass an entrance exam. I only take students who have at least some skill already. This is a secondary academy, not a primary." Believing him to be properly cowed, she began to turn her back, until he stopped her. "Wait, Chef, how many lessons would this give me?" He took out 5 small ether crystals from Kettle's snack stash. His Doggelin saw them and began salivating, but he fed her some leftover roasted bird instead. Kettle instantly forgot about the crystals and happily grabbed her treat, flying up into the air, belly up, while using her stomach as a table. He turned back to the chef and found her to be staring at the crystals, salivating as well. It was an odd sight since Barathinians didn't have eyes, but it was obvious from her body language. Where? How?" she stammered before she could regain her composure. Jonx offered them to her, and she took them tentatively, noticeably suspicious of him. "You still have to take the entrance exam." Chuckling, he said, "Of course, Chef, of course." Then he followed her down the pathway and up the ramp into the school. Andalika had been a master culinarian for nearly a century, but she'd never seen anything so bizarre. The Earthling was obviously practiced in knife skills, preparing ingredients and juggling multiple pans, but what caught her eye was that he used absolutely no ether whatsoever. The ingredients he'd been given to use for this test run were blatantly being squandered. The majority of their energy leaked into the atmosphere. Only a minuscule amount was being kept in the food itself, which meant his meal would have a poor ether saturation rate. Even if he didn't have fine ether control to moderate the release of energy with every cut he made, he could have used the vent's hood shielding function. But no, it was as if this person had never made a culinarian meal in his life. When he finished, he presented a seared steak with a dollop of mashed vegetable and a gravy sauce made from the juices of the meat. It was simple, but demonstrated the essential skills of cooking. When she tasted it, she wasn't disappointed. He was able to get the right crisp on the outside of the steak while the middle was juicy. His mashed vegetable was creamy and seasoned to perfection, especially with the gravy drizzled over it. If he was being graded on taste alone, he would be allowed into her academy with just that. However, she needed to know that he had the ether control to fix his sorely lacking culinary crafting. "It was delicious, Jonx, I can't argue with that," she began, but Andalika was nothing if not blunt. "Tell me, though, how have you never used ether in crafting? It's a mystery to me. You're from the Imperium and obviously advanced in your etherforging, and yet you missed the fundamental reason we use prepared meals as a means of processing ether." Flabbergasted, he asked incredulously, "What do you mean, use ether?" Instead of explaining, she shooed him to the side and gave a demonstration. Recreating his exact dish, she used her ether to enhance the meal as only a master culinarian could. Meanwhile, Jonx watched as he spread his senses over the immediate area. He saw what she meant. Every time she cut a vegetable, the ether trapped within would try to escape, but she used her own energy to seal the cuts, preserving nearly all of it. She repeated the process again with the meat and maintained an intricate web of energy over each pan she had on the stove. Her control was impeccable. She must have split her mind at least 6 different ways to be able to manage so many moving parts. This was what he had come to learn. He immediately realized his lack of skill when preparing ether-rich foods. If he could perfect this, every meal he made could potentially transfer 100% of the ether from the various ingredients. Then his advancement would soar. When Andalika finished her recreation, she had him check his HUD to see the difference in energy return between the two dishes. His meal restored barely a single percent to his chambers. But when he tasted her dish, he had to do a double take to see the return sat rate. Her meal restored more than 3%. That was a 300% increase to restoring his reserves, which was even more than he first estimated. Then it hit him. He'd missed out on so much ether with all of the food he seemingly wasted over the years. After he was done comparing and contrasting, Andalika presented her challenge. "I need to test your fine ether control. If you're unable to do that much, then you're wasting both of our time. You could sense what I did. Make me another dish. Keep it simple, but do it the right way. You'll have my answer after that." Feeling the pressure ramp up, he decided to make an omelet with a gooey center on top of their local grain, the closest thing to rice he found in the cupboard. He started with the base of the dish, the fried rice. First, he cleaned and boiled the grain to the perfect al dente texture. The whole time it was boiling, he made sure to place a screen of ether over the pot. Then, while that was on the stove, he split his mind once to start the prep work for the add-ons. He chose some fatty meat and wrapped it in a thin sheet of ether, as if it were imaginary saran wrap. Next, he cut the meat into small cubes, sealing as much energy in as he could manage. He did the same for the herbs and vegetables. As the rice finished, he began sautéing the prepped components, making sure to cover the frying pan with another ether lid. He tried to split his mind into a third piece, but he was unable to manage it. To make things easier, he gave one half of his thoughts over to Kirby to maintain his shields and tried splitting his mind once more. Maintaining a tenuous grasp over the parts so far, he used the third piece of himself to prepare the eggs, ensuring they were ether-wrapped as well. Once he finished mixing the yolks, his mind reverted back to only 2 parts, taking some pressure off of himself as he brought all of his ingredients together. He put the rice into the pan of meat and vegetables, stir-frying it all together. Then, he carefully made his omelet, making sure to keep the center gooey as he closed it up into an oblong shape. Finally, he plated the dish by first layering a bed of fried rice on the bottom, then placing the omelet on top. When he put his finished meal in front of the master culinarian, he shielded the dish as he cut the omelet lengthwise, allowing the gooey center to spill out over the rice. To put the finishing touch, he sprinkled some herbs over it all. It may have been the most difficult and mentally draining meal he'd ever prepared, but he was proud of his attempt. Andalika was suitably impressed by his second attempt. After a single demonstration, he was able to deftly split his mind in 2, performing adequate ether wraps around his food components. Though they were rough, she had something to build upon. She noticed that he'd lost a chunk of ether when he surprisingly split his mind into a third piece for a few brief moments. For him to be able to do that, even if it was for a short period, was enough to accept his application. Few of her students could manage that even now after they'd been trained. The best part, however, was his dish, which was something she'd never seen. What an odd combination of runny egg concoction over steamed, then fried grains. It was a truly novel idea. When she tried it, the textures and flavors exploded in her mouth. As a Baraphinian, her mouth was the centerpiece of her senses, and at the moment, they were being pleasantly tantalized. He'd been able to preserve an acceptable amount of ether saturation, causing the end result to be of fair to middling quality for a novice. It was a good start for someone accustomed to crafting with ether, but it was a great start for this earthling who didn't even know how to do this mere moments before. She ate every bit of his dish, and when she'd finished, she passed her judgment. "You're a quick learner, Jonx. Your basic preparatory skills are adequate, as is your overall cooking technique. What you will need to refine is your control over your ether wraps, along with your ability to multitask without losing quality. Regardless, you've passed your entrance exam." Before he could celebrate, she continued her cautionary advice. "I must warn you, though, there's no turning back if you choose to continue with my teachings. You will have to make an AI-enforced contract with me to ensure my techniques will not be passed down without my consent." Jonx didn't even need to think about it. He quickly nodded his assent, excited for the opportunity to learn something beyond improving his skill in combat. Something for his own enjoyment, and maybe Kettle's too. Formalizing their contract, the two began to separate, but before Jonx could leave, her voice stopped him. When he turned, her smile was absolutely predatory. "Oh, and Jonx? There are no refunds." Chapter 24. Culinary School. Ch, ch, ch. The sounds of knives rapidly rocking up and down on cutting boards echoed through a large kitchen with rows upon rows of high-grade stoves covered by shielded grill hoods. Jonx stood at his cooking station with 2 pans on burners as he prepped some oddly shaped mushrooms for a soup. His mind was struggling to maintain a 4-way split, 2 for the pans, 1 for his cutting board, and 1 for the shield on the grill hood. The shield needed the most of his attention as it gathered any leaked ether from his ingredients, concentrating and distilling the energy to be redirected into key parts of a meal. For this dish, he was funneling the loose ether to his broth, the fundamental ingredient of any good noodle soup. Dropping the diced mushrooms into the broth, he turned his attention to the dough for the noodles. He'd made it first so that it could sit and rise before he needed it. His 4th partition switched over to double ether wrapping the dough as he molded it into a long, flat sheet. Once it was less than a fingernail's thickness, he tossed some more flour onto the surface and began slicing it into long strands. One of the pans on the stove was water on a rolling boil, ready for his homemade noodles. Quickly, he shocked the strings of dough to flash cook them, followed immediately by a cold water bath to bleed off the heat. Finally releasing his 4th partition, he placed the noodles in a large ceramic bowl. Then, he began ladling in the fragrant, deep brown broth while funneling the rest of the loose ether into the soup. With his dish complete, he let his mind snap back to a single frame of thought and signaled to his preceptor that he was ready for grading. A burly Barathinian named Tector meandered his way through the rows of other journeyman culinarians until he stopped at Jonx's station. Bending at the waist, Tector took a long sniff of the makeshift ramen that Jonx had prepared.
It smells divine, Journeyman Jonx. I hope this iteration is better than the others. You've been working on this particular dish for weeks now.
He stood in a mock military stance, hands behind his back and feet shoulder-width apart, and said, "Yes, expert Tector, I hope so too. I think I finally got the right ratios for my dough." Tector eagerly picked up the bowl in one beefy hand and a spoon that looked too small for him in the other. Dipping the spoon in first, he tasted the broth.
The stock is well made, rich with hints of bone marrow. Did you use taurine bones?
Jonx answered crisply, "Yes, expert, taurine and porcine." Humming along, Tector placed some noodles into his mouth. The Barathinian chewed slowly before drinking some more soup, getting a complete taste of all the components of the dish. He swished it around his mouth, then swallowed. Nodding his head in satisfaction with the taste test, the expert promptly slurped up the rest of the dish.
I think you finally perfected it, Journeyman. The flavors and textures blended incredibly well together. I truly wonder what other cuisines your world developed. Top scores for taste. Now, on to the ether saturation. My AI has you at 150%. That's about average for journeyman rank.
Tector clapped Jonx on the shoulder.
You're getting better. Once you can get comfortable with a quadruple split focus, you should be able to get to the higher percentages of what your rank can do. Good work overall. Clean your station and take the rest of the day to yourself.
Partially bowing at the waist, Jonx swiftly and effectively cleaned all of his cookware and utensils, placing them into his storage. Then he sterilized the counter, stovetop, and grill hood, ensuring it was ready for the next student to use. Tector sent an ether pulse across the station to inspect his work before giving a brief nod to indicate he was dismissed. Jonx took the hint, hurrying his way out of the training kitchen and up to his dorm. The room was a simple affair on the 3rd floor of the school building. It had a single window, bed, desk, and chair. Nothing special, but it came as part of his tuition, so it suited him just fine. He changed out of his used apron and clothes and into another pair that didn't smell as if he'd been cooking all day. His life had settled into a comfortable routine over the last 8 months at Andalika's academy. He had chosen well, either by dumb luck or divine providence, when he followed that group of students on his first day. He'd worked hard ever since, learning her techniques for culinary crafting, and was recently promoted to journeyman when he unlocked his fourth mind partition, which allowed him to improve the ether sat rate of his meals to above 100%. Today was an exciting day for him. He was happy to have finally found a good recipe for ramen so he could finish a little early. The scriptsmith he'd commissioned for a master-level portable stove with ether shielding was supposed to have his order done today, and Jonx was buzzing with excitement to get his new toy. He had to make his way up to the third island, Imferal, where Charles, a master scriptsmith, had his workshop. The third island was specifically the realm of boutique shops that serviced the wealthy upper class of Coldwyn, though anyone could commission something if they had the gil. Jonx was paying about 100k gil for his masterwork stove, which was twice what he'd paid for his schooling from Andalika. It would be worth it, though. The stove would give him plenty of room to grow in his craft, as it would allow for use of all the high-grade ingredients he still had in storage. He'd been buying local groceries for months because he didn't want to practice on the quality foodstuffs from his time on the Untamed World. Crossing the bridge, he entered through a grand archway leading into Empheral's Circle, the main area for the most popular mastercrafters. He saw workshops belonging to scriptsmiths, leather weavers, synthesizers, alchemists, and alloy welders. The island was also where all of the high-end restaurants were located to show off master culinarians. Even his instructor, Andalika, had a restaurant here that she managed. And if any of her students qualified at the academy, they were even offered jobs, though they'd have to be at least expert rank. Charles' smithy was off of the main thoroughfare in one of the many concentric circles that spread outward from the central area. While the main circle had the general workshops, the outer rings held the specialty masters. Charles dealt strictly in equipment for the other crafts. He made exquisite pots, pans, knives for both cooking and butchering, welding tools, alchemical equipment, scripted anvils, and much, much more. Jonx had been so impressed when he'd first gone into the shop, he had commissioned new scripted chef's and butcher's knives, as well as a full set of ether-sealing cookware on the spot. All told, he'd spent another 50k gil on replacing his old pilfered culinary equipment from his early days on Horelli. As he walked in, a buzzer chimed that would ping Charles' AI from anywhere in the store. Though Jonx knew the master scriptsmith would have silenced any alerts. Regardless, he casually strolled through aisles and aisles chock full of pre-made gear, sorted by crafting profession. Jonx didn't bother perusing. He knew that the masterwork tools were behind the counter in specialty storage devices that were connected to holographic displays for easier browsing. Only Charles could access the devices, so there was no need to worry about thieves. When he found out that was even possible, he had asked Charles. The price the man quoted was more than 5 times what he had already spent on pursuing the culinary arts. If Jonx wanted a decent-sized and protected storage device, it would cost about 1,000 k-gil. He had the money, he just hadn't pulled the trigger. Besides, he wasn't overly concerned about being robbed since he was very easily in the upper echelons of advanced ether forgers in the entire city. As expected, he found Charles lounging behind the counter on his hover stool. The scriptsmith was a Corathorn, a species of squat minotaurs that looked like they'd been bred with dwarves from Middle-earth. His homeworld was Korath, a neighboring Tier 4 world within the star system. He stood about 4 feet tall, had long bovine horns surrounded by a wild mane of fire-red hair, which connected to a mighty crimson beard that reached down to his hooves. His arms were corded with muscles, straining against his Baraphinian garb. As soon as Kettle saw him, she rushed through the air to nestle in his beard. It was one of her favorite places in the shop.
Jonx waved a greeting. "Ho there, Charl!" And the Corathorn responded in kind.
"Ho there, Jonx. You come for your stove?"
"Yes, sir. I've been waiting for this bad boy for a month. I have new recipes that I want to try on some quality meats," Jonx said as he rubbed his hands together, smiling gleefully. Rolling his eyes, Charl retorted,
"You're gonna be wasting your materials, Earthling. What's the point if you can't even make a meal with more than 200% sat rate? But it's your stuff. You do what you will."
Jonx held his hands up helplessly. "I know, Charl, I know. But I've been stagnant for too long. My etherforging is getting stale."
"Spoken like a young brat, too dumb for his own good." "You ain't young, Jonx. You're in your 50s. You said so yourself. You've got decades to advance. You can take your time,"
lectured Charl. Sighing in defeat, Jonx said, "God, I hate it when you're right." Fine. I'll wait till I'm finished at the Culinary Academy. It's only 4 more months away." Kirby suddenly chimed in. "I know I've said this before, but I really like this mini Minotaur. Can we keep him around?" Chuckling, Jonx ignored his AI and leaned over the counter expectantly. "So, where is it?" Charl grunted as he hid a smile behind his beard. He was just as happy seeing an excited customer as he was when he was script smithing.
"Come on round, let's go take a look at it in the workroom."
He hovered to the back wall, sending a brief ether pulse to open his script smithing warehouse. Jonx followed him into the room beyond, which was cavernous and densely packed script work all over the workshop. The lines of symbols essentially turned it into an unbelievably sophisticated storage device, giving Charl more room to work in than the building he actually occupied. The masterwork stove was along the right wall, made of an alloy of metals, giving it a dark steel sheen. It had 6 burners, an upraised griddle with a broiler underneath, 2 large ovens, and an attached shielding hood. In a blink, Jonx was in front of it, running his hands over its smooth sides and sparkling stovetop. He couldn't stop touching it. He was in love. An awkward cough from behind him jolted him out of his celebration.
"Before you defile the stove, you mind paying that other half of your fee?"
Quickly handing over the other 50K gil they'd agreed upon, he walked slowly around his new toy, inspecting it fully.
"Where does the ether crystal go?"
Charl was too busy to answer as he was trying to fish Kettle out of his beard since the mutt had burrowed deep into the brush. Jonx shrugged, then went ahead and ran his hands on the backside, searching for a clasp. Once he found it, a compartment opened up to reveal a large, empty cylinder with multiple tubes running from the top. He immediately pulled out a softball-sized crystal from his storage. As soon as it came out, the antics of the other 2 stopped. Both of their eyes were wide, gleaming with undisguised hunger. Charl whispered longingly,
"Where'd you get that beauty?"
Jonx held the crystal up to the light to tease the both of them. "This? Oh, nowhere in particular. I think we actually got this off one of the smaller moose men. Do you remember them, Kets?" In response, his pet sent him some emojis of horned beasts. None of them were right.
"You know, Jonxy, if you have any others, I could probably find my way to making you those protected storage ornaments you've been hemming and hawing about,"
Charl offered in a falsely sweet tone. Jonx waved his friend's greediness away. "I actually do have one slated for you, so, since you brought it up, how much storage can you put in a bracelet? And do you think you could finish it in the next few months?" Now holding Kettle in his beefy arms as the Dogalin kept scratching his beard, Charl answered,
Your bracelet's, what, 3,000 cubic feet? I can probably get it up to 9,000 with the same dimensions. If you were okay with a slightly different shape, I could get it to 12,000 or even 15,000 cubic feet. But for that size, the crystal payment would have to be a bit bigger than that one there.
Shrugging, Jonx said, I can cover it. How about a forearm bracer? You could probably get some decent space out of that.
Sure, whatever you want. I can have it done by your graduation,
proposed Charles as he nuzzled Kettle's nose. Jonx clapped his hands, then popped the ether crystal into the stove, listening to it hum to life. I can't wait to test this puppy out, Charles. Why don't I cook for you as a thank you? I supply the food, you supply the booze? The mini Minotaur rubbed his beefy hands together and smiled broadly.
You know I never say no to food. You make another earth dish, and I'll go get some Carathorn whiskey.
Chapter 25. Fine Dining. A knock came at Jonx's dorm door on his last night at the Culinary Academy. When he opened it, he was surprised to see his head instructor, Andalika. Hastily bowing at the waist, he said, Master Andalika, I wasn't expecting you. May I come in, Jonx? His teacher asked. Of course, Master, please. Jonx waved to the empty chair as he took a seat on the bed. Andalika inspected her newest expert as she sat down, then reflected. You've graduated with a higher rank than I originally expected, Jonx, and I'm pleasantly surprised at your dedication to our craft. I can say that watching you grow this last year has been rewarding for me as an instructor. Your adaptation of your home world's foods to our local ingredients has had some wonderful results. That being said, I've come to make 2 requests, if you'll allow me. Jonx was taken aback. He hadn't expected his culinary master to take a special interest in him after the graduation ceremony. He dipped his head in deference and said, Sure, Master, what do you need? In a businesslike tone, she began. First, I'd like to ask for several of your more promising recipes. I plan to put them on our menu at the restaurant on Imferal. I will, of course, pay a fair price for them. He definitely wasn't expecting that. He never realized that the comfort food he'd been trying to recreate would garner this type of attention. Which ones would you like, Master? I wouldn't dare take Gil from you, not after you took me into your academy. Think of them as a parting gift. Sad to hear the last part, she commented, Ah, so you are planning on leaving, I shouldn't be surprised, but I was still going to offer you a place at the restaurant. Now that was even more shocking to him. He knew the bare minimum to be offered a position there was expert rank, but he'd just barely made it by the skin of his teeth. The meal he'd made for his final exam was scarcely above 200% ether sat rate. He was literally the least qualified an expert culinarian could be. Thank you for the offer, Master, dipping his head respectfully. I'm absolutely overwhelmed and honored that you would offer that to me, but I don't think I deserve the position. Waving off his modesty, Andalika said, Your rank is only part of it. It was your commitment to your craft that makes you a prime candidate for the restaurant. But it doesn't matter, does it? You implied that you were leaving. He abashedly scratched the back of his head. Yeah, well, that is true, Master. My next goal is to either teleport off-world or find transportation off-world. Speaking of which, if you could point me in the right direction, I would be in your debt. The Master Culinarian laughed lightly as she shook her head. That's not even worth mentioning. I'd gladly give you the information for free. But first, may we talk business about your recipes? I would like to pay or trade for the recipes of omurice, ramen, buttered poultry, and souffle pancakes. I think they would be quite popular on Imperial Island. There's something about them that transcends our cultures." Putting up his hands to stall her, he said, "Master Andalika, I was serious. You can have the recipes. I adapted them for my own homesickness, not for any monetary reasons. I would love for them to be served to other people." He paused for a moment as he had an idea. "Actually, how about I give you the recipes, and in trade, a master culinarian makes them for me and a friend at your restaurant?" Andalika clapped once, then moved to stand. "A bargain struck! Expert Jonx!" Chuckling as she walked to the door. "Come to the restaurant tomorrow for dinner, and I will be sure to have a table reserved for you and a friend. I will also prepare a data package explaining the situation on how to get off-world. We can talk at length over dinner. How does that sound, "It would be my pleasure, Master." Jonx stood and had Kirby send over a data pack of the complete recipes he'd adapted as he walked her to the door. After receiving the bundle, Andalika turned to face him before leaving. "I must warn you to prepare yourself, Jonx. Getting off-world can be a pain." There were 4 places set at the table when Jonx and company were seated. 2 raised chairs were provided, one for Charl and one for Kettle, of all things. Andalika joined them as the first dish was being served. "Our first course is going to be ramen. I made this one myself. I deviated a bit from your original recipe to suit the palates of our clientele here on the island, but I believe I was still able to capture the essence of the dish. Tell me your thoughts, expert Jonx. Jonx noisily slurped the noodle soup, immediately noticing the difference. She had used vegetable stock instead of the bone marrow he'd used. Regardless, it was still unquestionably delicious. "This is perfect, Master. It's actually a variation on my home world. It just wasn't what I chose to do for the recipe." So not as original as I thought," she offhandedly chuckled. "What say you, Master Scriptsmith?" Charl couldn't even hear the question for all his own slurping that he was doing. Finishing his bowl in one long gulp, he set it down and released a contented sigh.
"I haven't had Earth food that I didn't like yet. Your home world sure knew what it was doing."
The meal continued right along. Omerice coming next, followed by buttered poultry, right after and finishing with the souffle pancakes. Everyone devoured each dish as if it were their last. And as the dinner wound down, Andalika ordered dessert wines for the table, infused by local fruit flavors for a light woodsy end to their meals. Kettle even got her own share, which was served in a large bowl. Meanwhile, Jonx was a bit apprehensive about it. The mutt had never really imbibed before. During the wine, Andalika broached the subject of off-world travel. "I'm having my AI send you the data package to explain the finer points of the political climate surrounding teleportation access. I've gleaned from your stockpile of highly dense ether crystals that somehow you came here from a much higher-tiered world. I won't ask how, that's none of my business, but it's obvious to anyone you've traded with." She trailed off as she shared a glance with Charl, who nodded in agreement.
"Your crystals are a giant red flag, to be honest. The ones you've given me haven't left my workshop. Their value is too much to explain in Coldwind. We barely see them here because they're so highly regulated by the central dominance. The crystal you gave me for your storage bracer would bring the royals out of Solutia Island in a heartbeat. I'd sooner avoid that if I could."
Andalika continued. "Your mystery was interesting enough to stay my hand in the beginning, and your growth under my watch has earned you my trust now, so I too have kept your secret. but that doesn't change your predicament. Barafin is a low-tiered world, as you know, and teleportation to any higher planet costs an exorbitant amount of ether. The only off-world teleporter that would benefit you is located in the central dominance, where the true powers of this world reside. Leaning back in his chair, Jonx began rubbing the stubble on his chin in thought. How exorbitant are we talking? Charles was the one to answer.
To use the teleporter to get to my world, you'd need about 10 of the crystals you gave me. For you to get to a Tier 3 world, it'd run you about 10 times that. And that's to get you to the edge of our solar system to Sakawa. You'd have to find your way onward from there. But that ain't the problem, Jonxy. The problem is access.
Jonx raised an eyebrow at the comment, waiting for the shoe to drop, as Charles went on.
The royals in the CD want to control who comes and goes. They can't do much when someone of power comes through, but they hamper the process for anyone trying to leave. They're fickin' petty little cud lovers if you ain't got any backing, which you don't.
So what? They're gonna keep me on this planet? What about transport ships? Any chance with them? Asked Jonx, voice tinged with a little annoyance. Andalika answered. There are 2 ways off-world via ship. Private transport, which is controlled by, guess who? The royals, or military transport through the Pentumvirate. But that requires you to accumulate a sizable chunk of merits on the CD battlefront. It sounds like I'm going to be stuck here for longer than I was expecting, he said, before realizing his faux pas. Jonx scrambled. No offense, guys, I like you all, I do, but I was hoping to advance sooner rather than later. Charles waved away the imaginary offense.
None taken, Jonxy. We understand the desire to progress. That's how I came to be in Coldwind in the first place. I wanted to advance my craft. I ain't a fighter, though, so the royals have made it too much of a hassle for me to get off-world again. I'm happy in my workshop, but I know your frustration all too well.
Taking another approach, Jonx asked, How powerful are these royals anyway? Are they soul-forged? Anyone at the soul sphere stage? His culinary master was the one to answer. The most powerful of this world are older, low soul-forged at the ends of their lifespans. I only know of a handful, and they don't bother much with the affairs of the royals. The true powers are in the peak crystallized realm, with 4 or 5 crystallizations. However, it's been a while since I've paid attention to the CD, so maybe there are some other monsters on their 6th or 7th pass through by now. What's keeping them from breaking into Soulforged? It can't be that difficult, Jonx asked offhandedly. His 2 companions shared a look of exasperation before Charles made a comment.
You've got to be kidding me, you idiot. First off, not everyone has the knack or the knowledge to qualify for Soulforged. Second off, the amount of ether to make that jump is absurd. It's a chasm that not many can cross, and it's got to be done all at once. This world just doesn't have the ether saturation. I've heard rumors that it costs somewhere in the realm of 5 full crystallizations to get to form your soul mold, but it may take more.
Andalika elaborated. Charles brings up a good point, since it takes so much ether to make any more progress. The CD is the only continent on the planet that it would be possible. There are battlefronts throughout the region that war with the races of cloven kind, vying for resources to advance their strongest. Jonx rubbed his hands over his eyes with growing frustration and said, It's sounding like I have to get to the central dominance before I can get anywhere. What's the fastest way there? The easiest would be to take a teleporter, but Coldwind's royals hoard access to it. The next best option would be a local shuttle. It takes longer, but it's accessible by most. You just need the right clearance, answered Andalika. Crap on a cracker. How do I get the clearance?
My AI's access is only expert juvenile, and I'm assuming that's not nearly high enough. Jonx complained, more frustration bleeding into his tone. I can actually help with that. You're an expert culinarian that graduated from my academy. That achievement alone is entitled to an expert Veer upgrade of your AI. Your advancement needs to be able to handle it, but I know you'll have no problem. Andalika winked conspiratorially as she responded. In fact, going to the CD as a culinarian will be your best chance at gaining political favor and military merits. Since energy is so coveted by the higher-staged Etherforgers, any profession that can augment resources is a huge boon, which means ours. And alchemists? True to her word, Andalinka sent a download link to Kirby, giving him the option to upgrade his access through the Barafinian network. You'll have to register yourself to the network, but that's actually a good thing. Anywhere you go in the Pentumvirate, you'll be treated as an expert crafter. I warn you, though, do not drag my name through the mud, Jonkheer, or else I will find you, she said, half playfully and half menacingly. Waving both hands in front of himself as if to ward off her threats, Jonx quickly said, Don't worry, Master Andalika. I'll do you proud. My culinary crafts are my ticket to advancement. Kettle chose at that moment to warble out of her high seat and fall onto the restaurant's floor with a hard thud. She lay on the ground, snoring and drooling. Rolling his eyes at her antics, Jonx reached down to scoop her up. Looks like someone's going to be in for a hangover tomorrow. The three shared a laugh, changing the subject to lighter topics. Jonx and Andalika spoke of alternate ingredients for his recipes, while Charles regaled them with stories of his own time in the CD. At some point, the Corathorn stole Kettle and put her in his beard, giving her a more comfortable bed to sleep in. The trio conversed until evening gave way to night. Good wine with good food in good company was more than anyone could ask for. Chapter 26. Central Dominance. A pale blue transport pod made of Laprix metalloy, reinforced by scriptwork lining the outer hull, housed less than 20 people in its cabin as it made its final descent towards Argent Crown, a floating metal city in the clouds above the Central Dominance. The satellite megalopolis was made of 3 colossal concentric rings with a total circumference of 263 miles, which was nearly as large as New York City on Earth. In the center was a pylon of metal housing an enormous translucent cylinder with an ether crystal as large as a mountain. The concentric rings rotated slowly around the central obelisk in opposing directions, with landing ports jutting out of the outermost ring like spokes on a bicycle. Jonx found himself staring out of a port-side window, in awe once more at the wonders of the universe. The data packet from Master Andalinka reported that Argent Crown was a fortified city, serving as the Barafinian base of operations for the various battlefronts of the CD. They had originally tried to have large cities on the ground, but the cloven kind, the official name for sentient beastkin in the greater universe, kept destroying them. Ultimately, the natives settled for smaller manned outposts on land and Argent Crown City in the skies above. His status as an expert culinarian got him easy access to transportation in the satellite city. Master Andalika had even given him the contact information of past students who resided there. It was the foremost capital city of all of Barafin, despite its constant state of war, making it highly popular to young Etherforgers looking to advance their way or craft. Jonx exited the pod onto one of the many port spokes around the city. As he disembarked, Kirby automatically downloaded a GPS map and marked points of interest.
His first goal was to find a pentumbrate recruitment center to get registered for the battlefronts. The idea of teleportation went out the window when he'd learned of the political quagmire involving the royals. As a result, he could only settle for naval transport to Sakawa. Up close, Argent Crown was a modern metropolis of shiny streets interspersed with lifelike holograms of flora, crowded by soaring skyscrapers of hardened lightweight stone, though nothing was taller than 15 stories. If the standard of advancement in Coldwind was forged bodies, then the standard in this city was in the middle crystallized realm, between condensation and compression. He was still considered one of the higher staged fighters, but he knew there were some people in the city who could match and exceed him. While ogling the ether tech around him like some country bumpkin, he sent a mental request to his AI. "Mind pointing me to the recruitment center, Kerbo?" Immediately, his HUD's map pinged with the location, and Jonx began to weave his way through streets filled with young Baraphinians. These were more battle-ready than the suburban ones in Coldwind. Here, they wore fitted leather-weave upper body armor with long sleeves adorned by thin stone plates covering vital points, while their legs were shrouded by fortified pleated skirts. Overlaying their natural bone visors were stone metal crowns, with many of their hair woven into single or double braids. There was the occasional off-worlder, but they were few and far between. While highly unlikely, it wasn't completely out of the realm of possibilities that an Ajati was an expert culinarian and looking to sign on for the war effort. Or at least that was his hope. He had made sure to research more of the alien culture he planned to impersonate while on the flight from Coldwind, so he would be able to pass a cursory inspection. Ajati were from another star sector of the Nothlidian Pentumvirate, bordering the Elemist Protectorate. They lived longer than Earthlings, up to 150 years for the weakest of their forgers. And if their hair darkened as they aged, then he'd be around 100 with his salt and pepper coloring. Of course, at Jonx's realm, that made for a poor indicator of age. Ajati were also generally darker brown than he was, but he was certain he could get by with his caramel skin. Regardless, with Kirby's enhanced processing power and freedom to mimic any of the celestial powers' AIs, his credentials would be flawless. Striding into the recruitment building, a hologram of the five was projected in the middle of the hallway. Kandrona, Raban, Impheral, Antaria, and Seleucia. Only their distinct outlines could be discerned, otherwise each projection was featureless. The average Pentumvirate citizen was not worthy to gaze upon their true images. It was all a part of the mystique, though Jonx just thought it was all bullshit. He knew from the Nothlidian Pentumvirate cultural data that all of them were in the Celestial Ascension realm, the final rung of the ladder for all aspiring Etherforgers. Though none were an Omicron like his old emperor Galuit Shamtul, they were either Phis or Betas. Together, they rivaled the power of an Omicron. Jonx was sure there was more to it than that, but he had no reference about that level of power. In all honesty, he had no information on anything below low soul-forged. Breaking him from his staring, a recruiter abruptly dropped down from above, immediately obscuring his view. Towering above him by nearly a foot, the alien stood 6.5 feet tall and looked as if Groot had grown up. Its skin was colored gray with a bark-like texture, though it looked to be closer to stone than wood. There were 2 long root tentacles that grew out from atop its head, while 2 smaller roots hung over its mouth, mimicking a very long handlebar mustache. The alien wore a padded jacket with the symbol of the Pentumvirate, 5 suns forming a half-moon over a white turtleneck with armored trousers. He quickly asked his AI, "ID, Kirby?" In less than a blink, the answer came. "He would be a Malkin, one of the main species of this star zone. He is the same race as Antaria, of the 5. Malkin looked him up and down, and then said,
Can I help you, Jati? Are you here to join the glorious Pentumvirate Navy?
Jonx couldn't help but gawk at Groot Hulk and had to hastily snap himself out of his awkward silence. Yes, sir. I recently finished culinary school at Coldwin, and I'm here to earn merits for transport off-world. He had figured that sticking to the truth would get him the furthest. Less loose ends to tie up. So he sent over his false credentials to the recruiter's AI. The Malkin's tree root mustache quivered as his eyebrows climbed in surprise.
An Ajati on their second crystallization, who is also an expert culinarian? If I wasn't looking at you standing there, I wouldn't have believed it. But I know your master, Andalika. Her restaurant has branches here on Argent Crown and is one of my personal favorites. Well, follow me to my office and I'll get you registered.
His tone brooked no questions as the Malkin activated a cloak of swirling wind to deftly lift him up to the third floor of the building. Sensing a test of sorts, Jonx turned on his own electromagnetic cloak to follow. He swiftly floated through the building's central atrium on specks of neon-colored ions and found the recruiter waiting for him on an open, inward-facing balcony. The Malkin mutely observed him without giving anything away on his face, simply nodding in acknowledgement before walking off towards his office. The recruiter spoke as they made their way through the hallways.
My name is Aerith, and I'm the official representative of the Pentumvirate Navy on this planet. I don't normally handle direct recruitment, but an Ajati on this lower-tier world? I had to see you for myself.
I'm Jonkheer, but I go by Jonx. Is it really so hard to believe? Coldwin is renowned for its master crafters and their academies, Jonx replied when they stopped in front of a bare wall. Aerith pulsed for the door, then walked in, revealing a single desk in the room and 2 chairs. He went around and simply sat on a conjured cushion of air while motioning for Jonx to take a seat. Once Jonx sat down, Aerith pulsed and scriptwork around the room instantly came to life.
That's better. Fewer prying eyes and ears. Now, let's have a chat. How did an Ajati make it all the way out here? My AI doesn't show any Ajati immigrants or tourists for a number of years. I'd like to hear your story.
Quickly sensing the mood, Jonx answered without hesitation. I was lost on a rift world. I'd assumed I was going to come out in another part of the same world I was exploring, but I exited here. It's where I picked up my pet. He paused to rub Kettle's nose while she was perched on the back of the other chair. Unfortunately, the rift was closed on this side and I wasn't able to get back inside. Luckily, I landed near Coldwin and made the most of it. The Malkin recruiter studiously rubbed one of his handlebar roots as he analyzed Jonx's unspoken behavior.
You're actually telling the truth. Once again, if I wasn't sitting here, I wouldn't have believed it. By the 5's balls.
He slapped the table to punctuate his point.
What a tale. Well, my Ajati friend, you're in luck. I'm sure Andalika informed you already. Argent Crown is always looking for crafters, especially culinarians. Once you're registered, I can assign you to an outpost. You'd be taking requests for crafted meals or hunting down ingredients to do with what you will. Of course, your services are not free. You can charge merit points or gil, whatever you see fit. If you decide to sell your meals or gathered ingredients to the Navy Quartermaster, you'll be paid in points only. How does that sound?
Without missing a beat, Jonx unhesitatingly replied, That sounds like exactly what I was looking for. Where do I sign? Immediately, an AI-enforced contract was sent to Kirby, outlining the terms of his naval service. Jonx would be considered a freelance civilian crafter working for the Navy. There were no minimum terms, so he could leave whenever he wanted, but while he was in the CD, he'd be obligated to take a certain number of requests from naval personnel or provide the same minimum number of meals to a quartermaster. While the prices were up to him, there was an upper limit to what he could charge depending on the quality of his crafts, plus he would have to meet a monthly quota. The terms were generous, and Kirby assured him that because of his freedom from the celestial powers, enforced contracts were inherently voided, so he truly was free to leave whenever he wanted. Jonx quickly signed and was given his first assignment. As he stood to leave, Aerith stood with him.
"Welcome to the Pentumvirate Navy, Expert Jonx. You'll find your clearance in our database updated with access to the merit shop."
He nodded to the Malkin and said, "Thank you, Aerith. I look forward to serving the Pentumvirate." Then he turned to leave, hoping to find a transport pod down to the planet's surface. A turquoise waterfall tumbled down the side of a snow-capped mountain plateau as water softly sprayed the side of a medium-sized cargo ship made of pale green labrix metal. Measuring roughly 25 by 70 feet, it was shaped like a flower bud laying on its side, wider on one end and tapering down to the cockpit. These ships were scattered throughout the CD and served as easily movable Pentumvirate outposts. This particular one lay at the center of a raging river, near the edge of the falls. On either side of the riverbank was a sparsely wooded boreal forest, the trees in the midst of losing their leaves. Extending from beneath the craft was a metallic sun deck, creating a platform running around the entire ship, littered with crates and loitering Baraphinians. Jonx had been out on assignment for a little over a week, quickly establishing himself as an expert culinarian. He set up his portable stove under the eaves of one of the ship's pedals and had a line of waiting people snaking around the side. The stove he was using was his old, stolen one because he wanted to keep his masterwork stove under wraps, hoping to avoid advertising his wealth. He wore his storage bracer on his right forearm and his culinary apron over a well-made Baraphinian-style tunic and pants set. For simple dishes with 4 ingredients or less, he didn't need the shield from the grill hood. He was able to split his mind in 5 separate ways, easily controlling the leakage of fewer ingredients while maintaining a high sat rate on his finished meals. On average, he could manage a steady stream of 205 to 225% sat rate dishes, which he charged 15 to 30 merit points for, depending on the end product. However, his customers had to provide their own ingredients. He wasn't running a charity kitchen after all. With this setup, he was raking in merits hand over fist, though his ultimate goal was still far out of reach. Ship transport to Sakawa was going to run him 1 million points, a truly obscene number. Compared to that, the amount he'd made in the last week was a pittance. At the rate he was going, it was going to take nearly 3 years to reach his goal. As he finished his next order, a spiced meat steak sandwiched between 2 pieces of cooked leaves with roasted vegetables, an alarm suddenly blared from the cargo ship. In an instant, he tossed the finished meal to his customer, who'd already paid. Then, he swiftly whisked his stove and cookware away into his storage, clapping his hands and announcing out loud, "Sorry, fellas, it looks like we're about to get some company. My stand will open again tomorrow for anyone who wants to eat. But right now, it's time for me to have some fun." Kettle knew the drill as she deftly launched herself sky high, using her vantage to spy the incoming cloven kind. She sent his HUD real-time videos of a large horde of snake men slithering down the mountainside, shrouded in cloaks of snow. He summoned his own electromagnetic cloak, then split his mind in 2, dashing over the river and leaving a line of waves in his wake. Kirby went ahead and took over one part of his mind, conjuring a rotating series of gravity frames to form a protective wall around him. With his AI covering his defenses, Jonx swiftly created multiple ether anchors in each hand, flicking them like ninja stars with the force of his ramjets at the oncoming snake men. As each anchor found its mark amongst snow-white scales, he instantly felt them go to work, draining his opponents and filling his chambers. In each hand, he conjured 2 small chaos orbs, while triggering his kinetic cloud to rapidly rotate them like 2 orbiting planets. Taking advantage of their spinning, he whipped them like ballistae directly into the horde of clovenkind. His combination attacks were unstoppable, as they literally mowed through a dozen enemies, the orbs like scythes cutting down a wheat field. He casually summoned more anchors and flicked his wrist, embedding them into dying snake men, siphoning more of their energy and hastening their deaths. Off to his right, he spied Kettle, plummeting towards the ground in her arrowhead form, blasting apart mutants in explosions of blue blood and viscera. By this time, the Barathinian combatants finally caught up, beginning to wade through the horde of myriad circuits. The snake men were no match for the group of warriors. This raiding party consisted of mostly low crystallized monsters, which meant they were just the vanguard. Jonx knew that the fully crystallized snake men would follow after their brethren once the Barathinian fighters had been softened up. Anchors continued to pump ether into his chambers, constantly keeping him and Kettle topped off. As the first wave of snake men dwindled, beacons of ether aura revealed themselves to his senses. The second wave was starting to descend the mountainside. The cloven-kind elite fully crystallized at least once, and the ones with auras twice. It was time for the real battle to begin. Jonx split his mind into a third piece, giving Kirby control over his kinetic cloud as dense stalactites of ice and wrecking balls made of snow were hurled at him by the elite snake men. What his cloud couldn't redirect, his rotating gravity frames blocked. Propulsion thrumming through his body, Jonx catapulted forward, meeting the elites on their turf along the side of the mountain, making it look like he was walking up a wall. Standing perpendicular to the sheer mountain face was child's play with his electromagnetic cloak. He targeted one of the snake men with an ether aura, letting their pressure wash over him, ignoring it and catching it by surprise. This twice-crystallized cloven-kind was larger than its brethren. Its massive serpentine tail was like a tapered tree trunk, while its scales were thicker, with groups of them fused together covering major portions of its arms and abdomen like some sort of natural body armor. Jonx flashed forward and met the monster blow for blow, launching chaos orbs as it retaliated with whips made of snow and shaped like large pythons, while his orbiting defenses kept away the worst of the attacks of any surrounding monsters. In the back of his mind, he noticed that there were teams of 4 or 5 Barathinians for each crystallized snake man. Jonx knew he was the only one at this outpost who could stand equal with the Cloves. As the thought flitted across his mind, Kettle unveiled her own aura over the rear of the snake men group, immediately suppressing theirs just before she rampaged through their ranks, bouncing between the elites like a ping-pong. Wherever she hit, limbs were blown off, shoulder sockets torn apart, arms below elbows disintegrated. Jonx was forced to amend his prior thought. He was the second Etherforger who could stand toe-to-toe with the monsters. Switching his attention back to the snake man he was fighting, it was obvious that it was becoming increasingly frustrated as its attacks were rebuffed. Without warning, it struck its tail into the side of the mountain, sending a spray of stone towards Jonx to give it space to separate. They'd been fighting up and down the mountainside, and he was instantly sent tumbling off the cliff face, causing him to flare his cloak so he could slightly hover midair. In that moment, the monster inhaled deeply, and Jonx watched as its head, shoulders, and lats expanded threefold. "Uh-oh, that doesn't look good," he thought, just before the Clove goddamned spoke. "You're much stronger than the rest of this rabble. Who are you, stranger? What are you? You look like a maskless Barathinian."
Jonx shrugged, not really feeling the need for conversation. Don't worry too much about it, Snake Eyes. If I were you all, I'd be more concerned about myself. Shh. Snake Eyes spit to the side. Impudent! It launched off the sheer rock face to meet Jonx in the air. Its cloak began rotating rapidly, simulating a snow flurry to keep it aloft on par with him. The two jumped back into their fight, Snake Eyes' snow whips growing thicker, now the size of steel bridge cables. Kirby reduced the number of gravity frames down to 2, but increased their surface area to effectively block his flank. Then, the AI turned off his kinetic cloud and took control of his cloak to manage his flight, giving Jonx the opportunity to focus on combat. Python whips crushed meteorites out of the air, while Snake Eyes launched icicle missiles from its tail. Jonx countered with chaos orbs, disintegrating the spikes before they could land. With a flare of propulsion, he flashed inside Snake Eyes' guard, overlaying each of his strikes with ramjets. Wide, sweeping kicks alternated with haymakers from his fists, all given extra range by his circuit's concentration of the force element. The cloven kind bobbed and weaved through his attacks, slippery as a snake, while launching palm strikes of hard-packed snow as heavy as sledgehammers. Jonx took the strikes on his gravity frames, responding with a series of rapid-fire axe kicks, pushing Snake Eyes back towards the mountainside. The collateral damage of their aerial combat ensured that they had space free from reprisal from the lesser Etherforgers, especially since Kettle kept the majority of the crystallized cloves in line by using her magnetic-themed circuits to devastating effect. The loose snake men not caught in her wake were occupied by the Baraphinians, though the bone-visored fighters were losing people faster than the monsters. In a burst of movement, Jonx formed a chaos orb on his shin like a soccer ball, then kicked it towards Snake Eyes as if the monster were the goal. The cloven kind caught the orb with its tail, only able to handle the entropic energy for a split second before it obliterated the last third of the appendage. Shouting in pain and anger, the snake man suddenly expanded its chest, then spewed out a slush of dark snow, droplets of it easily burning holes on the ground below. Jonx was forced to dodge backwards, covering himself in layers and layers of gravity frames. While he was behind his makeshift shield, he heard Snake Eyes yell, "Everyone back!" and then felt an ether pulse spread out, assuming it was their signal to retreat. Jonx busied himself dealing with the slush, which was highly corrosive, eating through all of his frames and fizzling on his cloak. By the time he felt safe enough to drop his defenses, the battlefield was clear. The mountain's face was pockmarked with man-sized holes, an obvious indicator that the cloves burrowed through the rock to escape. He unceremoniously dropped down to the plateau, finding Kettle gorging herself on snake meat in the background. The Baraphinians were indiscriminately picking the field clean of spoils, snake man scales, fangs, and ether crystals. Some daring grave robbers even tried butchering his and Kettle's kills until he unleashed his ether aura over the entire plateau. Tisk, tisk, tisk! He wagged a finger at them. Those aren't yours, are they? You want them? You'll have to fight for them. He grinned savagely with a threatening gleam in his eyes. Immediately, the foragers fled with their tails tucked between their legs and receded to the periphery, choosing to poach easier prizes. Jonx sent a map to Kettle's AI, marking their kills that Kirby had recorded. Then, he went about butchering them for his own treasures. Chapter 27. Mountain Recluse. Jonx carved out a cavern for himself on the side of the mountain and close to the outpost. Using his chaos orbs like drills, he was able to burrow through the rock rapidly and without any residual dust or debris, since his orbs simply disintegrated everything. He continued to hollow out a chamber until it was the size of a master bedroom, just enough space to be comfortable for a while.
When he finished, he triggered a rock slide at the entrance, sealing himself in and hiding his forging cave. His plan was simple. Use his masterwork stove to make high sat rate meals with his ether-rich ingredients, hopefully pushing himself to 3 times crystallized. Before coming here, he'd spent several more days at the outpost to finish his meal quota. His contract was for 100 expert-rated meals per month, and he'd gone ahead and made next month's quota in advance, too. He was planning on secluding himself for as long as it took to crystallize another layer. Taking his stove out, he set it up against a wall and took out tables for preparing his ingredients. Next came his cookware, knives, cutting boards, and flatware. Then he plunked a chair down to sit on, as Kirby inventoried his available ingredients to match up what recipes he could create. He wanted to make a meal plan for himself to maximize his ether intake. Once Kirby had a viable schedule, Jonx began taking out his ingredients and started the long process of cutting, chopping, and dicing everything. Then, he fired up his masterwork stove and proceeded to cook, and cook, and cook. When he needed to take a break, he cuddled with Kettle and took a nap. But then, he would go right back to cooking. For weeks, he cooked. Night and day. He slaved over hot burners, grills, and ovens. At some point, even Kettle grew bored because she wasn't allowed to eat any of the food, so the mutt dug herself out of the cave and went out to explore the mountainous area. He stayed like that, hyper-focused on his craft, until finally he heard the last kitchen timer go off in his head and immediately collapsed onto the floor, passing out and sleeping for a full 24 hours. When he awoke from his impromptu nap, he checked his map to make sure Kettle was doing all right. Her dot showed her as circling the forest below the waterfall, probably looking for food. After all, that's what she was always trying to find. Picking himself up off the floor, he promptly assumed a lotus position. He took a deep breath and firmed his resolve. It was time to advance. Finished with his meal prep, his interspatial bracer was filled to bursting with ether-rich dishes. His single-minded focus ensured that each dish was at least 250% sat rate, some even as high as 275%. While he may not have been a master culinarian, he was improving. To qualify as a master, he needed to split his mind 6 ways and make dishes above 300%. He was still a far cry from that, but now it was within spitting distance. Jonx eagerly took out his first dish, a toad stew with root vegetables, sat rated at 250%. As he chewed and slurped, he funneled the ether to his already full brain chambers, growing the 3rd layer of crystallization from the inside out. The first dish barely made a dent. He knew it would take time. Each layer had to be grown slowly. There was no rushing this. So he ate. And when one dish was finished and routed to his chambers, he devoured another. Then another. For days and days, he scarfed, snacked, munched, noshed, and crammed. His brain chambers expanded outward with each meal as the innermost layer grew like a metamorphic rock forming strata. Bit by bit, bite by bite, meal by meal, his growth continued until finally his 3rd crystallization was complete. He knew it was finished when he felt his ether reserves begin to condense further. The potency of each state of ether, from gaseous to full solid, improved by a factor. He could feel his circuits buzzing electric and his forged body thrumming with power. Advancement, even minor ones, was addicting. He felt as though he could obliterate Snake Eyes with a single Chaos Orb now. But he wasn't done. He was still paying for his original short-sightedness. He still had a 2nd chamber to advance. Standing, Jonx stretched and sent Kettle a quick thumbs-up emoji to tell her he'd succeeded. She responded with more food pictures, but he could only send her emojis to indicate he wasn't done quite yet. When he finished walking around the cave to stretch his legs, he plopped back down into his lotus position and pulled out yet another meal. Sharpening his focus once more, he settled in to begin the long process of layering his heart chambers. The maskless Baraphinian had called her Snake Eyes. She didn't know what a snake was, but she assumed it to be derogatory. Her true name was Zaska, a high elite of the Onding Elapids. The raid she'd led was meant to be a simple snatch and grab. The Baraphinians of the outpost had been scouted thoroughly. They were supposed to be of middling strength. They were slated to be her tribe's new slaves for their ether crystal mines deep in this mountain range. But that maskless Ficken egg-sucker had ruined everything. Zaska knew herself to be powerful. She'd fought Baraphinians on the same stage as her and came out on top, absorbing their ether chambers to supplement her own power. 4 times she'd crystallized herself, and yet this creature had brushed her ether aura off as if it were merely a nuisance, nothing more. Because of their interference, she had to return empty-handed to her tribe elders. Worse, she lost nearly an entire den of their warriors. If not for her advancement, she would have been stripped of her rank. Her only recourse was to poach Baraphinians from outposts on the other side of the mountain range. They needed slaves, and her failure did not change that. Looking at her newly grown tail, it served as a reminder of her defeat. She had to waste ether to regrow it, so much that her next advancement had been delayed significantly. Her blood boiled at the thought of squandering so much ether, all because of a Baraphinian freak. Zaska remained in her personal chambers, deep within the largest mountain of the range. The saturation inside was higher than the outer world, allowing her tribe to grow stronger faster. But they needed a steady supply of slaves to dig deeper into the earth, uncovering more naturally formed ether crystals to maintain the higher energy density. Inhaling deeply, she refilled her stomach chambers, preparing for her next raid. The elders had denied her another den. This assault would be hers, and hers alone. Victory, the only acceptable outcome. Otherwise, there would be no returning. Her corrosive squall spread rot and decay everywhere it touched. The darkened slush eating holes through Baraphinian armor and flesh alike. Her tribe's future slaves lay screaming incoherently as her circuit bore through their bodies, melting and pockmarking, leaving them looking like porous stone. This was her 3rd outpost that she'd successfully raided herself. Zaska slithered across the ship's outer deck, attaching circuit collars on her new prisoners of war to keep them from accessing their powers. She had been tackling outposts for a couple of weeks, and maskless had yet to show. A part of her was disappointed, wondering where the nuisance could be. But a smaller, less vocal part was glad to see them gone. Their powers were unconventional, unlike anything that the other pissants around here could create. She knew that maskless was strong and that their time would come. But for now, she had a debt to pay to her tribe. Zaska maintained her flurry cloak at a low hum while she scoured the equipment crates of the pentumvirate outpost. The other 2 had little worth taking, but as she checked a large container, her luck came through. Within lay several dozen AI modules and more circuit collars. These would be a boon to her tribe, especially for the lower Etherforged who'd yet to upgrade theirs. Her own AI had been enhanced as far as she could go. If she wanted greater processing power, she would have to take a trip to the Mirafin Bazaar, where she could find other tribes who specialized in reverse engineering and developing ether tech. Clovenkind had been at war for time immemorial. None of the elders of any tribe could remember having lived outside of the continent they inhabited now. They remembered stories from elders long dead, but those were tales that meant nothing to Zaska. Her focus was advancement, not living in some fantasy world. Though when she did dream, she dreamed of the stars. The worlds beyond theirs. She knew they were out there. She'd killed aliens before, though not many. But even if she left, her tribe would not. and her loyalty to her people came before her own selfish desires. Well, most of her desires. Right now, she wished to burn and bury Maskless under an avalanche of her powers. Surely the tribe wouldn't begrudge her that certain wish. Thump, thump, thump. Loud pounding echoed off a pile of rocks like a giant's heartbeat, causing specks of dust and pebbles to tumble down with each palpitation. A dogalin sat on her haunches, patiently wagging her tail to the side of the rock slide, waiting for her friend. Suddenly, a hole materialized within the middle of the pile, stone disintegrating from a chaos orb. Jonx ran a small, dense orb around the rim of the opening, methodically widening it as if he were using a handheld reaming machine. Once finished, he swiftly walked through with a pep in his step. Successfully advancing both of his chambers put him one notch closer to Soulforged. The lower limit to progress to the next realm was 4 times crystallized. Anything less and his chambers would be unable to handle the strain of ether it took to form a soul mold. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough ether-rich ingredients to advance his dual chambers another time. He would have to hunt more in the CD. Jonx whistled for Kettle to perch on his right shoulder, then lightly burned propulsion to lend him some speed. All told, he'd spent 5.5 weeks in his cave, cooking and eating non-stop. Now he had a deadline. He had to make it back to the waterfall outpost to drop off his meal quota at the quartermaster. It wasn't going to be as lucrative as making personalized meals, but it was the best he could do this month. A wintry forest landscape blurred by as he ran back to base. It didn't take him long, but as he neared, he noticed that the immediate area was eerily quiet. In the 2 weeks he'd spent on premises, it had never been quiet. There were always at least some Baraphinians hanging around on deck. Leaving the tree cover, he paused at the river's shoreline, observing the outpost cautiously. He could feel his spidey senses tingling. Even though the cargo ship was still there, hovering in place in the center of the water with its sun deck extended out, the outpost was very obviously deserted. Jonx proceeded to hover over the water using his cloak, putting himself on high alert and sending his ether senses through the area. He couldn't detect anything. As he landed on deck, he noticed irregularly shaped holes marring the floor along with crates that had been left out and were now ransacked. In a glance, he knew what had happened. It was easily discernible if anyone had seen the attack. The holes were the same as those made by the blackened snow attack during the Snake Man raid. It seemed that Snake Eyes had paid the outpost a visit. What was curious was that the mutant left all of the equipment intact. The cargo ship was still operational, and so were the supply teleporters. Curbs, mind connecting to the ship? Can we get some of the systems on? In a matter of moments, Kirby was done and responded, "All done. You have the comm, Captain." Smiling at the joke, Jonx made his way to the cockpit and accessed the ship's records. He knew there were cameras around, so he pulled those up first. Kirby sifted through the videos at lightning speed until he found what Jonx wanted. The wall behind them lit up to display the battle in detail. Jonx watched as Snake Eyes slithered out of the water, an obvious attempt at stealth, then unleashed her ether aura on the unsuspecting Baraphinians. None of them would have been in the crystallization stage. They would have been in the deposition or compression stages, too weak to offer any resistance to the monster's aura. While they were struggling against the pressure, Snake Eyes released a fine dusting of dark snowflakes, a much more refined and delicate use of the circuit it had used by the mountains. The video showed the Baraphinians screaming in agony as their flesh was burned through, and Jonx had to immediately turn off the sound, not wanting to listen to it. The Snake Man made its way slowly through the group of fallen warriors, stopping at each one and clasping a collar around their necks. Jonx asked, "What is it doing, Curbs? What are those collars for?" Those collars are like the shackles that you wore when you were imprisoned at the Ether Beast camp," his AI supplied. "They block your ability to use your circuits, and they're usually resilient to enhancements from forged bodies. Obviously, they come in different grades, but around here, it wouldn't take much to shut these Barafinians down." Jonx watched on as the monster gathered up the captives in tombs of snow, their heads free to breathe, but their bodies encased. Not understanding what he was seeing, he wondered, "So, Snake Eyes is taking prisoners? Why? Can you check the Pentumvirate network? Are there any reports of this?" Kirby gave a mental headshake. "Negative, Jonxy. The network doesn't have anything, but it does show that several nearby outposts haven't reported in within the last couple of weeks." Jonx crossed his arms and cupped his chin, deeply concerned by what he'd just seen. "How much are we betting that the same thing happened to them? Any information on how many people should be stationed at each post?" Flicking through the data, Kirby provided. "Each outpost is assigned 50 people total. They're not all expected to be on base at the same time, though. On average, there would be about 25 people at any given moment." A pit formed in his stomach as Jonx asked, "Just how many outposts have gone silent?" "These mountains cover a pretty large area. They're about as long as the Rockies back on Earth, so the Barafinians established 7 outposts to cover it all. Out of those 7, 4 have gone silent, including this one," Kirby offered. Jonx cursed. "Shit. So they've taken roughly 100 prisoners, give or take? Grab the locations of the other outposts and put them on our map, Kirbo. Looks like we're going to take a field trip." Before he left, he did another quick once-over of the cargo ship, looking for one of the supply teleporters. Then, he began uploading his meal quota straight to the AI quartermaster for the Pentumvirate. He received about 2/3 of the merit points he would have gotten if he had chosen to sell personalized meals, but this was much more convenient. Besides, the people who he would have sold meals to were now prisoners to Clovenkind, and who knew where they'd been taken. He walked back to the sun deck, then sent an ether pulse out, above and below the surface of the river, learning his lesson after watching the security footage. Fortunately, his pulses came back empty. "Which one's the closest rated outpost, Kirbo?" Chapter 28. Mines. Zaska carted her last haul of slaves to the mines, located far below the tribe's main residential caverns. There were slave herders who would divide her shipment up amongst the vast network of crystal mines that her people managed. She had no time for such mundane affairs. She was scheduled for a meeting with the Elapid elders soon. By rote memory, she traced the twisting tunnels of her youth, easily finding the elders' chambers, locked behind a massive circular stone door. An ether pulse code, one that she had memorized since she was first promoted to high elite, opened the door with a deep rumble. She promptly glided into the cavernous hollow and stopped in the center, sitting on her own coiled tail, and peered around the meeting hall. There were 5 Elapid elders in total, representing each of their etherforging specializations. She spied her own ivory-scaled elder, the Onding, fully 8 times crystallized. The other elders' scales were myriad shades representative of their tribes. There was the Mirafin in her emerald, the Scoria in his maroon, the Boss Cage in his russet, and the Wasteland in her amber. All the Elapid territories were connected by tunnels painstakingly dug by their ancestors. She could travel the entire central dominance without ever surfacing. It was why her people held sway amongst the Clovenkind. They could transport anything, anywhere. The Boss Cage spoke first to begin the meeting. "It seems that you've redeemed yourself, Zaska. An entire den's worth of slaves to replace the warriors that perished under your command. An eye for an eye. I commend you." He dipped his head in congratulations. The Wasteland spoke next. Did you encounter your maskless Barathinian again? Zaska bowed and shook her head. No, Elder Wasteland. I scoured each of the outposts and was unable to find anyone stronger than on their first crystallization. Maskless was an anomaly, apparently. Nothing more. The Onding chimed in from the side. We will be unable to take more slaves for the immediate future. This is a delicate dance between us and the Barathinians. We've taken our pound of flesh, now we must lie low, lest we have more eyes upon us. What else were you able to scavenge? Instead of answering, she emptied her storage necklace, piling up the AI modules and circuit collars on the floor of the chamber. 2 of the 4 outposts had yielded valuables that she was obligated to pillage. The Merafin's eyes lit up as she eagerly leaned forward. Wonderful! We have a new den of warriors advancing soon. They will need their AIs improved. You have made up for your failure and more, Zaska. I vote she be given leave to the Merifin Bazaar, with a stipend for whatever she may desire. I know she lost progress by having to regrow her tail. The Bazaar may have something to aid her in recouping her losses. The Onding spoke up. I second that. She deserves a reprieve from the war front. One by one, the other 3 elders gave their assent. After the vote, the Scoria put an end to the meeting.
Congratulations, Zaska. Be free for now. Take your leave from battle and enjoy your time off.
He lifted up a glass of purple Barathinian blood and tilted his head.
With our compliments.
Jonx spent a week traveling over and around the mountains until he finally finished searching the 4th empty outpost. They'd all been in the same shape, acid holes on the decks and everything else left untouched, save for one ship that had some cargo stolen. Kirby connected to each ship and found their security footage. Every time, it had been Snake Eyes assaulting the unsuspecting Barathinians, collaring them, then dragging them off to God knows where. Feeling out of his depth, he decided to send a detailed report to the Pentumvirate military with the accompanying records as proof. He didn't know how long he'd have to wait, but he figured he should get some more cooking done, in preparation for his next quota. As he cooked, he thought. It was obvious the snake men needed bodies, otherwise why take so many prisoners? But bodies for what? He hadn't a clue. He remembered how the snakes burrowed through the mountain as an escape, which may mean that they actually live inside the mountains all around him. If that was true, he wasn't going to be the one to go in after them. That wasn't his concern. This was more of a side quest that he felt compelled to do as he tried to earn more merits. After an hour of making some low expert work meals, he sensed some incoming Etherforgers. Several were stronger than the average he'd met on the warfront. He actually felt single and twice crystallized ether signatures coming. So he stopped what he was doing, put his supplies away, and waited for them. The outpost he was on was located on a mountainous shelf high above the base, around 3/4 of the way to the summit. It was cold, but the flower bud-shaped cargo ship had shields against the climate. The first Etherforger to meet him was a buff Barathinian, slightly smaller than Kuraf, with a similar bone visor. For all Jonx knew, they could have been cousins. He waved and yelled, "Ho there! Did you come because of my message?" Kuraf's cousin stopped a few feet away, responding, "Ho there! We've got an immediate ping from the Pentumvirate to return to our nearest outpost to check in." As the Barathinian spoke, other Etherforgers made it to the outpost's deck. Everyone was cloaked in a plethora of powers: wind, lightning, water, magma, and more. All told, Jonx counted 25 naval personnel, exactly the other half of what was assigned to an outpost. Once they'd all gathered, the cargo ship hummed to life, and a large hollow projection of Aerith came on deck.
Thank you all for responding to my summons. For those of you who do not know, I am Aerith, Navarch of the Nothlidian Pentumbrate Navy for Barafin. This," the hologram pointed at Jonx, "is the expert culinarian who discovered a number of disappearances within your mountain range. The footage he sent documents a concise attack on 4 separate outposts with the express intent of taking prisoners of war." The hologram surveyed the group of forgers. "As Navarch, I am officially commandeering all of your contracts, invoking Clause 535. Your new assignment is to find any clues pertaining to the Clove, as shown in the footage, or to ascertain the whereabouts of the missing personnel. Merit points for this assignment will be multiplied tenfold, with the possibility of increased rewards depending on the information gathered. I want to know what happened to my people and who this Clove is. Navarch out."
Kettle wheeled through the sky, maintaining a perimeter over the waterfall outpost, keeping watch for anything hostile with her telescopic vision. She supplied a steady video stream to Kirby as Jonx had his mind split in two. Meanwhile, Jonx kept his main focus on the holes along the side of the rock face where he fought the Snake Men. There were dozens of burrows, the largest belonging to Snake Eyes. He hadn't shared this part of the information with the others, not even the Navarch. At first, it hadn't felt important when he'd sent his initial report, but then when Aerith dangled a carrot in front of him, in the way of free merits, he decided he wasn't going to tell the Barafinians. He wanted those points for himself. Was he being callous and greedy? Sure, but he was only in this situation so he could get off-world. The sooner that happened, the better. Crouching at the mouth of the opening, Jonx carefully extended his ether senses down the tunnel. This hole was nearly 2.5 months old now, so he was reasonably certain that there was no danger. But he'd learned his lesson about being lax on his level of alertness. Paranoia goes a long way. "You really are learning, Jonx, my boy. If I could tear up, I would," joked Kirby. Rolling his eyes, he recalled Kettle and told her his plan. He wanted her to stay outside to keep an eye out for anything suspicious. If worst came to worst, he could rely on her to go after him. After all, she was 4 times crystallized. Between the two of them, they would have little problem escaping. He split his mind into a third piece, giving Kirby control over dampening his ether signature, like they'd learned to do from the recovered Protectorate data so long ago. Jonx then localized his electromagnetic cloak to just his feet, effectively creating hover boots, letting him cover more ground while not leaving a trail. The passageway stretched for about 2 miles before it opened up to a connecting tunnel. While the burrowed one he'd been in was haphazardly built, the connecting passage was wider and felt more purposeful, as if it had been there for a long time. He crouched inside the new tunnel and immediately switched off his cloak. Then, surveying his surroundings, it seemed that he was in more of a mine shaft than anything else. There were support beams built along the walls, and the hallway had enough room to fit several people abreast. As Jonx sent his ether senses right and left, he had Kirby start forming a map, like in old Earth exploration games. He even had his AI mark off the entrance he'd used, so he had a surefire exit. Miles beneath the surface of an alien world was not where he wanted to die. "What are we thinking, Curbmeister? Left or right?" he asked. His AI gave him his options. Left is a gradual downward slope. Right seems to be level with where we are. The answer seemed pretty obvious to him. Down it is. There's usually better stuff when you go down. Bazinga! Kirby trilled in his head. Jonx grunted in amusement and shook his head at the reference. Then, firming his decision, he headed left, slinking down the hallway as he kept his senses stretched out before him. Meanwhile, Kirby continued to keep his presence dampened. It would take someone in the next realm to detect him, which meant that on this planet he was practically invisible to ether sensing. As he crept along, Jonx reflected on how useful his culinarian training had become in his everyday life. The ability to split his mind in cohesive parts was what Gar had done with his clones. It took advantage of the higher processing powers of a Senix-class AI. Even Dak Kalpak had trained them, after a fashion, by forcing him and Kirby to commune during the trials, which helped in seamlessly juggling so many moving mental parts. He noticed an oddity as he moved along. The tunnel was perfectly uniform, as if carved by a single large drill, though he was sure it was more likely the work of a massive snake man. Jonx definitely did not want to meet whatever Leviathan once slithered through this bedrock. He continued to follow the passage down, gradually noticing his map curving to trace the circumference of the mountain. He estimated that he was below the level of the plateau after about a mile. Winding his way until he made another complete circle around the mountain, he began to see side tunnels shooting off into darkness. This place seemed like an anthill made for snake men. Pausing for a moment, he extended tendrils of his ether sense, gingerly searching for any life nearby. After enough time to be confident there was no one around, he resumed his trek through the tunnel. After a few more minutes, he suddenly began hearing a susurrus of activity, mumbled voices, the movement of snake bellies rubbing across the ground, the occasional whip snap. He wasn't expecting that last one. Crouching lower, he carefully inched forward until the tunnel opened up to a gigantic cavern, reminiscent of an enormous open atrium inside an office building. It seems that the snakes had hollowed out the entire mountain for them to live in, and at its center was a pulsating, crystalline tower of ether the size of a barn silo. The crystal was encrusted in a layer of dense ice, with thick frozen stalactites sticking out of it in all directions, straight into the walls to keep the massive hunk of ether suspended. Jonx could feel the waves of energy coming off of the crystal and took a deep breath just to test out what he was dealing with. The ether saturation in here is higher than outside. This feels firmly Tier 4. If they have a distillation array, they could get this to Tier 3 easily, he sent to Kirby. I doubt they have that type of ether tech. They would need a script smith for the array writing, and script work is highly restricted by the crafting associations of every celestial power, answered Kirby. Most script smiths will be under AI enforced contract to keep the symbology a secret. Peering over the rocky railing, Jonx observed, Well, this chamber looks like it goes down quite a ways. I can't even see the bottom. It's just darkness, even to my vision. He cast out his senses and scanned the balconies opposite him, facing the central atrium, spying as snake men slithered in and out of side tunnels. His senses estimated their strength in the mid-crystallized realm. Nothing much to worry about. These were the fodder, not the elites. While he snake-watched, a large monster suddenly slithered out of a tunnel, leading a line of bruised and colored Baraphinians by a metal leash. Quickly, he sent to his AI, Kirby, start recording. We need to send this to the Navarch. Jonx tracked the snake man and its sullen, disheveled prisoners downward until he lost them to the depths. Sighing, he cut off the recording and sat on the tunnel floor with his back against the railing. He was at a crossroads now, up or down. Up meant out, up meant safety. Meanwhile, down meant trouble. Did he really want to potentially battle an entire hive of clovenkind? So, how much do I care about fighting a bunch of mid-crystallized monsters? What do you think, Curbs? Kirby answered flippantly with a mental shrug. None of them should be much of a challenge. You fought one of their elites to a standstill, and that was at a lower stage. If we bring Kettle in and switch me over to defense, this shouldn't be bad. Welp, it sounds like we're going to YOLO this rescue mission, Jonx commented sardonically. His AI teased back. You know that YOLO hasn't been popular since you were in your 20s, right? Can't you just let me have my moments? Jonx pleaded jokingly. His AI cackled in his head as he refocused on the task at hand, and a plan began to formulate in his mind. He was going to cheat his way through this place. Jonx swiftly conjured 2 handfuls of ether anchors and skillfully tossed them at the central crystal. Then he conjured another round, performing the same maneuver 2 more times. He didn't think he would need Kettle for this, not with an unlimited power source. Immediately, his chambers gushed with excess. His circuits craved an outlet, and he planned on giving it to them. With a thought, Kirby dropped the dampening over his ether signature, while at the same time he let loose his electromagnetic cloak. The serpentine cloven kind responded within seconds, sounding alarms and calling for an intruder. Jonx rapidly summoned a pair of gravity frame shields, giving them over to Kirby to handle control. Then, vaulting over the balcony's lip, he floated in midair and began raining down purple-green chaos orbs, collapsing tunnels, causing miniature rock slides, and inciting general pandemonium. With how much ether he was siphoning, he couldn't spend it fast enough. He felt like a floating god of destruction. The snake men weren't idle. They returned fire with their own circuits. Icicles, packed snowballs, and targeted hailstorms attempted to pierce, crush, and entomb him. All to no avail, since nothing they had to offer could make it past his shields. Even though he was enjoying feeling so powerful, more and more cloves were piling in as if he just kicked an anthill. Looked like playtime was over. In an instant, he expanded his gravity frames to give him some more personal space. Next, he spread his arms wide, splitting his mind into a 4th partition. Then, he pulled through the nearly 24 anchors embedded in the central ether crystal. In quick succession, Jonx poured energy into his meteorite circuit. All around the atrium, several points of dense gravitational force materialized and began inexorably sucking in the bodies of snake men and chunks of rock alike. The cavern was suddenly filled with the hissing screams of tens and tens of cloven kind as they were squashed, squelched, and squished by his circuit. Within a matter of moments, 4 huge, bloody boulders had formed around him, covered in gore and dripping viscera. Despite still having a glut of ether, Jonx felt mentally exhausted. He'd never done anything so strenuous with his meteorite before, and it had taken its toll in other ways. But now that his immediate vicinity was clear for the time being, he could relax. So he unceremoniously released his electromagnetic cloak and dropped himself down the full height of the atrium. The seconds piled on with air whooshing past his face, and the longer he fell, the more surprised he grew as he realized just how big the hollowed shaft really was. Maybe this wasn't a great idea, he thought to himself. On the way down, he tossed out more anchors, afraid for what was to come. As the ground finally came rushing up to meet him, he flared his cloak and kinetic cloud, bleeding off his momentum to drop lightly onto his feet. Then, without warning, 7 large snake men pounced on him as soon as he touched down. Hailstorms and blizzards immediately layered on him, one on top of the other, forcing him to huddle behind his gravity frames. While the attacks weren't harming him, the ice and snow were literally burying him alive like an avalanche. He quickly shaped his frames into a tent of sorts to weather the localized blizzard. Once he thought they were out of power, he hastily funneled ether into his kinetic cloud, overloading the circuit to send his frames outward in an explosion of frozen water. The blast tossed the snake men away like rag dolls, giving Jonx some space to float his way out of his snow tomb. As soon as he was free, he shot off a series of concentrating ram jets, mimicking finger guns to shoot each monster straight through an eye. In a blink, the mutants lifelessly collapsed like puppets whose strings had been cut. Noticing the absence of any other cloves, he rapidly jumped from one corpse to the next, pulling them into his interspatial bracer. Living organisms couldn't be stored, but dead matter was free game. He didn't want to leave these bodies behind. They were single crystallized each and would make prime ether meals later. As the last body got stored, Jonx quickly turned off all of his circuits, while Kirby dampened his signature once more. He estimated that he didn't have much time before reinforcements came, but he was so far down, he figured he had at least some time. Jonx swiftly patted his way through the lower level, spotting sunken-cheeked Barathinians strewn about the floor, chests barely rising. Looking around, there were easily 24 side tunnels leading deeper, so he picked one at random to follow. Small vibrations reverberated throughout the passage, getting louder as he went deeper. By the time he rounded a corner, they were shaking the walls, causing a shower of dust and gravel. And just like that, he finally discovered what the captured Barathinians were doing. They weren't simply prisoners. They were slaves. These tunnels were mines, and Jonx was in deep shit. Chapter 29. Hound. Dread filled him as the bottom dropped out from under him. He was not prepared for this. Quickly hiding behind the corner, Jonx made sure to keep his ether signature dampened to avoid calling unwanted attention to himself. He slowly peeked back around, making sure to pan his vision so Kirby could get a better view to record everything for posterity. The Barathinians were listlessly toiling away, using mundane pickaxes to chisel out ether crystals along the walls of the mine, their collars forcing them to rely solely on their forged bodies to power their swings. He saw hover carts, obviously stolen from other pentumvirate ships, floating throughout the mine passage, half filled with turquoise crystal chunks. A Barathinian that he recognized from his own outpost shuffled to one of the carts, struggling with a beach ball-sized hunk of rock, speckled with crystal formations. With a loud thud, he dropped it atop the collection of other similar rocks, then he promptly crumpled to the floor, breathing heavily and resting the back of his head against the cart's side. Jonx's heart bled for the alien. He felt terrible for the situation they were in, but what could he do? Before he got the chance, Kirby interrupted him. "Sorry to burst your bubble, Jonx, but we need to get out of here. Just because no one's here yet doesn't mean they're not coming. And if you've forgotten, we need to climb out of this mine first." Jonx forced himself to shake the feelings off, remembering where he was and what he was doing here. "Sorry, Curbs, I know, you're right. It kills me to see that. For all of my power, I'm helpless right now. If I free this group, they'll just die fighting their way out. I wouldn't be able to protect them, and my rescue would be pointless. Fuck, let's get out of here." He looked around the passageway, thinking of what to do. If I could make a tunnel, would you be able to lead me out? Kirby answered confidently. "Yeah, duh, I'm a Senix. Even though I don't have a map of their tunnel system, I can at least extrapolate where we are and get us to the surface. It's child's play." In a blink, the AI pinged Jonx's map, directing him to a spot just a couple dozen feet back the way he'd come. Before he could regret anything, Jonx made up his mind and conjured a large chaos orb wide enough to create a manhole. Quietly levitating with his cloak, he drilled a hole by the corner of some support beams and proceeded to float inside. Then, he created a matrix of small gravity frames to cover up the proof of his escape. It wasn't going to hide anything, but it would delay their ability to follow. His frames were stronger than any single attack they could muster, so it would take them a concentrated effort to break. Using his best Superman impression, he held the orb above his head and burrowed his way topside, propelled forward by his electromagnetic cloak. Kirby directed him the entire time until he exited his makeshift mine shaft out the side of the waterfall below his outpost. "Make sure to mark this entrance, Kerbo. We might need it in the future." Jonx clung onto the side of the falls, hands slick with water, then filled himself with propulsion, rapidly leaping upward like a salmon swimming upstream. He made it back to the outpost in record time, immediately rushing to the main terminal to upload what he'd found. Before it could even finish,
Aerith's image appeared inside the cockpit.
That was fast, Jonkheer. Too fast. It seems that you were hiding details from your first report.
He held up a hand to forestall that train of thought. In my defense, Navark, I didn't realize it was a clue until I connected the dots. By then, you'd offered up some merit rewards and I figured I could cash out. You can sue me for my selfishness, sir, but sorry, not sorry, Jonx said matter-of-factly. Aerith chuckled before answering.
Again, not a lie. I am consistently amazed that you're either a phenomenally good liar or anything you're telling me is the truth as far as you know it.
The Navark paused for a moment to sift through the uploaded video, his AI quickly finding the pertinent parts.
This is unexpected. For the cloven kind to pull off something like this under the nose of the pentumvirate takes higher access than any of them should have. Even if they stole our ether tech, they shouldn't have been able to get this far. The ones you found mining were from the recent outpost raids. My AI has already matched their faces from our records, but those you passed by on the floor, they were from outposts from much farther away.
The Navark stroked one of his root mustaches.
This is deeply troubling. Your recording implies a larger network than expected, involving prisoners of war turned into slaves, and the Cloves having resources from the pentumvirate beyond simple spoils of battle. It is obvious someone on our side has been feeding our enemies intel and stealing from my navy. I would know who.
Aerith casually waved a hand and deposited a significant amount of merit points into Jonx's account, earning him a very shocked look from the culinarian.
Take it. You've earned this much, though it is just a taste, Jonkheer. Send me your map markers and I'll give you more. I plan on dispatching a special task force to free my personnel. You can join the team if you want, but I'd like to offer you another assignment. Your power is enough to walk through most of Clovenkind forces without taking a scratch, unless you meet one of their elders. If you can find me something more, something else to lead me to the masterminds of this charade, then you'll get your transport off-world, and you can keep the merits you've already earned.
The hologram unexpectedly zoomed in to just Aerith's eyes, piercing straight into Jonx's soul.
Be my hound, Jonkheer. Sniff these rodents out.
Alexei inhaled the last bit of ether he needed to finalize his 5th crystallization. His stomach chambers suddenly sent waves of energy throughout his body, like a reactor powering up. A shiver ran through him. What a rush. Clenching his fists, he felt newfound strength coursing through his very sinew and bones. Strength enough to crush his enemies. At this stage, he was officially a high royal. He stepped out of his inner chambers within his apartment on Argent Crown, the door sliding closed behind him, encrypting itself until he used a unique ether pulse to open it again. That room was dense with script work to distill the ether crystals he received from his regular shipments, all to hasten his advancement. Walking into his living room to lay on his sofa and enjoy the view from his penthouse suite, he noted that one too many servants were present. Cocking his head to the side, he asked, "What is this? Why are you interrupting my seclusion?" The 3 servants, kowtowing in front of him, bowed even deeper, pressing their bone visors directly into the floor. As one, they intoned, "Congratulations, exalted master. We welcome High Royal 237. May you live long and advance far." Alexei waved the praises off. "Spare me the pomp. Why are you here?" At the question, the leftmost servant scurried forward on hands and knees. "My lord,
An Elapid mine has been raided by a pentumvirate special forces team. The cloven kind were able to seal off that particular mountain, preventing any further ability for the team to find other quarries, but their shipment will be under quota.
A bonfire suddenly ignited the sofa in the middle of the room, burning a deep crimson and melting through the floor to reveal the suite underneath. High Royal Alexier ground his teeth, nearly cracking his molars. How? The middle servant hastily scurried forward to answer.
I'm afraid we do not know for sure, my lord. One of the Elapid slave herders reported an intruder deep in the bowels of the mountain. This intruder sowed chaos on the higher levels, then fled below. They were unable to locate him. And aside from wanton destruction of some infrastructure, the intruder did not take anything. Fortunately, the Unding elder had the foresight to pack up operations immediately. After that, the pentumvirate came and freed the enslaved miners. The Elapids estimate they lost 200 slaves on that raid, though they deny that they left any evidence for the special forces to find.
Does my mother know? Alexier asked with impending dread. The rightmost servant responded,
Yes, my lord. She was given the information first. This attack happened days ago, but she bid us wait until you were out of seclusion.
Panic shot through Alexier as he activated his boiling blood, empowering him with enough speed to reach his mother's chambers in record time. Sprinting down the corridor, the suite's door opened on its own, as if expecting him. He then skidded to a halt in the antechamber, registering his mother lounging on her hovering divan, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Quickly, he scrambled to bow at the waist. "Mother!" he said breathlessly, more out of anxiety than exertion. She took a long moment before answering, choosing instead to eat a handful of small fruits from a tray held aloft by her combustion cloud, an impressive display of precise control over her circuits. Alexier remained bent at the waist, studying her from his position. Nataka was one of the 30 or so elite royals spread across Argent Crown. Each of them on their 8th crystallization, the very peak of power amongst the younger generation on Barafin. His grandfather, Ekor, was an elder royal, having reached low soul-forged when he was off-world fighting for the pentumvirate. With his lineage, he was destined to join her ranks eventually. Their house needed another powerhouse to keep the others at bay. That's why so many resources had been poured into his advancement. To reach his 4th crystallization within 50 years was difficult for even the other houses. He served as an example and deterrent to their own high royals. Finally, his mother deigned to speak. "I see congratulations are in order. Welcome to your new position, Alec." He straightened up as she dipped her head in acknowledgement of his accomplishment. "Your celebration will have to wait, however. You've been told what happened. Here." She flicked 2 fingers in his direction, sending a data packet to his AI. "Read through this report. The Elapids have lost a mountain crystal and the subsequent mines beneath it. Their greed for slaves has been their undoing. The Unding assures me that she will recoup their losses across their other mines, but we will have to make do with diminished supplies for a time." Huffing in exasperation, Nataka lamented, "Good help among the beasts is so hard to find. Regardless of their evolutions, they're still nothing but animals." Still bowed, Alexier asked, "What would you have me do, Mother?" In a tone that brooked no argument, she proclaimed, "You will go to the surface and supervise these beastlings yourself. If they don't have slaves, then they can use their own people to do the work. My inner chambers have almost reached low tier 3 saturation. Soul Forged is practically at my fingertips. I will not have the mistakes of beasts delay my plans for advancement."
Alexei bent deeper at the waist before straightening up and turning to leave. His AI anticipating his needs by scheduling a shuttle as she gave her assignment. But before he could get too far, his mother's voice rang out one more time. "Oh, and Alec, secrecy is of the utmost importance. I don't need Aerith breathing down my neck any more than he already is." Without turning back, he inclined his head in acknowledgement, striding back into the corridor, heading to their house's port. Zaska had been given leave for an indeterminate amount of time, and she planned on taking advantage of it. The Onding Elder had given her a substantial amount of ether crystals to exchange for whatever ether-forging aids she found at the Mirafin Bazaar. She'd been once before, as a foot soldier in the compression stage. A half-den had been sent as security for her decennial auction. That was decades ago. Now she would return to the bazaar a high elite in her own right. Alone, she was worth a full den of warriors. To be on her fourth crystallization was a distinction held by few among the cloven kind. Her path led her across the landscape of her boreal forest home. She'd chosen to travel above ground because she wasn't in a hurry and there were no predators to her, even amongst the Barafinians. Their royals secluded themselves on their sky fortress, avoiding the war front at all costs. Cowards and weaklings, the whole lot of them. Soon, she would enter the Boscage's territory, a more deciduous forest than hers. She would have to travel straight through before reaching the Mirafin's swamp. Beyond that lay the lands of the Scoria and the Wasteland, though she'd never personally visited them. Maybe one day, but not on this trip. The map on her HUD marked the already scouted locations of Barafinian outposts. Though she was the apex out here, she wasn't stupid enough to waltz through their encampments. Zaska gave them a wide berth, choosing caution over hubris. Eventually, she came upon a river so wide that the other side couldn't be seen, which acted as the natural boundary between the two territories. She casually activated her flurry cloak and lazily drifted across on snowy winds. The time for hiding underwater had passed. She wasn't raiding anything, so maintaining secrecy was moot. As she made landfall on the opposite shore, she scanned the Boscage's forest, looking for potential threats. When her senses came back empty, she dropped her cloak to continue her journey. Without warning, and out of nowhere, a cage of blue-purple ether walls sprung up around her. The force it emanated stifled her very being. She could barely lift her arms. Her breathing became ragged, her lungs unable to expand. Then a cloud drifted into her cage, restricting what little movement she had left. Like a horrific phantasm from her worst nightmares, maskless stepped through the front of her prison. Carefree and unhindered. Its ether aura pressing further down upon her, immediately showing her that they'd advanced. How did this fickin' eggsucker advance so quickly? Their fight was barely 2 months gone. It fought her as an equal then. Now? She felt helpless in the grip of its power. Then, the abomination stepped in front of her and waved. "Hey, Snake Eyes, long time no see." Quick as a whip, she was unable to process as its hands snapped forward, wrapping around her neck. She couldn't fight back, its circuits keeping her pinned like an animal to slaughter. Zaska heard a soft click, and panicked terror spread through her body like wildfire. She suddenly lost the connection to her circuits. Her powers now beyond an invisible barrier, out of reach. The monster spoke once more. "This isn't revenge, not really, but I do need some answers, and you're my best bet off this planet." The ether cage fell away, then the cloud. All that was left suppressing her was its aura. Immediately, she lashed out with her tail, slogging through the pressure, hoping for a hit. She barely made it a foot before an even stronger aura washed over her, immobilizing her further and making her feel like a child caught by her den mother. A small ether beast swooped in then and landed on Maskless's shoulder, crooning and opening its mouth. In response, her captor took out a small piece of meat, holding out its hand for the beast to snap up. Maskless returned its attention to her, a gleam in its eyes, then said, "I don't think this is going to hurt, Snake Eyes, but considering the slaves you captured, I won't be too broken up over it." Electricity instantly jumped between its fingers, and she wondered once more what type of ether mutation did this creature have. She'd seen it use so many powers in just 2 encounters. What other secrets did it hide? Before her line of thought could get too far, Maskless's electric net surrounded her head. First, she watched her AI short-circuit. Next, her vision fuzzed in and out, causing her to feel nauseous, disoriented. Then, she lost control of her facial muscles, feeling her mouth slacken, drool trailing down her neck. And finally, all she knew was oblivion in the form of a static screen. Chapter 30. Disguises. Kirby delved deep into Snake Eye's brain and AI, sifting through everything with a fine-tooth comb. He began his search superficially, gaining the details of its most recent experiences. He had discovered that it was a her, which was noteworthy, though ultimately inconsequential. After the AI gathered as much as he could, he probed further to the heart of her AI's core. Snake Eye's AI may have been a journeyman Veer class, but it was a stolen, uninitiated model. It had never been connected to a larger network, nor had it ever received any software updates to beef up its security. Kirby may as well have been reading a book at a public library for all the piss-poor protection her AI had. His enhanced abilities weren't just because he was a Senex now, they were augmented because of Jonx's proficiency with his electromagnetic cloak. Without that particular circuit, the information Kirby would have gotten would have been rudimentary at best. With it, though, he could download, store, and review every bit of information her AI had ever collected in its lifetime. And that's exactly what he did. He learned of the Clovenkind's history on Barafin, how they'd evolved over millennia. The stories of the first sentients to band the disparate tribes together. Of their culture, their infrastructure, their endless war with the Barafinians. Then, the coming of the Nothlidian Pentumvirate, and finally, their eventual consignment to the Central Dominance, where they'd been locked in a stalemate for centuries. Kirby learned of the sheer extent of the Elapid's tunnels and their many mining operations. Snake Eyes, or rather Zaska, was relatively high up in their command chain, though she didn't know the true secrets of her people. It was obvious to Kirby that her elders kept their guarded information close to their chests. Lastly, he found out about why she was out and about. She was on vacation. Jonx abruptly spoke up. "What an absolutely shit vacation. I kind of feel bad now for ruining it, but you know what? Fuck it. She enslaved my outpost mates." Kirby made a few more pass-throughs of Zaska's AI before finally releasing their hold on her head. Immediately, her body bonelessly slumped down to the ground with a thud. Out cold, but breathing. Jonx turned off his ether aura, signaling Kettle to do the same. Then, he put shackles around her wrists, the same ones he'd worn another lifetime ago. He went further, embedding several small ether anchors beneath her off-white scales, setting the siphon rate to as low as possible. They were only a backup, though, not a main source of energy. His kinetic cloud promptly wrapped her limb form, lifting it off the ground as if she were on a hover cart. Her body trailed behind him as he made his way under a broad-leafed canopy of purple-pink trees. He'd set up this trap by approximating her potential path after Kettle had spotted her slithering through the mountainous forest. It had been a lucky break, all thanks to his Doglin's far-flung vision. The amount of cooked meals he owed her was now astronomical. The little mutt, he thought wryly. Jonx stopped under the eaves of the tallest tree in a nearby copse. He gently placed Zaska against the trunk, lashing her in place with gravity frames fashioned to resemble chain links. This was one of the most precise forms he'd ever created using the circuit. Once he'd witnessed Kirby's unorthodox use of them, it had opened up innumerable possibilities. Since then, he'd been using his frames in more and more variable shapes. At that moment, it dawned on him that his gravity points were nothing but vertices for 3D shapes. Just as he had the revelation, he felt something shift within himself. Hastily, he sent his ether senses inward, only to find that one of his circuit lines had gained another node. He followed the main pathway as it branched out to include the new piece, then looped back into the larger network. Jonx smiled broadly at his unexpected modification, then pulled up his readout to check. Name: Cedrick Jonkheer. AI: Kirby. Class: Novice Senix. Professions: 1. Culinarian. Rank: Expert. Body preparation realm. Stage: Etherforged ×7. Specialized physique. Potentiation body, modified ×1. Grade: Peak. Anatomical systems reforged. 1. Musculoskeletal. Rank: 7th. 2. Circulatory. 7th. 3. Nervous. Modified ×2. 7th. Respiratory. 7th. 5. Digestive. 7th. Body circuits. 1. Ether anchor. Modified ×2 peak grade. Proficiency: Peak. 2. Electromagnetic cloak. Modified ×2 peak grade. Peak. 3. Propulsion. Modified ×1 high grade. Peak. 4. Chaos orb. Modified ×1 peak grade. Peak. Crystallized realm. Stage: Crystallized ×3. Ether concept: Dynamo force. Dual chambers. 1. Brain. Anatomy: transformed. Corpus callosum. Frontal lobe. Parietal lobe. Temporo-occipital lobe. Brainstem. 2. Heart. Ascending aorta. Left atrium. Left ventricle. Right atrium. Crystal circuits. 1. Kinetic cloud. Modified ×1 peak grade. Proficiency: Peak. 2. Ramjets. Modified ×1 high grade. Peak. 3. Gravity vertices. Modified ×3 peak grade. Novice. 4. Meteorite. High grade. Peak. It had been a while since he'd made any progress on his circuits. He'd spent the last year mainly perfecting his craft, not focusing on combat or his advancement. And here he was, just a couple of months of battle, and already it was paying off dividends. Not too bad for fairly easy work. Jonx continued waiting for Zaska to wake up and played fetch with Kettle by throwing pieces of elapid meat to pass the time. Crass while in front of an actual elapid? Sure, but it was the only low-level ether meat he had on hand. A dozen minutes passed and Zaska began to slightly twitch. 30 minutes later, she was moving as if she were being chased in a nightmare. An hour gone, and finally she gasped awake, eyes unfocused, searching for something familiar. Kettle settled into Jonx's lap as he sat in a lotus position across from Zaska. When the elapid's eyes finally cleared, they immediately focused on him, a snarl raging on her face. Maskless! She flexed her muscles, straining against the shackles and his gravity chain. I'll kill you, you slug-loving egg-sucker! Her screams became incoherent, her rage impotent. The chains never even budged for all of her railing, her forged body obviously not advanced enough to challenge them. Gradually, her angry wails became racking sobs as the futility set in. She choked out words between breaths. What kind of monster are you? Where does your power come from? Tilting his head to the side, confused that he wasn't part of the joke, Jonx said, Wait. I'm the monster? You're an evolved ether beast that captured Baraphinians and enslaved them. You know nothing of our war. We have been fighting for centuries. All my kind have wanted was a place of our own, Zaska said as her voice intensified. We have nothing but what we've been able to carve out for ourselves, and even still, they fly in their sky fortress, coming down to our lands only to take from us. They plunder our lands, our resources, as if they don't have an entire planet to take from. For what they've done, they only deserve to be slaves of war. Jonx took a moment to process her raw emotions. Closing his eyes, he entered a trance so that he could scan the data from her AI. His brain chambers rotated to alter his perception, giving him more time to decipher their histories. To be honest, he was biased towards the Baraphinians because he'd been ingratiated to them. Even though he appreciated his time with Andalika, she wasn't representative of her species or culture. As he pored over the information, it became increasingly clear that the cloven kind were like Native Americans, and the Baraphinians were the colonists. Both peoples would be considered the dominant species of Baraphin, but the Baraphinians just happened to evolve first. And once Zaska's ancestors came about, they were unwelcome, treated as unequal. They'd been fighting a civil rights war ever since. When the Pentumvirate came to incorporate this world into their territories, they'd picked the Baraphinians as the rightful owners of the planet, throwing their resources behind them and putting their armed forces at odds with the other natives of the world. The three parties had been at war for several centuries, maintaining a status quo. If not for this world being a low tier 4 and thus insignificant, the Pentumvirate would have already conquered it and left. Civil rights be damned. As it stood, Baraphin was only good for sending back shipments of low-density ether crystals to the greater Pentumvirate. The truth of the matter was, this world was simply a backwater planet, where someone of no import or a disgrace could be sent to be out of the way. Jonx didn't have anything against Aerith. In fact, he generally liked the Navarch. He couldn't imagine that Aerith had been disgraced, so that would leave the first option. An unimportant post for an inconsequential officer. A shame, but not the worst thing that could happen to the Malkin. He brought his consciousness back to the present, opening his eyes to the pleading look of Zaska. Sighing, Jonx said, I actually understand your perspective, Snake Eyes. She let out a low growl at the name as he went on. I even understand the rationale for taking prisoners. This war has no love for the common foot soldier. It's managed by the greater powers, your elders, and the Baraphinian royals. You and those stationed at the outposts are all pawns to them. Even Aerith is a chess piece in their games. Jonx stood from his lotus position to look down on his captive, arms akimbo. Unfortunately, your people's civil rights are not my concern. My concern is getting off this rock to get back to an adequately saturated world, and you're my ticket out of here, Zaza. Confused and growing increasingly terrified, she stammered, How do you know all of that? Paranoia set in and her eyes narrowed into slits. What did you do to me? Jonx crossed his arms over his chest, waving the question off. I wouldn't want to know if I were you. Suffice it to say, I know enough. Brushing her concerns under the rug, he switched topics. Will there be an elder at the Mirafin Bazaar, or someone higher up than you? Oh, and I wouldn't lie if I were you. I don't particularly want to wait around until you regained consciousness again. So, can we just do it right the first time, please? Zaska's eyes darted around her, checking her surroundings for anything that might help her. She tried to stretch her ether senses out, searching for anyone that might help. But her senses were blunted by the collar. Even the shackles around her wrists were shielding her. She felt naked and as defenseless as a newborn hatchling, unable to access her powers. Sounds of fizzling electricity interrupted her downward spiral as she noticed Maskless's fingers playing with a thread of lightning.
In a flash, she recalled the moments before losing control over her own mind, how there was nothing she could do to fight back, and how her world was replaced by a static void. A shudder racked her already high-strung body, cutting the strings of any resistance. Her head hung then, the fight leaving her voice. I can't be sure. There is an elder that controls the territory, but she doesn't maintain an obvious presence. No elder does. They stay in their private chambers and rely on their high elites. What stage are high elites? I know you're... what? Jonx paused, sending an ether pulse to resonate through her body, knowing that with the shackles she wouldn't interfere. On your fourth crystallization. What are the other forces like? Zaska felt even more violated by having the secrets of her etherforging exposed so readily. She'd learned to block such pulses as a hatchling, only her elders knew the extent of her strength, and here was a monster who snatched her secrets out of thin air. You're worse than the Baraphinians, and I'm going to kill you the first chance I get, she threatened. Jonx shrugged. I know you'll try, but I'm not that concerned. I've been through worse the last few years. Look, Zaska, I have nothing against you or your people, especially after learning about your history with the Baraphinians. Something is happening here that's keeping this war going, and I'm just looking for information on what, so I can get off-world. You can either help me or you can rot out here, collared. Food for whatever finds you. With one last look of indignation, she sighed at his words, knowing them to be the truth, then answered, Fine. Let me go and I'll take you to the bazaar. You may have to pretend to be a slave, though. You can't walk around looking like that. Zaska accentuated her point by nodding her head up and down in his direction. I actually have an idea about that, Jonxy. Kirby piped up. Jonx held up a finger at Zaska, indicating for her to wait, then brought his attention to his AI. What do you have in mind, Curbmeister? And please don't tell me I have to fight an entire marketplace of people. We already saw how well that went in the mines. No, I have a better idea. Split your mind in 3 and give me the 2 main parts, his AI instructed. Jonx did what he was told, interested to see what his AI was planning. Kirby instantly took over, taking his time and charging up his new modified circuit, gravity vertices. A 3D model of his phantom Doggelin form suddenly appeared on his HUD, fashioned by a complicated geometric shape to mimic a rough silhouette. The sheer number of points that Kirby needed to summon would have overwhelmed Jonx's ability already, but it was well within the AI's processing power. Once he had a working frame, he made the 3D model walk, run, roll, kick, punch, and every other action that he could perform. When he was satisfied with it, Kirby unleashed the circuit over Jonx's body in a flash. An amethyst exoskeleton winked into existence. Paws, tail, and scales, the whole 9 yards. Over that, Kirby projected a hologram of his Doggelin form from the trials, a perfect imitation of a man-sized kettle. They heard a sharp gasp from Zaska as the costume came into being. How are you doing that? Even the real Doggelin freaked out, leaping into the air, ready to fight or fly, until Kettle tentatively sniffed the air around Jonx's new body. Once she caught his scent, she was reassured he was still in there. Then she landed on her usual perch, serving as a mini-me to Jonx's larger form. Jonx thought, This is amazing, but I don't understand how you're doing this either, Curbs. If not for your new modification, I wouldn't have been able to get the form so accurate. It would have been more blocky. But with the flexibility of the vertices, I could make the frame as detailed as I needed. The model itself is the easiest part, since I spent so much time in that form while we got curb-stomped by Dak Kalpak's trial. Honestly, this form feels natural to me. The hard part is the ether required. We're going to need a power source.
Kirby explained. Looking at the trickle of energy coming from his anchors embedded in Zaska, Jonx had an idea. How long could we run it on Snake Eye's ether reserves? Conservatively, maybe an hour, and that's without any strenuous movements. Hold on a sec. Split your mind in a fourth partition and give me a little bit more time, said his AI. He felt Kirby rotate his brain chambers to the maximum, taking advantage of his enhanced perception to run even more models on his HUD. Images flashed through his vision like a flip book. Prototypes rapidly tested, then discarded, over and over for 8 straight minutes. Zaska got bored after the first minute and began straining against her chains again, hoping that Jonx's inattention would give her some leeway. But she may as well have been pushing a boulder uphill without her arms for all the good it did her. Finally, Kirby was able to streamline a design that had the dimensions he wanted, but at a fraction of the cost. It wasn't as detailed as his first model, and it wouldn't hold up to as much scrutiny, but it would give them more time. That's what mattered. Okay, buddy. I've got a more efficient exoskeleton. It'll last 3 hours off of Zodska's reserves, but it won't be able to handle combat. So you're going to have to tiptoe around those cloves and be on your best behavior. Jonx sent a snarky retort. Oh, come on, Curbs, me? I'm always on my best behavior. Chapter 31. Bizarre. The Boss Cage's forest took another week of unhurried travel to cross. Zaska was allowed to make the journey on her own tail, but Jonx kept the collar and shackles on at all times. He wasn't worried about eating or resting. At their stages, they didn't need to do those things, not when just relying on their forged bodies instead of their circuits. Zaska was less advanced than him in that department, so he had to actually slow down to match her pace. Barafin's ether saturation was too low, so most native ether forgers only advanced their forged bodies to rank 3, the minimum to reach the crystallized realm. A rank 6 forged body or higher was only for those planning to progress to soul forged, which was unheard of on Barafin. His own rank 5 body when he left Earth was a boon from the ether forming. The boundary between the Boss Cages and Marafin's territories wasn't as clearly delineated as the Onding's. Deciduous forest gradually turned into swampy marshland with muddy ground, willowy trees of violet, and higher humidity. Through it all, Kettle flew above them, keeping a lookout high in the sky. Occasionally, she would send back images of emerald-colored elapid patrols, large-headed rodent bipeds with obviously crafted leather armor, and birdmen with short beaks and wings attached to their arms. Jonx led the way, avoiding contact as much as possible. Any cloven kind they did run into were swiftly disintegrated by a chaos orb, crushed by a meteorite, or speared by an arrow-headed dogalin. As they neared their destination, they stopped for a debriefing of their mission. Jonx made camp in an out-of-the-way tree with large enough branches to hold him and Zaska. Up in the eaves, he laid out his loose plan to the elapid. All right, Snake, Zaza, I'm taking off the collar, but leaving the shackles on. Your hands will be free, though you still won't have access to your circuits. He conjured a gravity chain and wrapped it around her, then undid the collar's clasp along with the bindings connecting the shackles together, essentially turning them into bracelets. Without missing a beat, Zaska lunged forward, ramming her forehead into Jonx's, then slammed her shoulder into his body. Propulsion had been thrumming through his body, though, giving him the extra strength to shrug the hits off. He proceeded to slug her in the gut with a mundane punch, followed by a hook across her jaw. The punches knocked her back against the branches of the trees. She was still awake, just a little bloody. Jonx cracked his knuckles and said, I know you had to do that. I can't blame you. I would have done the same thing, too, if I were in your position. Hell, we can even keep going if you want. It's not going to stress me out at all. He let his chains dissolve into wisps of indigo. No circuits either. He dropped propulsion. Then he brought his hands in a bring-it-on motion. She didn't waste her chance. Quick as lightning, she bolted towards him, swinging her tail for the fences. He caught it in his armpit as his feet slid sideways, swiftly dropping an elbow into the appendage and hearing a satisfying crunch. She recoiled but ignored the pain, hastily launching an uppercut that connected with his jaw, immediately followed by a cross shot to his body. Jonx took the hits with nary a flinch, counterattacking with a front kick to her solar plexus and a rapid jump switch to a roundhouse to the side of her head. Zaska's body crashed out of the branches, hitting hard on the ground below. Without missing a beat, he quickly followed and fell into a waiting bear hug. She wrapped him in her arms like a boa constrictor, hissing in his face, attempting to squeeze the life out of him. Jonx countered by slamming his head into her snout with a crack, forcing her mouth shut. Immediately after, he kneed her in the stomach once, twice, 3 times before she let him go. "I can keep this up all day, Snake Eyes," he joked as he dodged backwards to make space. She did not like that taunt. Her arms suddenly elongated, a trait of her species' natural physique. It reminded him of her snow whips from their first fight, but on a smaller scale. She began lashing her arms out with balled-up fists like a pair of flailed maces, forcing him to jump rope over them. He skipped around in a zigzag pattern, waiting for an opening, and when it came, he surged forward, elbow smashing into her face, then grabbed her head for a vicious knee strike to the body. Now that he was in her guard, he took advantage of the close quarters, slamming uppercuts to her gut, spittle flying from her mouth with every hit. Her consciousness blacked out for a split second, the assault scrambling her senses. And by the time she got her bearings back, Jonx was crouching over her, while Kettle was licking her face. Zaska's eyes stared up through a deep wine-colored canopy and into the light periwinkle sky of her world. It was absurd and unfair how maskless, or rather Jonx, had such an advanced forged body. He would be able to give an elder a lapid competition on pure physical prowess. She sighed in defeat before saying, "I really, really hate you, maskless." He began to say something, but she bowled through. "I know your name. I just don't care. Now, what are we going to do at the bazaar anyway?" She picked herself up from the ground, breathing in through cracked ribs, slowly healing as she cycled ether to her musculoskeletal system. Jonx let her collect herself before he tossed her a homemade shish kebab with a sat rate of 205%, one of his old meals he was going to give to the military quartermaster. "Here, eat this. It'll help you recover faster. Don't want us showing up with you looking all roughed up." Begrudgingly, she took the dish and ate it, practicality winning over pride. "The plan is to walk to the bazaar for your supplies. I'll be in disguise, a cloven kind from the wasteland, but we don't need to chit-chat with anyone that we don't need to. You're going to head towards the non-elapid sections, specifically the Simplicid area. I want to find someone who can sell me some information," Jonx explained. "You can run if you want, but Kettle will be up in the sky keeping track of us. She'll spot you fleeing just like she spotted you before," he said as the Doglin barked at her roll while she hovered near Zaska's left shoulder. "Once I've got the info I need, we're gone, and I'll set you free outside the bazaar. Sound like a deal?" "Do I even have a choice? Your pet is as much of a freak as you are. She's nearly on the level of an elder. I'm stuck doing what you want, no matter my decision," Zaska spat. Shrugging, Jonx responded, "Like I said, Zaza, I don't rightly care about you in any particular way. I just want enough intel to sell off to my boss so I can catch a ride off this planet. How I get that information is irrelevant." Hard-packed dirt roads crisscrossed between simple bothy huts, made of clay stone walls and covered by mud straw roofs. Outside of each building were worn hover carts rigged up as product stalls. No holograms in sight, only painted signs to indicate what they were selling. The Mirafin Bazaar was a town, roughly the size of a large old earth mall, if malls were made of dirt and mud. Jonx was riding mental shotgun in his Doggelin costume while Kirby was at the helm. They decided that his AI could deal with mannerisms and cultural affectations much better than him. Meanwhile, Zaska led the way through the marketplace, seemingly free of any restraints, though the shackles kept her circuits out of his reach, and his anchors were steadily draining her ether reserves. She knew the bazaar was divided in several districts: the Elapids, Simplicids, Rallids, Croctorids, and Testids, each with an elder who sat on the bazaar's council. They were all in their 8th crystallization and controlled their respective races' supply chain, making them politically powerful. While the market seemed primitive, it was still on an alien world that had access to ether tech for centuries. Kirby saw clovenkind walking through the roads, covered in fur, feathers, and scales, while wearing crafted leather weave and alloy-welded armors that were obviously adapted from stolen pentumvirate wares. Zaska wandered through the Elapid area, angling towards the Simplicids, as per the plan, but before they got there, a trio of snake men blocked their path. In front of them stood a single verdant and 2 crimson-scaled Elapids crowding the dirt road leading into the Simplicid market. The green Mirafin Elapid spoke without preamble. "Zaska, who is your friend? I've never seen a Simplicid like him before." "Gurgil," she nodded her head. "When did you think that you could question my actions?" She eclipsed him in size as she looked down on him and his cronies. "Why are you in my way?" The Mirafin barely flinched before he inflated himself up, attempting to match her stature. "This is my territory, Anding. I can stop whomever I want." He sounded confident, though didn't look it. "Can you? I don't remember a mundane elite having any sway over the comings and goings of their betters," she commented. "And your friends, what use are they? Tell me what you want, Gurgil, and be quick with your egg shit. I want to know who and what your friend is, and what is an Anding doing here after the absolute ficking slug show your tribe brought down upon us?" Gurgil demanded as his voice intensified. Zaska went on full alert, instantly expanding her lats and shoulders. "What do you mean?" She stabbed a finger in his chest. "Slug show? What happened?" Her voice turned menacing. "Where have you been, Zaska? Your egg-sucking mind was raided by the pentumvirate," accused Gurgil. "All of our minds have been told to run silent before the blighted military can investigate every one of our operations." "What happened?" Zaska screamed at him, her vehemence causing Gurgil to wither under her gaze. "We got the news a week gone, Zaska. Somehow the pentumvirate forces got wind of too many of their people disappearing, so they investigated and found out about our slave ring. Luckily, your elder collapsed the tunnels leading out of your southern mountain, keeping them from finding our other sites." She immediately whipped her head in Kirby's direction. "Did you know?" He glanced around them, looking around the bazaar to make sure they weren't being stared at too closely. A few nosy clovenkind were looking their way, but they hadn't drawn a crowd, yet. To avoid answering so publicly, Kirby released an isolated ether aura over the trio as he stared daggers at them. "Either you move or I make you move. You've wasted enough of our time." Pure panic shone on their faces. The aura pressing down on their shoulders was obviously tightly controlled, as no other bystanders noticed. One of the Scorian Elapids grabbed Gurgil's arm. "We're so sorry, High Elites. Well, we don't mean anything by this. We were only hoping to pass on some information to you." The Scorian bowed obsequiously while dragging Gurgil away. The trio hastily slinked out of sight to who knew where. Zaska let them leave, still stunned by the news. Her eyes were fixed on Kirby,
fury burning beneath the surface. "What did you do?" Jonx briefly took over and put his paws up while shaking his snout. Now, don't look at me, Zaza. You're the one who kidnapped so many people. The hole you left was too big to go unnoticed. I'm willing to go." He flipped his hand up and down. 50-50 with you on the blame." She hissed, nearly attacking him in the middle of the road before she felt his ether aura directed onto her alone. The pressure was enough to freeze her in place, as he said, "This is not the place for an outburst. You need to go shopping, remember?" Another moment of futile struggle, and then she gave up. He leaned in closer to whisper, "Just get us to someone who sells information. The faster the better. Then you can be on your way, Snake Eyes." She bristled before turning around and leading them further into the next area. Zaza swallowed whatever else she was going to say. He was right, and she couldn't do anything right now as it was. So she continued to lead them through the simplicid market, all the while looking for markings on huts that would indicate more subtle sales. The Elapids had their own seedy brokers, but they were less likely to give the information that Maskless wanted. So he'd chosen to look elsewhere. Zaska's job was to find the right one. Her AI scanned the ramshackle buildings and followed the symbols, hidden in plain sight, directing them to an out-of-the-way shack off the main thoroughfare. There weren't as many cloven kind around this part of the market. They knew what was down this way. The symbol on the bottom left-hand corner was of a local Mirafin flower, the crassip. It had downward curved petals that grew in even numbers only. Anyone who dealt in information used the number 14 to denote their trade. Jonx followed Zaska through the doorway into a single-room hut with a simple stone table and stools surrounding it. A staircase leading down into a basement was set against the back wall as a big-headed simplicid walked up to them. "Customers, how unexpected." He waved a hand, pointing at the stools. "My name is Roncam. Please sit." The duo took their place at the table, Zaska settling down on her coiled tail and Jonx sitting on a stool. He glanced at the simplicid, its head easily accounting for a third of its 5-foot frame. Roncam had large round eyes set above a short snout, covered by a bushy mustache which wrapped around the side of his head over 2 pointed ears. There were goggles resting on his eyebrows, and he wore a long trench coat to cover his diminutive body with metal plates along the front and on the shoulders like epaulets. Roncam placed 3 bowls of a chilled drink on the table. "What brings the high elite of the Ondings and, He looked in Jonx's direction. "I'm sorry, I don't know what you are." Kirby took over to supply an answer. "I'm a Follid. We're a small tribe from the southern wastelands." Roncam dipped his head in acknowledgement. "A Follid? We don't get many this far north in the central dominance. Well, what brings you two to me?" Before Kirby could answer, Zaska jumped in. "What happened to my tribe? I've been on combat leave for the past few weeks, and I just learned of an incident. I want details." Casually summoning a backrest of hardened earth, Roncam leaned backwards and steepled his fingers. "You know better than that, Onding. Crystals first." Zaska tossed a pair of small, pebble-sized ether crystals onto the table. Jonx could sense their low ether density. If those were valuable on this world, the ones in his storage bracer would shock them. Roncam didn't even reach over. He simply answered, "You must have just missed the raid. If you've been gone the last 2 weeks, somehow the Pentumvirate armed forces gathered information on your southern mountain. They noticed a large number of their people were kidnapped from the outposts in the area, and they tracked them to your mining operation there. A special forces team was deployed by the Navok himself to recover the prisoners.
Your elder, through some stroke of pure luck, had already locked down the mountain, collapsed the tunnels, and evacuated your tribe before the raid happened. The only things the pentumvirate found were the prisoners and some mining tools. The simplicid leaned an elbow on the table as he coolly picked up one of the pebbles and played with it between his stubby, furred fingers. The damage was minimal since they had no way to get to any of your other mines. Besides, the Unding herself brought the mountain down after they left with their people. Nothing remains within. Your southern mountain is only a husk now. After that failure, the Elapid elders held council and decided to run silent on all of their mining operations. Our whole economy is starting to see the hit since crystals will be a high commodity in the coming future. I've heard that your tribes have even forced warrior dens to enter the mines in an effort to make up for the loss of the southern mountain. Zaska was silent, absorbing the information. Even though she blamed Jonx, she blamed herself even more. If not for her successive raiding to make up for her failure, she would have never left enough of a trail for the pentumvirate to follow. She was still in disbelief that they'd been able to find a way into the mountain, but the fact remained, they did. She was only thankful that her elder was paranoid enough to fall back before the special forces showed up. At least they hadn't lost any more Elapid warriors because of her dumb mistakes. Kirby coughed into his paw. Ahem. If you're done getting what you want, Zoska, I'd like a turn with Romcom too. She glared at him with undisguised hatred, but controlled herself and let it pass. Roncom turned his attention to Kirby with interest. And what would you like to know, Wastelander? 5 crystal pebbles clattered on the table, immediately piquing the information dealer's attention. Kirby said, My friend here, pointing at Zaska, hasn't been up front about the mines. I'd like to know where the mine shipments go and who controls them. Roncom cast a thoughtful glance at Zaska first. Seeing she had no objections, he answered. What the Elapids would say is that the elders of all cloven kind control the shipments, since they are how we govern our trade across territories. The Elapids would also say that the shipments only get distributed to the other tribes, but I may have more nuanced information. His bushy eyebrows not so subtly indicated the small pile of pebbles. Kirby took the hint, and 5 more petals joined his first offer. Seeing the stones, the Simplicid immediately activated his cloud. Walls of ethereal dirt appeared to cover the door and windows, closing off access to the outside. Once the coverings slid into place, the whole hut pulsed once, and an ambient glow suffused the interior. There. Now we will be free to speak more frankly. What you've given is enough to start this conversation, though it may not be enough to finish it. You decide when you want to continue. To begin with, the Elapids hold a much tighter rein on ether crystals than most cloven kind would like. But their mines are the best source, and so the other races bear it. We have our own mines, of course, but not enough to supplement what the Elapids gather. However, simple mathematics and deduction would indicate that the other races do not get all of the crystals. Only around 50% of their estimated yield enters our economy. My race is good at higher cognitive functions, and these statistics are easy for us to deduce. We estimate that the Elapid elders pocket another 25%, which is only natural. But would you like to know where the other 25% goes? Zaska leaned in at this. How would you know this, Simplicid? I don't even know what happens to our shipments, and I'm a high elite. Roncom waved her question away. You're a warrior, Elapid. You do what you're told. You are not responsible for intelligence gathering or economic decision-making. I wouldn't expect you to know more than what your elders have shared with you. He turned his head towards Kirby. Now, Would you like to continue our conversation?" Another 5 pebbles joined the growing pile, and Kirby crossed his scaled paws over his chest, tapping a claw on his arm expectantly. Runkum raised a bushy eyebrow. "I see I'm dealing with a connoisseur. We suspect that the Elapid elders have a connection to the royals in Argent Crown. For decades, the Elapids have been raiding Pentumverant outposts and taking prisoners to mine their mountains. And yet, until these most recent assaults, the military has never acted against them. I'll admit that more Barathinians were taken than normal. They usually only capture a handful at a time, but the point still stands. No Navarch has ever lifted a finger to show his interest in the war effort. In the history of the Pentumvirate, they have been largely bystanders and ether-tech distributors." Runkum leaned back in his makeshift throne once more. "My people suspect that the shipments sent to the royals make their way into pockets that suppress any retaliation from the Pentumvirate. Whether that occurs through paid-off negligence or falsified reports, we do not know." "How do you know about the royals? Is that an educated guess, or do you have proof?" Kirby asked. Runkum tapped the table again. Sighing, the Doggelin tossed 10 more pebbles, now up to 25 total. "Keep talking this time. Just know I'm good for it. I'm tired of these interruptions." Runkum nodded in understanding, dropping any other pretenses he still held. He didn't know who this Folid was, but it was obvious he came here for a reason and was prepared to go far. "A drop pod was seen descending into the northern Elapid Mountains, the Unding's territory. The pod had the markings of a royal house from Argent Crown. We don't know all of the houses, but we know their crests. This shuttle bore the crest of a flaming tree, and when it landed, I have it on good authority that the Barathinian that exited was on his 5th crystallization. That would make him a high royal. For one of them to come means that someone powerful wanted something to get done. When that drop pod landed, the Elapids brought in their people within hours. Their mines closed off, and their warriors switched to mining detail." "If your people saw the symbol, then you have a photo or a video. How much for it?" Kirby asked. Runkum passed a hand over the pile of crystal pebbles, putting them into his storage. Then he placed his elbows on the table, resting his chin on his tiny fists. A grin split his face, lifting his bushy mustache. "Now that is going to cost you, my friends." Chapter 32. Hostile Takeover. Alexei hated being underground, unable to see the lavender sky and trapped with Clovenkind, his people's natural enemies. Despite being surrounded by Elapids, he wasn't afraid. At his stage, he could wipe out every one of them, even their high elites. Only their elders could challenge him, but they wouldn't, not with his backing. If something happened to him, his house would bombard the entire mountain range. A soft knock came from the door of his guest chambers, interrupting his forging session. While sitting in his lotus position, he sent out a finely controlled burst of his combustion cloud to open the door. The Mirafin elder entered right after, resplendent in her emerald scales. "Royal, we're holding a meeting. Some news has arrived from my people on the ground. You'll want to hear about this," she said in a clipped tone, more an order than a request. With her message delivered, she turned and slithered off to the elder's council chambers. His AI immediately pinged with the location so he could follow along. She even supplied a timer to count down the start of the meeting. Begrudgingly, he stood and trailed behind the Elapid. He knew that his presence here was simply a reminder that the Clovenkind needed to make their quotas for his house. After all, his mother was not a forgiving woman, and he would not return to her a failure. The council chambers were fairly standard as far as he was concerned. A large cavern with a circular center surrounded by spaces for members to sit. He was the last in the room and took a temporary spot among the circle. Once he was settled, the Scoria started the proceedings.
First, I'd like to report that while we under-delivered on 2 shipments, this next shipment will be up to standard.
He looked at Alexei.
Your mother, Nataka, can be assured we will be back on track.
Alexei was relieved to hear that he might actually get out of this hole sooner rather than later. The Onding spoke next. In other news, Zaska was reportedly seen at the bazaar with an unknown folid. The wasteland denies ever seeing a cloven kind like it before, but the Elapids they ran into reported the folid to be at least on their 2nd crystallization. They visited a simplicit informant and were lost after that. She looked to the Mirafin. I would like my Hyalite back, Mirafin. Can you put some people out and find her? The Mirafin took a moment to send off an AI message to her own Hyalites, giving them an assignment. It is done, Onding. Now, shouldn't we move on to the next subject? All eyes turned to Alexei, as his awareness spiked to high alert. In the next instant, 5 ether auras pressed down on him simultaneously, scrambling his brain and robbing him of his senses. He distantly heard 2 soft clicks, then felt his connection to his circuits disappear as his arms were forcefully wrenched behind his back. He was too overwhelmed to feel panicked, any conscious thoughts out of his grasp. By the time he finally stopped drooling, he was peering up at a massive quad-horned cloven kind that he'd never seen before. Its eyes were completely black, no pupils, and it had a forked tongue that flicked the air. Alexei felt the need to look anywhere else but those deep pools of nothingness. So instead, he stared daggers at the Elapid elders surrounding him, and screamed, "What do you think you're all doing? I'm a High Royal. Your mountains will burn for this!" Without warning, a piercing pain felt like it was stabbing directly into the middle of his brain, instantly cutting him off from any ability to form a coherent thought. He tried to make words, but his mouth and tongue felt heavy. Any sounds that came out were pure gibberish. The horned cloven kind spoke then, without using its mouth.
Your threats mean nothing to me, weakling. Neither does your house nor your peoples. I am here at the behest of my mother and master. Eons ago, this world was hers. This entire star sector was hers. All of the treasures you filth have plundered belongs to her. Your very ability to touch ether is by the grace of her will.
Alexei's body levitated off the floor, bound by an unstoppable invisible force. Then the horned beast brought the royal up to its eye level.
My brother-disciple paved the way for this meeting, as our master bid him do. He has called you, pitiful creatures, down from your castles in the sky to pay obeisance, and I have come to collect.
Black alloyed tendrils suddenly slithered out from beneath white scales, wiggling across Alexei's face, probing his skull for any entrance they could find. Once one squirming wire found his ears, the next instant his mind exploded into 1,000 pieces, his consciousness diluted ad infinitum. The ram mutant snorted in derision.
Pathetic. You couldn't even handle a simple probing.
It shook its horned head in disappointment.
I still have use for you, though. We will be paying a visit to your house. It is time to reinstate my master's authority over her world.
The 5 Elapid elders bowed their heads deeply, their snouts just barely above the floor. The boss cage spoke from her kowtow.
Master Heber, what are your wishes for our people? You've done well so far. Now it's time to prepare your dens for battle. When their satellite city falls, your people will be my foot soldiers. I will not have the natives running or hiding. All must be placed under my hoof, including your cloven-kind brethren. My master will come to root the pentumvirate herself, and when she does, I will present her with a world of servants," answered Heber, as the ether aura of someone with a soul cast billowed out, encompassing half the mountain range. Zaska and Jonx left Runkum's hut with plenty of food for thought. It took another 15 pebbles to get the video from the Simplicid, but the price was a pittance of what Jonx had in his storage bracer. The Elapid High Elite remained silent as they made their way through the bazaar, her mood obviously troubled. Runkum's revelations had left her disillusioned. Her elders had apparently been colluding with the enemy, selling off their resources for benefits mostly for themselves. The average warrior wouldn't have seen any of it. If everything the Simplicid said was to be believed, her race's arrangement with the royal house was perpetuating a war on the central dominance that could have ended decades ago. Maybe even centuries ago. After all, ether forgers were long-lived. The Onding was over 300 years old, she knew. The other elders of Clovenkind were just as culpable. They knew of the arrangement, and by extension, they approved of the continuation of the war. Together, they consigned hundreds of thousands of Clovenkind to their deaths through the years, all for some advanced ether tech and an extra helping of crystals. Jonx took over for Kirby as Zaska was going through an obvious existential crisis. He spent the remainder of his time browsing the market. Meandering into the next area, he found that it belonged to the Testuds, a race of squat, snapping turtle Clovenkind with twin shells on their shoulders that looked like pauldrons, and a line of spikes running down their spines to the tips of their dinosaur-like tails. This part of the bazaar specialized in alchemistry and culinary crafts. The Simplicids mainly produced finely made script-smithing tools, specifically ones that helped with information gathering or defenses. For cloth, leather, and metal alloy armors, people went to the Croctorids. And for synthesized healing pills and potions, people went to the Rallids. Jonx didn't need much of anything, though he was always ready to check out some local spices. So he walked around the Testud's stalls, enjoying the smells of their foods. As he ate, he asked for the ingredients to things that he liked, spending a handful of more ether pebbles. Zaska trailed along like a zombie, unthinking, simply following out of instinct. Winding down his shopping, he led the Elapid towards one of the bazaar's 4 gates. He had a little less than an hour left on his timer, and he still needed to set Zaska free. But before he could get to the gate, 4 Elapids inconveniently blocked their path. Gurgil and his 2 cronies with an additional Onding. It was clear who was in charge as the Onding stepped in front of their group, releasing a localized ether aura, setting the tone for the meeting. "Zaska, what is wrong with you? What has this," he pointed at Jonx, "creature done to you?" For his part, Jonx turned to look at Zaska, waiting for her to snap out of her daze. In the meantime, he swept his senses over the group. Gurgil was on his 2nd crystallization, and so were his 2 Scorian flunkies. Meanwhile, the Onding was on their 3rd, easily placing him as the highest threat. After several more awkward moments, his Elapid companion finally snapped out of her stupor. Arbalest, I'm sorry. I was lost in thought. What are you doing here? I just learned about what happened at our mountain. What news do you have?" Arbalest responded, "I was assigned to the bazaar as part of our regular patrol rotation. Orders just came through the AIs. Elder Onding has ordered us back. She knows you're here and has asked us to make sure you return too."
Indecision warred on Zaska's face. After what she'd just learned, she still wanted time to process. She slowly shook her head and said, "I'm on an indeterminate military leave. She said I could return when I wanted, and right now I need some more time." At the statement, the 3 other Elapids hastily spread out in a half-circle behind Arbalest as he stared at Zaska. "No, Zaska, you don't understand. Elder Onding was not asking. She was ordering. We are going back to the mountains. That is not a request." Zaska looked to Jonx, then back at Arbalest. "I'm not going back, not yet. There are too many things I don't know right now. I need to learn the truth before I can return." "That's not your choice, Zaska," Arbalest said, then nodded to Gurgil and the others. At once, the 4 of them activated their clouds. 2 ashen clouds whipped up around the group, overlaid by an acid rain, and finally a snow flurry above it all. Jonx's own kinetic cloud instantly made a protective bubble around him and Zaska, slowing down the attacks as much as he could. Zaska yelled at him, "Give me my circuits! I won't let them take me without a fight!" Obliging her, he swiftly cut the shackles off and shut down his anchors, leaving her with roughly 40% of her reserves. It would have to be enough. Immediately, she flashed her flurry cloak to protect herself, giving Jonx some breathing room with his own ether. Arbalest quickly whipped an elongated arm at Zaska's gut, while his other came down on her head like a hammer. She turned with the gut punch and juked the headshot. Her own sleeted limbs grew from her arms to wrap around Arbalest's waist and tossed him into one of the scoria. Off to the side, Jonx wasn't idle. He launched ether anchors at Gurgil and the last scoria, siphoning them of ether as fast as he could. In retaliation, the scoria summoned thick tentacles of ashen sand, punching towards Jonx and forcing him to summon handheld chaos orbs to act as grinders, rapidly destroying the tendrils as fast as they came. Meanwhile, Gurgil created an area of morass to bind his legs, sinking him down to his waist. Arbalest spit corrosive snow at Zaska as the scorian he'd landed on summoned a set of his own ashen whips to harry her as she dodged the spittle. Her hailstone cloud blocked the corrosion as best it could while she used her sleeted limbs to ward off the scoria's attacks. In his own troubling situation, Jonx was sinking deeper into the boggy ground, desperately blocking what he could of the ashen tentacles. Meanwhile, Gurgil added projectile mud strikes in the shapes of fists and palms, giving him even more to contend with. He couldn't keep taking this kind of punishment. His ether was split too thin across his circuits. Swiftly coming to a decision, he dropped all pretenses and deactivated his doggle in disguise, shocking the quartet of attackers. Gurgil immediately yelled at Zaska, "You're working with the Pentumvirate! You'll pay for this, traitor!" The Mirafin Elapid redoubled his assault of mud as Arbalest did the same to Zaska with rapid-fire corrosive snow bullets from his mouth. She flared her cloak to block the attacks, huddling behind a rotating wall of hardened snow, only able to defend, not attack. Without 2 parts of Jonx's mind focusing on his disguise, Kirby was able to take over a partition and use his circuits for defense of gravity vertices, shaped curved shields, to protect him from the Elapids. He suddenly exploded out of the morass trap with his electromagnetic cloak, quick summoning small successive chaos orbs as he began throwing them like baseballs. The scoria created walls of ashen sand to block what he could, but the orbs were destroying them as quickly as the Elapid could make them. Gurgil got close and tackled Jonx to the ground, mired cloak clashing with gravity shields. Acid mud dripped through his shields and cloak, burning small holes through his body, making him into a human sieve. Desperately, Jonx switched off all of his circuits except his cloak, growling through gritted teeth as he took a flash bath in the corrosive mud, then pushing his willpower as he overloaded his circuit. In the next moment, a dome of concentrated energy, like an EMP, exploded outward in a concussive blast, instantly sending everyone around him tumbling. From his back, he hurriedly used what ether he had left to conjure 4 gravity cages around the group of elapids. In a blink, the cages shrunk with a flex of his will, instantly increasing the amount of gravity over them and keeping them from moving even an inch. He hastily flung out a handful of ether anchors, re-establishing his connections and draining the quartet deeply to rapidly refill his reserves. Zaska stood up on a shaky tail, her scales scoffed up and broken in places, and said, "We need to move! We can't stay here, not after that display!" She rushed towards the gate but paused, realizing that Jonx hadn't moved. "What are you doing? We need to leave!" Jonx ignored her for the moment, filling himself with propulsion while creating a more condensed chaos orb and shaping it into a sharp cone, like a drill. Then, he quickly flashed between the prone elapids, unceremoniously stabbing down into their brain stems and collecting their corpses into his storage bracer. Zaska was speechless, unable to react, let alone stop him. Jonx breezed past her without a word, as if he'd done nothing wrong, then grabbed her wrist and casually slapped a shackle on as he did. Without her circuits, he forcefully hauled her behind him, dragging her through the gate and away from the bazaar. Kettle conveniently fed him images of 2 small patrols in pursuit. Jonx wasn't in the mood to deal with them. The acidic mud had eaten through his skin and muscles, making him look as if he was melting. Fortunately, shunting his pain receptors had become a reflex to him from years of combat on Earth. The anatomical systems of his forged body were working overtime to heal, but it wasn't fast enough. Overtaxed and frustrated, he messaged Kettle to deal with their tails. In the distance, he heard surprised screams that cut off as quickly as they came. In less time than it takes for an incense stick to burn, his Doggelin sent back images of 7 dead elapids with gaping holes through their heads. He looked up and saw that Kettle was carrying an 8th body with her maglev cloud, presumably to eat somewhere away from the scene. He needed to get them as far away as possible before they could stop and talk. Something more was going on, and he wanted to be prepared. Chapter 33. Feeling Small. Alexei landed his shuttle straight in his mother's personal docking bay under the guise of urgent news. While Nataka was eager for a debrief from her son, his pod was also carrying the most recent shipment of crystals, which was going to finally complete her ethered chambers, bringing her secluded forging room to low tier 3, the only higher-tiered place on the planet. House Ekor had come to power when his grandfather advanced to low soul-forged. He was now one of a handful on Barafin with a soul mold, though he was nearing the end of his life. At his stage, he could live up to 500 years, but his reign would soon end. Nataka would have to advance to maintain their position amongst the houses, thus her arrangement with the elapids. Her AI informed her of Alec's coming as she hovered on her favorite divan chaise. Her doors swung open, Alec striding through without a care in the world. Curious, she tilted her head to the side. He didn't look urgent at all. Her son smoothly took a knee and spoke. "Mother, I have news. Firstly, the elapids have been able to return to full shipment starting with what's in my drop pod. They were able to utilize their warriors as miners to make up for their lost slaves." "Excellent news, Alec. Where is it? My chambers can be upgraded by this evening if we hurry," Nataka said as she sat up on her divan. Alec continued while on bended knee. "Don't worry, Mother. I'm having a Clovenkind bring it to you shortly. The Pentumvirate was only able to free the slaves of a single mountain, and the elapids were able to prevent them from finding any of the other mines, so our operations should be safe for the time being." "Well, at least this was only a minor setback in the grand scheme of things. You said you had more news. What else?" Nataka asked with only half an ear, her mind already looking to her future advancement. "My other piece of news is the urgent one. The Elapid elders informed me of a 4th power making itself known in the CD. They claim the leader to be in the Soulforge stage and that he is slowly amassing an army to assault the Pentumvirate. From what little they know, the elders have said this unknown power's goal is to rout the Navarch rather than the native inhabitants of Barafin," reported Alexei in a grave tone. Nataka perked up at the news as she questioned, "Another soul forged? How sure are the cloven kind of this? Someone that powerful would have had to come from off-world, and Aerith would have caught them." Before Alexei could answer, she heard the steady clip-clop of hooves echoing down the hallway. She looked up from her son expectantly, assuming it was the cloven kind bringing her shipment. Long, dark red nails drummed a staccato rhythm on the arm of the divan, impatient for the beast to bring her prize. Through the doorway came a tall, solidly built, white-scaled creature. Black hooves with powerful legs held a well-muscled torso, topped by a snouted head with 4 eyes and 4 curved horns. In its corded arms was a chest of refined ether crystals, each the size of bricks. She gracefully floated down from her chaise, carried by her combustion cloud. The cloven kind stopped a respectful distance from her, placing the opened crate down for her perusal. Nataka immediately ignored the other 2 in the room, eyes only for the crystals. Delicately, she picked one up in her lithe fingers, bringing it to her nostrils and inhaling. The energy rushed out of the stone, rapidly entering her respiratory system. Advancement was an addiction shared by all ether forgers. A shiver of pure rapture ran through her body as a sigh of pleasure escaped her lips. After a long moment, she opened her eyes, only to find the 4-horned creature's pitch-black eyes staring at her face. Offended at its presumptuousness, she wreathed her body in her kindling cloak, while her ether aura rolled out, applying pressure to the cloven kind, intending to punish it. But before she registered any movement, her breath left her in a rush, followed by a ham-fisted punch embedding itself directly into her gut, cracking ribs and fracturing vertebrae. She screeched from the sudden crippling pain, her body racked with sobs from the number of broken bones she'd accrued with a single hit. Spittle flew from her mouth as she heaved, trying to take a full breath. Then she stole a glance at her son, still kneeling, unflinching at the attack. Nataka didn't have time to process the implications as a massive, white-scaled hand palmed her skull like a ball. And in the next instant, a heavy pulse of mental energy frazzled her circuits, simultaneously extinguishing her cloak and cloud. Then, her mind unraveled, and all she saw was darkness, limed in light. Zaska was exhausted, emotionally and physically. Her ether reserves were near empty, and she'd been solely relying on her forged body for their escape from the bazaar. Jonx had taken the shackles off once they'd gotten far enough, but she had nowhere to go, so she took the only option she had left. She followed him. Even though he was injured to the point where some parts of him looked like melted snow, he trudged through the forest without any sign of pain. Zaska was astonished at his ability to ignore such catastrophic injuries. Just what had he been through to shrug off sloughing skin and muscles? His wounds would have made any hardened high elite of her tribe cringe, yet here he was, leading her through the Mirafin's territory. It was during their getaway that she realized she couldn't beat him. Despite the damage to his body, he still prowled like a warrior, ready to spring into motion at a moment's notice. Besides, Zaska hadn't forgotten about his ether beast, Kettle. The mutt was wheeling above them, giving them the all-clear as they wandered the swamp. When they crossed a river using a fallen tree as a natural bridge, Zaska finally broke the silence of their trek. "What exactly is the plan? Nowhere in the Mirafin will be safe for us. Slugs! There probably isn't a safe place in the entire Central Dominance." Jonx paused briefly, halfway across the makeshift bridge, and said tangentially, "You know, this scene right now reminds me of an old movie I grew up with." Noticing her confused expression, he continued to explain. "In one part of the film, the characters are walking on a log and singing a song. The catchphrase was Hakuna Matata. Jonx's tone turned good-naturedly. It means no worries. Deadpan, Zaska said with heat rising in her voice, "What the egg shit is that supposed to mean? We're being chased by my tribesmen who want to send me back to my elders, who've been working in conjunction with my people's mortal enemies for decades and possibly centuries. And for what? To steal supplies from the Pentumvirate? My elders have been sentencing my people to die for trinkets." By the end, her voice had risen to the point that she was screaming through the swamp. Taking her outburst in stride, he retorted, "Hakuna Matata, Zaza. No worries, okay? We'll get through this. This isn't exactly the worst thing that's happened to me recently. It doesn't even rank in my top 10, to be honest." They continued across the log bridge, and Jonx turned west, following the directions that Kettle was streaming to his HUD. He continued jabbering on. "Number 10 on my list is actually when I was being chased by man-sized spiderkin through southern Australia. That would be a country on my homeworld. Anywho, they'd completely webbed up whole swaths of forest, beyond what they could pre-evolution. These guys were nasty. One of them caught me, paralyzed me, then cocooned me for a late-night snack. I couldn't see, I could barely breathe, and my arms had been asleep for hours from my tight confines. At the time, I may have had maybe a twice-forged body." He paused as they had to traverse a small sinkhole. Jonx casually levitated them both up and over, using a combination of his electromagnetic cloak and his kinetic cloud. A small display of his proficiency in both of his circuits, since it was always more difficult to levitate foreign objects, especially other forgers. Once they were back on solid ground, he picked up where he left off. "So, it turned out that I wasn't going to be a meal for the giant spiderkin. I was going to be a meal for its fucking babies. Tiny spiders, not yet evolved, burrowed into my body and started eating my innards from the inside out. It was beyond words." His eyes went distant as he remembered with startling clarity the curse of his brain chamber's eidetic memory. As his eyes regained their focus, he continued, "Even though I was paralyzed, I could still feel them wriggling within, nibbling away at my flesh. It went on like that for minutes that felt like hours. Kirby, my AI, actually saved me. He told me that I didn't have to be able to move to use my circuits. They were a different kind of pathway, one connected to more than just our bones and sinew. Circuits respond to our metaphysical intent, our will, and my mind was still intact. So I emptied my reserves, electrocuting myself from the inside using my old circuit, Spark. I cooked my own body to fry every last shit-eating spider." He abruptly stopped and turned to meet her eyes. "So when I say this isn't that bad of a situation, believe me, I mean it." Jonx didn't bother waiting for a reply, he just returned to the trail. But after a few more steps, he said, "If all of that is true, what your elders did, then I'll help you with whatever it is you want to do to make it even. But first, we need to make it to a military outpost. I need to get this information to the Navarch." They made it to the most secluded outpost that Jonx could find on his map of the area. The Flower Bud cargo ship was tucked away under a rock formation that jutted up above the Mirafin tree line. As they got closer, he noticed that the sun deck was retracted, immediately placing him on high alert. A quick ether pulse showed that the place was abandoned. That was odd, considering there were always 25 out of 50 personnel stationed at each outpost. These ships were supposed to be semi-permanent. This one in particular had been in this region for a couple of years already, so where was everybody? The hatch to the ship was closed, moss running around the seams. It seemed that the outpost had been shut down for longer than he thought. Kirby quickly went ahead, deftly hacking into the equipment, and took control of the ship to open it up. Aerith really must not be paying attention if this outpost has been silent for long enough to grow vines, observed Jonx. Zaska shook her serpentine head and responded, No, it may not be as long as you think. That moss is a Mirafin circuit. It's a subtle area of effect attack. The plant grows over an extended period of time, days, weeks. And when the time comes, spores are released in the area, incapacitating anyone around, slowly dissolving them in acid. It's a nefarious way to take down an entrenched group. The caveat is that the intended victims would need to be considerably weaker than the Etherforger. A high elite did this. Taking in her information, Jonx asked, Kerbo, you got the video feeds for what happened? His AI's voice promptly came out of the ship's speakers. Yep, I do. Zaska is right. This place has only been abandoned a week or so, right around the time we were still making our way to the bazaar. 25 Barafinians went down, but a couple of them were able to close up the ship before they were fully incapacitated, which is standard defense protocol under an attack like this. Outposts go down irregularly, but they do go down, especially in a war, so Aerith probably didn't even blink an eye. Jonx and Zaska made their way into the main cabin of the cargo ship as Kirby shut the hatch again. Zaska looked around. How is your AI doing this so easily? Kirby was the one to respond. This is child's play. These systems are barely rated for V-class AIs. There's nothing sensitive on this ship, so they wouldn't have beefed up its firewalls that much. But this ship should have an AI too. My people have never been able to take one over before, Zaska admitted. The AI responded nonchalantly. I just ate it. It was a standard-issue military-grade AI, nothing too fancy. Again, this world doesn't really merit higher ether tech. The Elapid stopped in the middle of the cabin, realization setting in. Me? My people? She waved her arms around the room to take it all in, her tone turning manic. This war? Even our existence means nothing to them. Does it? Jonx immediately recognized her crisis. He had to deal with it when he lost Earth. The difference was that he'd been in constant flux since he entered the greater universe. Everything was new and nothing was normal. But for her, she was raised into this war. Told her entire life that it was her people against everyone else. And in truth, her own people were sacrificial lambs to their elders. He sighed while shaking his head. I'm sorry, Zaza, I really am. My world was bulldozed over too, for what it's worth. Before a celestial power came to my sector, my race never even knew about other life in the universe. And now, I'm one of the last humans left. I haven't had solid ground beneath me in years. My therapist would say that I keep throwing myself into unstable and violent situations because I'm running away from my own trauma. But Nesgord isn't here, and what he doesn't know won't hurt him. Go ahead and take some time, Snake Eyes. Now that we're in an outpost, we have some time to decompress without worrying about being followed. Jonx left her in the main cabin, sequestering himself in the cockpit to call Aerith. He hurriedly uploaded the video of the Royal's ship landing on the Onding's mountain, and true to fashion, Aerith appeared in a blink.
Jonkheer, my bloodhound, you've delivered as promised.
The Navarch smiled broadly and gave a soft golf clap.
I shouldn't be surprised that it was House Ekor dealing with the cloven kind. There's been strange rumblings from their part of the city for a week now. Something is happening there that is being covered up, and now I have the proof to investigate thoroughly. The Nolithian Pentumvirate does not take kindly to being swindled by some low-staged backwater ants. We don't normally enforce our might on these worlds, they're too underdeveloped. But for something like this, the Five will approve.
A massive influx of merit points were instantly deposited into Jonx's account.
The merits you've rightly earned. I've also booked you off-world transport to Sokoa as an additional reward,
said the Navarch. Jonx was grateful, but cleared his throat to ask for more. What would I need to do for a second seat on that shuttle? Aerith quirked a tree root eyebrow.
And who would that be for?
I've allied with an Elapid to get you that information. Something tells me she doesn't want to stay here either, responded Jonx. Aerith didn't particularly care who went on the military transport. He was the Navarch, after all. He could book whomever he wanted on his naval shuttles, so he waved it away.
What you want to do with yourself is none of my business, Jonx. You've earned a second seat and then some. Take that cargo ship and bring it back up to Argent Crown. If you make it in time, you may even be here for the fireworks.
Then Aerith clapped his hands together and said enthusiastically,
By the 5. If you want even more merits, you can be a part of the investigative force. What do you say, Jonkheer? One more assignment before you hit the road?
Chapter 34. Bewitched. Aerith compiled all of the videos from Jonx, along with the income statements and other pieces of the puzzle that his spies had found. He didn't begrudge the Ajati for turning down being a part of the assault force. Jonx had done plenty already. It was now his time to lay down the law. When taking all of the proof into consideration, the overall picture was damning evidence for House Ekor. Something like this. He would have to submit a report to the Grand Military AI of the Pentumvirate, Zus, sometimes known as the 6th member of the 5. While it would be another smudge on his already stained record, there was no hiding this from his personal AI, which was under AI-reinforced oath for the military and reported directly to Zus. But he could potentially minimize the damage if he could frame the royals and clovenkind appropriately. To do that, though, he needed access to House Ekor's entire database, as well as their AIs. His forces were mobilizing while he made plans. Most of the personnel on the ground were native Baraphinians. After all, it was their world, so they had to fight for it against the clovenkind. Aerith didn't care which side won. If they wanted to be a part of the Pentumvirate, they would have to pay taxes in ether crystals, and he could get that from either side. Neither native race had a choice, though. Pentumvirate AIs and ether tech littered their world. If they wanted to keep the tech, they would have to fall in line. It was going to be a simple thing to bring these natives to heel. His private troops were sourced from the Pentumvirate proper, and all of them were at least on their 6th crystallization, some even on their 8th. His officers had their soul molds, while he himself was soul casted. He would grind House Ekor down, beneath his roots. Aerith's AI sent out the shuttle assignments, 2 stealth ships for 50 people each, 48 foot soldiers and 2 officers. The plan was for the shuttles to drop their payloads above the house's compound and stay hovering in place for the extraction. It was going to be a simple search, seize, and grab. Within minutes of finalizing his plans, his soldiers were dropping down, cloaks on, and dampened to prevent detection. The Navarch was the last on the ground, ensuring that everybody landed successfully. His troops immediately spread through the compound as he made his way to Nataka's inner chambers. The updates his forces were sending him were worrisome. Empty hallways and rooms. No Baraphinians wandering around. A compound this size required hundreds of servants for maintenance, and he knew Nataka. He'd been forcefully assigned to this world for more than a century. He knew all of the high royals and their eccentricities. Nataka was a glutton for lavishness and neurotic about cleanliness. She would not tolerate servants neglecting their duties. Aerith wasn't sure what was happening, but he would find out. On a hunch, he recalled his troops to converge on his position, planning to storm the inner chambers. While he was confident in his personal strength, there was something spiking his alarm. Better safe with numbers than sorry with arrogance. As his forces filtered towards him, his AI received whatever evidence they were able to find, but it wasn't enough. He needed house members' AI records, and thus far, he'd found none of them. Nataka's doors were closed. However, what were doors to a soulcast? With his 100-strong squadron, he unleashed his ether aura, destroying the doors with a simple push of his gale force domain. Stepping through the entryway, he found where the servants had gone. Hundreds of them were strewn on the floors of the broad circular room. Blank expressions staring up at the ceiling, drool sliding down each of their faces. The occasional twitch of a finger or spasm of a leg, the only indicators that they were still alive. Aerith floated forward on light gusts of wind above the limp bodies as his troops tiptoed over the servants, checking each one for signs of consciousness. He then sent a strong ether pulse throughout the room, hoping to find clues as to what happened. One of his officers, Danaf, came to him and gave a half-bow.
Navok, they all seem to be in some sort of coma. It's uncanny, unresponsive to any form of stimulus. Their ether reserves are full, their vitals regular. There's nothing wrong with them physically. Whatever is happening, it's affecting their minds.
He stretched his ether senses across the entire compound, no longer worried about stealth. They confirmed what his soldiers found earlier. The entire place was empty except those in this room. Where were the high royals of the house? They couldn't have known he would raid their compound today of all days. A chime broke him out of his reverie as an elevator shaft suddenly grew out of the floor at the center of the chambers. Simultaneously, 100 cloaks came to life as every one of his troops prepared circuits to attack whoever came out. When the doors silently slid open, a cloven kind with 4 horns exited, not one of the royals as he expected. The creature stepped out with his arms above its head, an act of surrender. Then it spoke without moving its lips.
Greetings, Navok Aerith. I apologize for being the one to greet you, but your intrusion was untimely. My name is Heber, and my master will be with you shortly.
Aerith scoffed at the sheer arrogance. Standing up to his full height, he said threateningly,
I will not wait for Nataka, beast. Your master has no such power here. Move from that elevator or you will be made to move. Your choice.
At his comment, his troops charged their circuits further, aiming directly at the creature. Flashes of electricity, flames, ice, wind, and more lit the room up in a rainbow of powers.
Tisk tisk, little Malkin. Your cousin, Antaria, would be ashamed. She once bent the knee to my master when she was but a lowly soul forged, yet you dare to speak so flippantly. Truly, you do not know the difference between heaven and earth,
Heber accused scathingly. With a thought, every single circuit was simultaneously extinguished. Then, in the next moment, the comatose servants suddenly woke up, surprising the pentumverant troops and immediately tackling them to the ground. A round of soft clicks rang out around the room as the servants forced restriction collars onto not just necks, but ankles, wrists, and tails, too. There were easily 3 servants for every 1 soldier, and each of them had been carrying a collar. Even the officers couldn't respond, still shocked at a loss their circuits were blown out like candle flame. Aerith rapidly rushed at the creature, his gale force domain carrying him forward like an angry tornado. Flicking his arms, turbine blades whooshed ahead of him, cutting the space between him and his opponent. His blades were harmlessly diverted to the sides by a strange dome of violet light, the creature not having to move a muscle at all. Large, clean cuts suddenly appeared along the far wall as his attack made impact, shrouding the room in dust. Without slowing, Aerith crashed into Heber, domain versus domain. Rotating tornado force winds slicing at an immovable shield. He quickly conjured more turbine blades, adding them to his already deadly assault. The whirling winds of his domain picked up his blades to form a combination attack, encapsulating the creature in a blender of cutting wind. He could see that his barrage of attacks were beginning to wear down Heber's protection, until his enemy was forced to summon a purple construct in the form of a tower shield covered in spikes. It was a delaying tactic, though, as his sharpened wind chipped away at the shield's surface within moments. Aerith took the initiative and conjured a thunderstorm, summoning a tight spiral of wind and rain until a miniature hurricane coalesced just above his opponent's head. From within the swirling cloud, lightning bolts suddenly erupted, bombarding the violet force field and constructed shields alike. Bolt after bolt landed as the beast's defense bent and bowed. Then, without warning, a dozen thin, purple poles abruptly appeared around them, more ether constructs. As soon as the poles snapped into reality, his lightning bolts veered mid-air and straight to the nearest construct.
Thick, blighted lightning rods, what a clever clove!
Aerith cursed to himself. The Navarch wasn't going to be outdone, so he flared his Zephyr's frame, empowering his body and covering himself in flowing robes of wind, instantly increasing his speed fivefold. In a blur, he began zipping around the room while casting turbine blades from afar. His enemy could only bat the attacks away using floating ephemeral sword constructs. In an act of desperation, the beast used a circuit and began to fling the bodies of his own soldiers at him. Thuds and thumps followed as one soldier after another was thrown straight into the walls of the room. It seemed that the cloven kind was happy to huddle behind his fortress of violet energy, using Aerith's own troops as ammunition. The Navarch growled under his breath. He needed to make the damnable beast move. He suddenly came to an abrupt stop mid-air and began focusing on a pair of air lances, aiming them into the ground. With a flex of his will, he maneuvered the lances as if they were drills and tunneled beneath Heber's dome. A moment later, the clove was forcefully lifted by two cones of high-pressure wind, knocking it up and out of its protective barrier. Aerith watched as the clove used another circuit, wreathing itself in the same violet energy and avoided hitting the ground. Then, the creature changed directions mid-air to fly straight at the Navarch. Without thinking, Aerith pumped more ether into his Zephyr frame and Gale Force domain, practically teleporting across the room and out of the clove's way. He didn't want the monster to use his soldiers as weapons any longer, so he deftly launched a turbine blade at the eastern wall of windows, forcing his opponent to follow him out into the open air. The two combatants seamlessly transitioned to aerial combat, matching flight powers with flight powers and zipping around House Ekor's tower. Twin ribbons of white and purple energy, exchanging wind blades for purple missile constructs. It was obvious to Aerith that this clove was soul-forged, otherwise it wouldn't have been able to keep pace with him mid-air. What wasn't obvious was how in the fives balls did a cloven kind get to this level of power. It should have been impossible in this low-tier world, yet this beast was not only on the same stage as him, but matching him. None of this made any sense to the Navarch, which worried him. This creature was obviously trained, using its circuits as well as any pentumverant officer, perhaps even better. If one of these things could be produced, then what other secrets was Aerith missing? And to make matters worse, it seemed to have a telekinetic ether mutation. It was such a rare combination which changed depending on which two elements were mixed to form it. With how the clove was creating ether constructs and throwing objects, Aerith guessed his mutation was a combination of force and life. Whatever the case may be, he needed to end things quickly. So he led the beast by the nose in a gradual spiral towards the top of the tower. All the while, he summoned thick, roiling clouds to darken the skies above, continuously infusing a torrent of ether as he formed a massive thunderstorm. In the distance, the sound of thunderclaps inundated the area, reverberating off of buildings and steadily building to a crescendo. The Navarch was the first to reach the tower's top, then immediately turned around on a dime to release tens of gargantuan pillars of writhing lightning directly upon his enemy. The clove barely managed to withstand the first two bolts, hiding behind a pair of constructed shields and destroying them in the process. The third cracked the creature's violet force field like a fractured window pane. And the fourth finished the job, shattering its protections in a rain of ethereal shards. A solid bar of electricity continued, unhindered, impaling his enemy through the right shoulder, its arm now uselessly limp by its side. Then, the fifth bolt drove through the monster's pelvis, unprotected by any barrier, instantly cauterizing its spinal cord below the belly button as Aerith saw its legs go completely slack, dangling uselessly in the air. How the clove was keeping itself upright through the sheer agony of its injuries astounded the Navarch. But it didn't matter. Aerith smelled blood in the water and dashed down to the injured clove, instantaneously covering his forearms in consecutive layers of swirling wind with his air lance, ready to skewer the foul monster. His enemy tried to sluggishly move aside, only able to avoid one of his lances, while the other took it just below the sternum, where its stomach chambers would be. Aerith sunk in his arm elbow deep with a sickening squelch straight into the monster's flesh, then proceeded to flood his circuit with more energy, releasing a massive burst of air straight out of his opponent's back. Blood flowed freely out of the clove's mouth, drenching both combatants as it desperately clutched at his arm with its only functioning hand. Up so close, Aerith could see the monster's life flickering in its eyes. He could hear the ragged breaths that prefaced death. He could feel its muscles and organs shutting down, leaking pure, unadulterated ether into the air.
Finally, this monstrosity is dealt with,
the Navarch wearily thought to himself. With the limp corpse in hand, Aerith floated back through the broken window he'd originally made. He noticed that his people were still lying on the floor beside the servants who had gone back to being comatose. The only thing standing upright was the elevator in the center, still open, inviting him to finish what had begun. He unceremoniously dropped the rapidly cooling corpse by the doors, then firmed his resolve and made to step onto the lift, but found himself stopped by a violet barrier, eerily similar to the clove's force field. Suddenly, his perception stuttered, his point of view panning out. As if he were seeing a mirage, wavy lines filled his inner vision, confusing his senses, giving him a feeling of vertigo. Aerith staggered around like a drunk on a moving ship, desperately grabbing the door sill to steady himself. Squinching his eyes closed, he groggily shook his head in a futile attempt to clear the brain fog. When he opened them again, his hand wasn't on the door. Instead, he was holding onto the monster's shoulder. Slack-jawed, he stared uncomprehendingly at his arm as if he'd just been betrayed by his best friend. His first instinct was to deny what he was seeing. It was impossible. They'd been fighting to the death for nearly 20 minutes. He'd won. Aerith had felt his enemy's blood coating his arm as he stabbed it through its gut. He'd nearly expended his entire ether reserve for that giant thunderstorm. Hoping against hope, he hastily checked his readout, only to find that it read 100%.
What in all of the 5?
His voice trailed off as he finally noticed that the creature's palm was cradling his cheek, writhing black wires caressing his neck and chin. Heber's face split into an all-too monstrous grin as he crooned,
Yes. Did you enjoy my bewitched domain, little Navarch? Your soldiers are still in their own personal mindscapes, so you'll have to excuse them.
Aerith tried to turn his head to check on them, but found that he couldn't even budge as the grip on his head held him steadfast. Panic-stricken eyes darted around the room, noticing black tendrils writhing around all of his troops' faces. He tried to shout, but his voice came out as a croak.
How are you doing this?
This is nothing. A mere parlor trick compared to what my master can do. You and your people's minds would simply shatter at her powers, especially if your performance was any indication.
The four-horned creature said confidently. A deep-seated terror suddenly sent a shiver through Aerith's very being. The Navarch knew that he had to get out of here. He had to send a message to the Pentumvirate. This was an anomaly, an abomination that shouldn't exist on this world or any other. And this monster had a master? No. Aerith could not take the chance of this disease spreading across his star sector. He closed his eyes then, feigning being overwhelmed, though, truth be told, he didn't have to try very hard. At the speed of thought, he hastily encrypted a data package and sent it to his HQ and any non-Barathinian forces that were left. He couldn't trust that the other houses hadn't been infected, and he needed to make sure that Zus, the grand military AI, was made aware. A sausage-sized finger suddenly smooshed Aerith's face, covering his lips as the monstrosity spoke.
No, Navark. I can't let you do that.
Heber quickly sent a spike of his mental ether into Aerith's mind, instantly wiping out the Navark's thoughts and interrupting the upload of the data package.
My master will unveil herself in due time. Until then, the celestial powers must be kept out of the loop.
Suddenly, the wires choking Aerith began to constrict tighter, traveling up and wrapping their way around his mouth like a gag. The bark skin on his face began to crack, forming fissures that the wires exploited, burrowing deeper down his throat and up his nasal cavities like roots searching for water. They continued to worm their way into his skull until they got to his brain. Aerith couldn't even scream. His mind was overwhelmed by screeching that was coming from his AI, asking for help as if he were being tortured. But Aerith's mind was no longer his own. His will had been subsumed by a greater one. All he could see in his mind's eye was Heber's pitch-black eyes set in a smoky face, leering at him.
Shush, little Navark. You will be set free soon enough. Now, sit back. My master comes.
Chapter 35. Radio silent. Jonx and Zaska were seated side by side in the cockpit as Kirby piloted the cargo ship back to Argent Crown. This was Zaska's first time seeing such a wonder of ether-tech engineering. She'd known natural wonders, like those in her tribe's mountains, but never had she seen something built on such a grand scale. Kettle was in her lap, snoring softly as she petted the little mutt. While Zaska was staring out of the port side window, she couldn't help but think how underdeveloped her own people were. They would have never been able to build something like this, not in 100 years. Not even in several hundred. Their best crafters and inventors were already starting behind the curve, and the curve kept growing and growing, leaving her people no hope of ever catching up. She was beginning to see why her elders had chosen to make a deal. Ether tech had evened the playing field, given the Cloven-kind AIs and a baseline knowledge of the sciences. It gave them a chance against the Barathinians on the ground. But those up here? In the sky? Who cared if they were individually weaker than she? There were weapons in that miracle sky city that could surely eliminate her people 10 times over, maybe even tens of times over. Jonx had admitted as much to her. Their civil war was ultimately meaningless, worth only as much as the ether crystals that had been sent to the Pentumvirate. Jonx looked out of the corner of his eye at Zaska's pensive form. She'd settled down from her outburst earlier, the numbness of so much information finally settling in. He was all too familiar with the stages of grief, only recently having reached acceptance himself. Technically, she'd skipped over bargaining and went straight to depression. Luckily for her, though, there were too many events moving too quickly for her to stay still for long. They had to keep moving, and moving would help her get through this. He turned his head away from his cabin mate and looked out of the starboard window, overlooking the satellite city straight out of a sci-fi movie from Earth. He hadn't spent much time on it when he first arrived, so it hadn't lost its novelty just yet. They were flying to the center of the city, aiming for a large skyscraper, the official Nothlidian Pentumvirate headquarters. Other skyscrapers littered the cityscape, and from his vantage point he noticed symbols emblazoned on their sides like they were corporations. Using Kirby's scanners, he easily identified the building belonging to the Baraphinian house that was connected with the Elapids. The compound was quiet from this distance, leaving him to wonder what incriminating secrets it held. Amidst his musings, an unexpected ping was sent to his AI, simply marked as urgent. Quirking an eyebrow, he nudged it open with a thought to reveal a data packet. Quickly downloading it, he unpacked it only to find that it was a mishmash of unintelligible symbols. Kirby's voice clarified in his head. "It's encrypted, military grade. Why would you, of all people, be getting something this important?" Jonx mentally shrugged. "Who knows? Do you think you can decode it?" A virtual huff came before Kirby said incredulously, "Pfft, can I decode it? You really must think so little of me." In less than a blink, the misshapen words slithered across his vision, coming together into coherent sentences. The more he read, the more his eyebrows crept up his forehead in increasing shock and eventual horror. The message was short, but had enough details to give a complete picture of a very dire situation. Such a powerful soul forged? Strong enough to beggar the Pentumvirate's Navarch? Here on this backwater planet? How? Kirby interrupted Jonx's thoughts. The Navarch included a video of the assault on House Echo, which would be the traitors. It was hidden deep within the data packet, encrypted several times over, so it took a bit longer than the basic message. I'm thinking the initial part of the package was meant to serve as a general warning for anyone in the Pentumvirate forces since it was so easily decoded. This part, though, must have been only meant for officers or above. The clearance requirement is too high for any Joe Schmo. Wait, aren't we any Joe Schmo? How did you get it out? Jonx shot back. Elementary, my dear Jonxy. I brute-forced it with finesse, so I didn't destroy anything, Kirby said smugly. Giving his AI an eye roll, Jonx asked, That doesn't even make sense, but I can't argue with the results. Can you play the damn thing, please? Kirby did as he was asked, and what he saw was impossible. What the fuck was the ram mutant doing here? Jonx was speechless. In a daze, he watched as Aerith entered the inner chambers, circuits blazing, ready for a fight. Next, he saw how the ram mutant rode an elevator out of the ground and incapacitated the entire squadron with a simple pulse of his all-too-familiar mental assault. And then, there were just several long seconds of blank, staticky video, as if someone had gone back and erased it. When the recording started up again, the ram mutant was lifting Aerith bodily off the ground, holding him by the neck. The video abruptly cut off then. The last thing he saw, the pitch-black eyes of the ram. It reminded him of the abyss below the Mariana Trench back home. It was unsettling. He hadn't thought of his time under the ram's control in a long while. The days, maybe even weeks, he must have spent under its spell, helpless to the mental subjugation. He shook his head to snap himself out of memories gone. That must be when he sent off the data packet. I can't imagine anything that came after was good. Aerith could very well be trapped in a mindscape now. Jonx paused, pondering on the implications. If that ram, Kirby corrected him, according to the video, his name is Heba. Jonx continued after being so rudely interrupted. Fine. If Heber was able to get here, he must have come through our rift portal, or possibly another one connected to Dak Kalpak's rift world. How much are we betting that the Exos is somewhere here too? Unfortunately, neither of them had long to process the implications as a droning alarm abruptly blared in the cockpit. Jonx and Zaska immediately sat up and went on high alert, while Kettle just lifted her head briefly, only to go back to sleep the next moment. Kirby's voice urgently came on the intercom. As an answer to your question, Jonxo, I would like to point the two of you to the starboard window. The duo rapidly got up from their seats, interrupting Kettle's nap, and looked out of the cargo ship's window. Off in the distance, they watched as the skylight atop House Ecker's tower exploded outward, glass raining down onto the streets below as giant metal tentacles grew exponentially, cannibalizing the metal of the building itself. The tendrils looked like colossal versions of the wires that had violated Jonx's brain once upon a time. Stating the obvious, he deadpanned, "Well, that's not good. But at least we know where Dak Kalpak is." With his sentence hanging in the air, they watched on in rapt horror as thick black metal cables rapidly wound their way down the tower, wrapping it in layer after layer until a spire of corded ropes formed a spear jutting into the sky. As soon as House Ecker's tower finished, other house towers suddenly exploded into a mass of black cables that eventually turned them into similarly wired obelisks. One after another, tentacles transformed them like dominoes, until finally every tower with a house crest in visual range had been converted. Meanwhile, their cargo ship maintained a curved downward descent towards Pentumvirate HQ. Curbs, can't we go any faster on this flowered bucket? These spires are giving me the heebie-jeebies," Jonx asked, anxiety creeping into his voice. From over his shoulder, Zaska asked, "You two have seen them before, haven't you? What is this? What is happening? What are they?" "Let's save the Q&A until we land. Strap in because this is going to be a bumpy ride," Kirby yelled over the intercom. Huffing in annoyance, questions left on her tongue, the urgency of the situation silenced her for the time being. She and Jonx hastily did what they were told, and as soon as their seatbelts clicked, Kirby punched the jets, driving their heads into the seat rests as the ship rocketed the rest of the way toward the HQ landing pad. They weren't far, but the way the spires were rising, speed seemed necessary. Kirby automatically sent their access codes ahead of them, forestalling any protest from the Pentumvirate's Grand AI. Before the landing equipment even touched down, Jonx had already grabbed Kettle and bolted for the opening hatch with Zaska only a step behind. Coming out onto the landing area, Barathinians were running around haphazardly in a panic. A female in a Pentumvirate uniform hurriedly ran up to them, barking at them before they could even talk.